médecin du monde, bien sûr, que l'on retrouvera en interview demain et dimanche, bien sûr, avec à chaque fois des personnes différentes qui vous parleront eh bien, des soucis actuellement dans le monde, et Dieu sait s'il y en a.
Ouais.
C'est pour ça qu'on est là. C'est pour ça qu'on est là, malheureusement. Après, bon, c'est un prétexte aussi pour faire une belle fête du speedrun. Allez, petite mule, 10 €, merci. On a besoin de ce genre d'événement en ces temps bressons. Et le meilleur Zelda, c'est Link Between Worlds, parce que j'ai bon goût, tout à fait. Cox Monote, pour les sandales également, merci.
On a Mathis Souche qui donne 20 €, petit don en direct des Pays-Bas. Il n'y a pas de petits dons, il n'y a pas de petits dons. Merci beaucoup Mathis Souche pour les 20 €. 20 € c'est déjà énorme, n'hésitez pas, il n'y a vraiment pas de petits dons. Même les 1 €, 1 € plus 1 € bien sûr, ça fait 2 €. Et
bien joué.
On peut... merci. Et on peut arriver à un gros montant avec, donc n'hésitez pas, vraiment, il n'y a pas de petites sommes. Edel qui donne 15 €, merci et bravo à tous pour ce bel event. Je ne peux pas être là tout week-end, mais je devais miser sur Twilight Princess comme le meilleur Zelda. Et Coucou est un formidable nom pour la mascotte, mais je suis bien d'accord.
Écoute, très très bien. Et alors que Manche Caillou nous demande, c'est bien ici le The Event, merci pour tes 5 €, mais du coup, non en fait. Et entre-temps, Race Barbie est prêt. Je pense que c'est le main event de tout Speedon 5e édition, donc c'est tout de suite. Fly Barbie.
Comment c'est ou pas? C'est gênant.
Si, c'est bon.
Let's go. Bonsoir, Speedon. Bonjour.
Ça va ou quoi, Speedon?
C'est bien, bravo.
Bienvenue sur le main event de cette édition 5 de Speedon. Comme vous pouvez vous en douter à nos accoutrements, nous ne sommes pas sur une run de Call of Duty. Ça aurait pu, mais non. Bienvenue dans la run de Barbie sur NES. Un jeu légendaire qui est assez connu, assez reconnu dans la communauté des joueurs et des joueuses et des joueuses de jeux médiocres. Et pour cause, ce jeu... Oh, je me fais mal regarder parmi ce jeu est fantastique.
Comment ça va, Blooper?
Ça va, et toi?
Ça va.
Tranquille.
Est-ce que tu voudrais qu'on présente nos runnereuses de ce soir?
Bien sûr.
Alors, attention, c'est une full impro. Nous avons bien évidemment... Attends, j'ai oublié la parole de la chanson. C'est bon. Nous avons la boîte à kit.
Nous avons la version originale de la boîte à kit, puisque nous avons kit. À côté, nous avons le chill incarné, vous l'avez vu déjà moult fois. Déjà.
Hey everybody, I'm Sharif and I'm joined by Mayans here, and we're here to do the English Restream commentary for Barbie NES, a game near and dear to my heart. How you doing, Mans?
I'm doing pretty good. It's a beautiful day here where I am, and it seems to be a beautiful day where they are in France. Everyone seems super excited for this run. I'm super excited for this run.
Oh yeah, I'm pumped. This is gonna be great. Yeah, so we got it's a 4-way race. And also, Barbie, super legit speedrun. I promise I'll explain when we get there. But this is legit.
Oh yeah, there's strategy. It's the 4-way race as well. You all need to put in your donations. Predict who you think you're gonna win, because we have some great competition here. I think they're almost ready.
Yeah. And all of them have really good times in this game, actually, so this will be really exciting.
Oh yeah. They also have really great outfits.
Yes.
Curse Barbie. And they're off to the races. We didn't get to see Curse sleeping Barbie, but at the beginning, you'll see Barbie is in her bed. Yeah, she's in her bed. She is trying to sleep, and she has a big day tomorrow. And so she's dreaming of all the things she plans on doing. This is the first level in which she is at. Is this like a store in the mall?
Yeah, it's a mall. It's basically different parts of the mall.
Yeah, and you'll see the health bar is actually those Z's that are floating down at the bottom, because if she gets hit enough, that's like getting her closer and closer to waking up. And if you wake up too many times in the night, then you game over. Yeah. And that's the concept of the game.
Yeah, you get 3 continues, basically.
Yeah. You want to explain the charms?
Yeah, so Barbie, in her dream, she's sort of incorporeal. So she can't really interact with anything around her. To defeat these beach balls, we're going to feed the kitty. Don't worry about it.
Kitty, meow.
So there's those 3 charms. You see the X charm. which stops things, but we don't stop in this speed run, so it's never going to get used. The left-right charm is going to turn sort of stationary things into moving things. So you saw at the very beginning of the game, but like there was a toucan, you threw the charm at the toucan, it became like a moving platform. You put the charm, you throw the charm at the cat, it like runs forward. In this case, it will give you that B, which is just more health. There's a max out of health at 9, so there's 9 health. And
yeah.
And then the question mark charm does, and I'm waving my hands, it just does stuff. Don't worry about it too much. So this is
they're already at the boss.
Yeah, this is the closed boss, so you have to just you have to kill every part of the boss with your little charms, and you can only kill the hat last. So if you look at Neitzel's screen, you can see that he just went through a warp at the very beginning of the stage. We do not know who found this warp. It just showed up. There was just a link to like, hey, you can do this now. And it saved 5 seconds, like 5 free seconds on the run. That was a lot of fun way back in the day. This level.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, good.
I was going to say that this is impressive for it being like the first real Barbie game, like on a gaming console.
Yeah.
Like it's very well put together.
Yeah. So this level here is the first big wall. If you're playing this casually, if you noticed, the runners basically stopped at very strategic times, so all of these fish cycles lined up. If these fish cycles get out of line, they will body you forever, and you will just game over. But if you time it right, this becomes just press right and snooze for a little while. So that's kind of what's happening here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Barbie community is pretty wild. We have a speedrunning Discord. It's kind of where I met most of the people I run Barbie games with. And yeah, so if y'all are interested in speedrunning this game or any version of Barbie, come on by.
There are so many Barbie games to choose from. If platformers aren't your thing, we have horse games.
Yes, the horse people are very into the horses, for sure. It's an exciting community, and it has something for everyone, because Barbie is for everyone, and that's what's so great. So this stage here, the one that the bottom 2 runners are on, the waterfall stage, that's a pizza, by the way. This is sort of highlights the health routing in this game. So there's a lot of health all over this game. It's a game for children, ostensibly. And so you basically want at least 7 health coming into that waterfall stage, so you can just tank all the health and not wait. If you are short 1 health, you lose 40 seconds immediately. If you look on Neitzel's screen right now, this red toucan has the worst hitbox of anything I've ever seen in my entire life. It's a 3 pixel wide hitbox. Is there a Barbie RPG?
Nasty. I think the one that was canceled was supposed to be.
Yeah, the treasure, whatever, that one. That was
Treasures in Time.
Yeah, that was
there was
supposed
to be a GameCube, Barbie game that was canceled, but you can find about it on Lost Media. We've been trying to find as much as we can about this game that's essentially Lost Media.
Yeah.
The mysterious.
There's
Barbie
a few members.
RPG.
Yeah, a few members of our Discord have done some pretty good sleuthing. We found a lot. So that was the pizza boss. So that's the end of World 1. So Mixmew and Neitzel are out of World 1, and now so is Nemelia. And so this is an unskippable cutscene, and we basically finished the mall. We went to the fountain, we went to the sports store, we went to the pizza part of it, whatever that is, and now
the pet store.
Yes, the pet store, of course. There was clothes as well. We're kind of all over the place. So now we're underwater. So this is
the mermaid tail. Just going a mile a minute there.
She's just going. The hair is exactly in time with the fins as well.
Yeah.
So now this is just a coral maze. So this is just memorization. It's just rote memorization. This is also the only game, the only level. These 2 levels, the 2 levels underwater, are the only level where you can adjust your speed. So you can actually mash to go faster. There is a cap, so it's not like you don't have to mash super hard, but there is a little tiny bit of mashing here. And then if you do this right, all of these shell cycles will line up except for one, which is coming up on Neitzel's screen. We have no idea, this one coming up right here, we have no idea what causes this particular, so he got hit, but we really don't know what causes that to happen. He's also taking the upper route, which is the faster route, but also sacrifices 2 health. But he has the health to do it, so he's actually on very good pace.
Yeah, the lower path, does it give you health?
Yes,
or
so
does it
you
just
avoid the hit that he took on the top, and also it gives you health, so it's a 2 health swing. So if you're low on health, going low is the way to go. And you can see that, for example, Kit went down, for example, so.
Yeah. Now, seeing on Kit's screen, are some of these like coral fake walls that you can just go through?
Yes.
Because that was something I noticed, that some of these mazes look like they're a dead end, but you can just ignore it, just go right through.
Exactly.
Fake walls.
Yes, there are a bunch of fake walls. Some of the fake walls lead to like hidden areas that give you health and points and stuff, but like none of it really matters for the speedrun. I also like this area with the turtles that they all just went through. The turtles don't hurt you in this version, but in the DOS version they hurt you, so that's good stuff.
That's interesting.
And also you'll see that like Barbie will start to fade out of existence because the green turtles, like there's too much green on screen, so parts of her green tail will like phase out of existence, which I always thought was really funny. Nitzel's now on the crab boss, so you're freeing the king and queen crab from the evil jellyfish. You just hit the lock 3 times and we're done. That was it. That's the whole boss. So yeah, pretty good race so far. Only a couple seconds separating most of these people.
Dolphin throw.
The dolphin throw
on the bottom screen. There it is.
Yeah.
Just yeet the dolphin.
Yeah, that is actually deceptively hard to like. You need to like continue your momentum and throw at the same time to hit the dolphin, and then meet the dolphin. So there's like there's like collision that you need to. There's like collision that you need to get right so that the dolphin will grab you, and it's not super simple. So now we're at the 50s cafe, the 50s soda fountain. This is
where everything's like 10 cents.
Yeah, Java 5 cents. So yeah, the cups, the teacups, do hurt you. Like the steam from the tea hurts you. There is 2 free pixels on each side of those teacups where you can actually land on there. I'm not sure what Nitzel did there. He must have been just trying to readjust there. So this level is pretty difficult actually it's not difficult in the sense that it's actually easy to beat, but it's also very easy to bleed time just due to movement. This is also another one where you have a lot of health, so of course the speedrunners take a bunch of advantage of that and basically route health accordingly, so you can kind of figure out which healths you can grab without losing time, and then you can figure out which hits to take. So you can kind of see that like Barbie's a little slippery, like she's not always very easy to control, and so so you can definitely slip off of platforms and lose all your momentum and then have to like sit and reset and stuff. It's kind of hard to try to like see what's going on. There's like a lot of things happening, but the question mark charm is basically causing a lot of these sort of little characters on screen to sort of interact, to actually do stuff. So like the burger will shoot a patty out, and the orange soda will effervesce and let you jump over the tall bottle and that kind of stuff. We're getting to the soda boss here, coming up on the easel screen. There's a really cool quick kill here. Now would be a good time to talk about frame perfects. There are frame perfects all over this game. I promised y'all that I would say this to explain why this is a pretty legit speedrun. So basically, on screen transitions, you still have full control of Barbie as long as she's in the air, and you can always throw a charm no matter what. So as long as you're in the air and you've never touched the ground, you can move freely while the screen transitions, but the boss can't hurt you. So if you do a frame perfect jump off of a previous jump, you can jump inwards into the boss and hurt it before it hurts you. And so every time you do that on any of the bosses, you save time. you save 1 second basically every single time you do it. It's most useful in the clothes boss and the pizza boss, the one where the pizza dough was getting thrown at you from the at the end of the first world. So this area with the fries is just the fish again. It's the same exact pattern, so you just do the same thing and you avoid the damage. If you need health, thick shakes, by the way.
Yeah, the burger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thick shakes,
yeah.
Very important. So this is the Sunday boss. This is the one boss where you don't want to actually do any frame perfects because you can soft lock the game. But yeah, so if you press down on the left side of either burger, then you'll get a health will pop out. So if you need extra health, that's how you do it. So now we're on this level. This level sucks. It's real tough.
Yeah, it's very like punishing, like that. Like Neitzel fell, and you have to go back.
So yeah, so if you land too far to the right of any of these platforms, it will just eat your jump completely. So that's what happened to him. And what happens when you fall is you see this rotating, rotating disc underneath this, like it's a conveyor belt basically, and it'll take you to the beginning of the stage, and you have no control over. You have to just wait until it goes to the end of the stage. So this part here, this is coming up towards the end of the run actually.
Yeah.
So this is this is definitely the run killer of the group. See, there you go. It just happened to me you there. So Mix Neo just fell, and there you go. So Neitzel's on the final boss now.
So punishing.
And then you lose, and if you're that far, you've lost 20 seconds at least, right? Probably more.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the final boss.
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, go ahead.
To do it early.
Yeah, fall early, don't fall late. So yeah, so Neitzel just finished. So all you got to do is sub 13 in a marathon is actually really good. He has a 12:12, which is like a super good time actually. The world record is 12:06 for the record. But yeah, so the final boss is just, you need to, that was short for an Amelia there. So we did get to see sleeping Barbie face there. That's where you see it when you die.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is really brutal. So, and it's so easy to like spiral also when you fall, and you just keep falling and falling and falling. Yeah, and so Nemelia took an intentional death because they wouldn't have had enough health to beat the boss. So you might as well just reset and have extra health. All right, so Mix Mew is on the final boss now.
Safe.
So you just need to get all the coins spinning a certain speed at the same time. And there's a little glitch where if you jump off the side of that right hand like platform, it just immediately goes max speed for like 1 frame, and then that just ends the game.
I like how they have the stairway to heaven.
Yeah.
up to like
up to her shoes.
Up to the shoes. Because what's more heavenly than Barbie's shoes?
Oh my goodness. And now she's in her gown. All right, Kit's on the final boss now.
Little cutscene is so cute.
All right, so now Nemelia is on the hard part. So there's this jump right here. If you don't jump, so what happened is she jumped from the middle of that previous platform, and you really need to jump from the right side of that platform. And what happened to Kit there is they waited just a little too long to do the trick on the left side, and so the middle coin stopped spinning fast enough. I think they got it now. There you go.
Oh yeah, Kit's good.
Yeah. So now what's happening on Nemelia's screen? Nemelia actually has a very good time in this game. I think she has like a 12:28 or something, which is anything under 12:30 is like an extremely good time. Mm-hmm. And it's just, once you fall a couple of times, like it's very easy to death spiral. There you go. Now that's going to be a good jump. There we go. So now you got it. Now if you just take this safe, you should be able to get through it.
I think she's good. Beautiful. And the crowd goes wild.
There you go. Yay.
Yay.
So just one more.
Last coin spin.
All right. That's looking good. I think she's got it. There it is. GG.
Yay.
Sub 16 for everybody.
GG's for all of the... Yeah, that was really good. GG's honestly, to all the runners.
That was excellent. Super fun.
It was very nice. But yeah, lots of Barbie games to learn to speedrun. Highly recommend it. Lots of guides and people here to help if you're interested. The Discord is always open. And check out the speedrun.com page to see examples of all of the games we have on there.
There's at least 50 of them.
We seem to, yeah, we keep seeming to find more somehow after all these years. So, and a new Barbie game just came out in 2024, so we're still figuring that one out. But yeah, congratulations to everyone.
Yeah, and yeah, thanks for your GDQ for allowing us to restream. It's definitely a privilege and an honor to do so. So I had a great time.
Yeah, it was really fun. I had a great time. And, you know, I stream Barbie sometimes. Yeah. So if you want to check me out, I speedrun some games. And I'm a Barbie collector. I have like 100 Barbie games at this point.
It's true.
So pretty wild.
It's quite the collection. I also have something of a collection as well. We're both kind of... That's how that goes.
Barbie nerds.
Dire merci parce qu'ils sont vraiment accueillants. Ils sont en train de faire le Restream actuellement. Donc il y a Sharif et Mens du côté de la GDQ.
But yeah, I mean, they're giving their shout-outs and just don't forget to donate, everyone. I hope anyone who donated for their runner, hope you
You're right.
I hope your prediction was correct. But if not, you still donated for a great cause. So exclamation point donate in chat. They all look so fabulous.
They look very good. They do.
Aww. And the clouds are so appropriate on the stage for this game as well.
Yeah, it's very ethereal.
Because of like the dream sequence.
Un gros bisou à toute la communauté LGBTQI+, du côté des États-Unis. Parce que toute la communauté LGBT est absolument merveilleuse et en ce moment, c'est pas facile de leur côté.
Pretty awesome.
Et il y a du Barbie pour tout le monde. Il y a des jeux d'équitation, des jeux de cuisine, des jeux d'espionnage, des jeux en 3D, en 2D sur Game Boy.
I like the sunglasses indoors as well. That's always a very...
I chose to do the same thing when I ran this for GDQ all those years ago. Yeah. It just something feels right. It's about the vibe, you know?
And it's even more impressive if you can... Like you're speed running with the sunglasses on. You're in.
He won
like
the race. He did it. It was all about the swag.
It's exactly. I love that Barbie shirt.
Yeah. That's a really good one. Yeah. Honestly, everyone's fits on point. That's all I gotta say.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean we've shown Barbie before at other GDQs and. The outfits are always something to see.
There's something about it that inspires fashion.
Yeah. Barbie and fashion just go hand in hand. Everybody's so fabulous. And yeah, I think we're wrapping up here. So, all right, enjoy the rest of the marathon, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Je regardais s'il n'y a pas des jeux rythmiques dans ce monde-là. Et la commu Barbie était au taquet au niveau des dons. Hein.
Ouais.
Parce qu'on en a eu, on en a eu beaucoup. On commence dans les épinglés. Vas-y, go.
On y va. On a l'Arcacan qui donne 100 €. Merci Speedon. On a Salade Tomate Oignon qui donne 115 €. Je vous kebab ceci avec une sauce blanche et harissa. Bisous aux runnereuses. Kebab mandu.
Et Tsuseika, trouvez-moi un personnage avec plus de charisme que Midona et on pourra ouvrir la discussion Twilight Princess et la réponse correcte à ce débat qui nous anime. Bisous, bien sûr, merci, c'était 20 € de Tsuseika. Ken qui nous donne 10 €. Can you feel the Kenergy?
On a 300 € de Flemmard qui nous dit merci aux runnereuses et médecins du monde.
Et puis José Bovin, 40 €, une Barbie Girl, une Barbie World à nouveau, Craft, 300 €. On avait Clémy Magic, 50 €, dédicace à mes poupées, les Ultra Mini.
Alors je sais plus ce qui arrive directement après, mais alors est-ce que c'était pas... On avait une incentive dessus, non? Si je ne dis pas de bêtises.
Sur ce qui arrive là, ouais, sur
WannaFest, où on avait l'incentive qui est vraiment... Il y a très peu d'écart. On est à 52% pour le floppy disk.
Ah oui, c'est ça.
À 47% pour Bananas. Alors, je ne sais pas si on peut encore donner le temps que le setup se fasse derrière, si on peut encore donner ce
que si, hein. Oui, c'est encore ouvert. Donc.
Mais vraiment, il y a très peu d'écart entre les deux. Donc, si jamais il y a la team des Bananas qui veut se réveiller, c'est les dernières minutes. C'est vraiment les dernières minutes pour WannaFest qui arrive vraiment juste après.
Cochez bien quand vous faites votre don sur l'incentive que vous voulez sélectionner. On a eu un don anonyme de 500 balles, c'était tout à l'heure. On a Nick qui a donné 100 balles qui nous dit « Here, Barbie, hi Ken, you want to go to speedrun? Sure, you can jump in. »
On a Emasculator qui donne 150 €. Grand bravo pour cet événement et pour tout ce talent et cette bonne humeur au service d'une grande cause. Et comme j'y connais rien en Zelda, j'ajouterais juste que le meilleur Mario, c'est Luigi. Je peux rien savoir.
Le troll jusqu'au bout, le troll originel. Migaouté a donné 10 € pour moi, Speedon et le speedrun. Si je devais résumer ma vie aujourd'hui avec vous, je dirais que c'est tout d'abord des rencontres, des gens qui m'ont tendu la main. Peut-être un moment où je ne pouvais pas, où j'étais seule chez moi. Et du coup, maintenant, je donne et j'achète.
On a 100 € de Briach qui nous dit Go girl, savoure les dons ici ou pas, gloire à Béboul.
Non, c'est lui.
Ça y est, ça a été adopté ce nom. C'est
Spignon, après c'était
On valide Béboul. J'ai l'impression que ça valide Béboul.
J'aimerais bien m'en donner.
Il a déjà
Béboul.
On a Quentin qui donne 50 € un petit don de la salle où l'ambiance est incroyable. Merci à toute l'organisation, commentateurs, ambianceurs et runners pour ce superbe événement. Ouais, achète et donne et bonne soirée à tous. Et on a toujours le t-shirt derrière qui est dispo sur speedrun.fr. Je vais réussir à le déplier.
Sur speedrun.fr, pas du tout. Non, absolument pas. Je te garantis que non. Speedon, bien sûr, .fr.
Sur speedon.fr.
Vous avez la commande qui est dans le chat. Et puis même, c'est épinglé même dans le chat. C'est plus
oui, puis j'imagine qu'il y a les petits panneaux en dessous du stream. Dispo en toutes les tailles, etc. Et la boutique ferme dimanche à minuit. Donc après, il n'y en aura plus. Et oui, peut-être que dimanche minuit, peut-être que la boutique sera un petit peu prise d'assaut, on ne sait pas.
Avec cette année, pour la première fois, livraison à l'international possible. Voilà, sachez-le. Et si vous voulez faire des commandes groupées avec Colissimo notamment, c'est possible en un seul colis.
Prêt à acheter pour les gens que vous connaissez, un petit cadeau par exemple.
Pourquoi en acheter un quand on peut acheter 400 t-shirts par exemple. Hein. Pompo, merci pour les 10 €, bourrez les dons et les bourdons. Ok. Star Fox pour les 10 €, un super event, super à suivre comme d'habitude. Bon courage à tous, un petit coucou au H1 qui est sûrement dans la salle. Un gros good luck pour demain, #achète.
Alors on a 10 € de Hélène qui nous dit Kelly dans la salle, un petit message pour t'annoncer que tu vas encore être papa. Alors Kelly,
c'est une première ça, Speedon. Il y en a eu des messages bizarres, mais alors celui-là...
Alors, je ne sais pas Kelly et Hélène, mais félicitations.
Félicitations. Je ne sais pas. Ils sont en train de mourir de honte, peut-être. Je ne sais pas. Ok.
Ils sont là-bas?
Je ne sais pas.
Je ne les vois pas.
Ah, si.
Ah, si, c'est là-bas. Félicitations, bravo.
Bravo, voilà. C'est bizarre de se dire que c'est annoncé là maintenant.
Eh ben, écoute, voilà, j'insiste à qu'elle fait annoncer.
C'est bien, hein.
Kenny va être papa.
Allez, on a Major qui nous donne 10 €, Spirit Tracks et ses musiques sous compter du bruit pour Spirit Tracks. D'ailleurs, collectif Résonance aussi, l'album, c'est un moyen de soutenir l'événement de façon un peu indirecte et de soutenir plein de musiciens. Ils font ça depuis le premier Speedon. Voilà, collectif Résonance, pareil, vous avez le lien dans le chat, vous pouvez donc acheter cet album. Pareil, je crois que c'est jusqu'à dimanche soir. Hein. L'argent après est mis à la toute fin dans la cagnotte.
Oui, ça c'est tout l'argent qui est collecté des t-shirts, du CD ou quoi, c'est mis à la fin de l'événement.
Dans ma poche, ouais.
Dans ta poche.
C'est ça.
C'est mis à la fin de l'événement, le dernier jour, au dernier moment.
Le résultat de l'inventive. C'est le moment où c'est clôturé.
Est-ce que c'est floppy disk ou est-ce que c'est bananas? Eh ben je pense, ou alors moi ça ne s'est pas actualisé, mais je pense que je vais faire un petit 5, mais je pense que Ça n'a pas bougé et je crois que le gagnant c'est Floppy Disk à 52% contre Bananas à 47%. Donc le choix du skin du bloc de sauvegarde sur Wanafest, ce sera Floppy Disk. Voilà, ce sera c'est vous qui avez décidé. À très peu d'écart.
Très peu d'écart. Et on a un fan de Marmelade qui a donné 10 €. Coucou à Gomarmelade qui est dans le public. Voilà, courage runner et bon Speedon à tous. Je crois même qu'elle a un stand, il me semble.
Ah oui.
Elle montre un peu ce qu'elle fait. Il me semble que j'avais compris ça, mais je dis peut-être des bêtises, comme d'habitude. Qui on a avant de rejoindre Senen sur scène pour Wanafest. Tao Sky, voilà, 10 € à l'instant. Merci pour l'événement, profitez bien. J'ai acheté. Eh bien, tu as bien fait.
Ah, on a passé le don, mais j'ai eu le temps de le lire. C'était Gaiji qui nous dit oui avec 300 €.
Désolé, c'est moi qui l'ai supprimé. Georges Abibil, cuitas les bananas. Hélas, les bananas ne sont.
Là, elles sont bien cuites.
Pour le coup, elles sont cuitas au vrai sens du terme. Hein. Tout à fait.
Evie qui donne 5 €. Je profite de ce don pour envoyer de la force à toutes les personnes LGBTQIA+ du monde. Le fascisme ne gagnera pas. Merci beaucoup, Evie, pour les 5 €.
On avait dit pas de politique.
J'étais partie dedans, j'allais pas m'arrêter, mais c'est pas politique, mais trop tard, j'ai lu.
La boulangerie qui a donné 100 €, merci. Fabs and Fast and Fab, elle est où? Voyons qu'il y a des trucs à jouer des couleurs là-bas. Là. Tu nous passes ton éventail après. Vas-y, passe-le.
On a 10 € de Zelda. Alors j'espère, n'hésitez pas à mettre, quand vous faites des dons, à mettre dans les incentives directement. Peut-être que les 10 € de Zelda ont été mis dans quel est le meilleur Zelda? On ne sait pas. 10 € de Anonyme aussi, 10 € de Seigneur Guérande. Speedon nous accompagne dans l'attente de mon premier enfant. On espère qu'il va speedrun l'accouchement. On espère aussi à vous aussi. OP05, c'est H qui donne 10 €. Satar qui donne 5 €. Merci à Cam d'avoir dédicacé son prof. Je suis le prof en question, je suis dans la salle juste derrière les casteurs et j'étais partie appeler ma femme pour lui dire donne.
C'est bien parce que
l'animation.
Je voyais son éventail au loin, je me suis dit, ça va être un petit éventail sympa, discret et tout. Voilà, c'est genre nous, ça, quand elle veut faire la teuf, là, voilà. Merci, en plus, ça fait du vent, c'est bien. Les belles couleurs, tout à fait. Allez, Vateur, 10 balles, psychothérapeute du monde, voilà, 10 € pour les anxiolytiques et la première séance de Barbie. Très bon.
On a Tristan qui nous donne 5 €, dédicace à Cédric Le Ronchon.
Ah,
bon alors Cédric.
T'es pas content?
Je crois que je suis pas content.
C'est Barbie qui t'a chafouinisé?
Peut-être qu'il sera plus content puisque la run d'après est prête.
Ah, parfait.
On va lancer tout de suite, le setup est prêt. C'est Wanafest qui arrive tout de suite en 0,5%. Et c'est y part, c'est maintenant, tout de suite, là.
Salut Speedon. Bonjour. Comment ça va bien?
Ça va bien.
Oni, ça fait longtemps qu'on n'a pas vu.
C'est vrai que ça fait longtemps qu'on m'a pas vu, on m'a jamais vu ici en fait. Ah non, j'étais dans le public, j'étais dans vos rêves et les espoirs les plus fous, mais effectivement, j'étais pas encore sur scène.
Effectivement. Et nous sommes avec Senen qui va runner du coup Wanafest 22, un jeu que très probablement vous n'avez sans doute jamais entendu parler.
Oui.
Mais ne vous en faites pas, il y aura beaucoup de choses à dire dessus. Et vous allez forcément reconnaître des choses. C'est surtout ça qui est important. Bonsoir.
Ah, bonsoir.
Bonsoir Senen. Senen, tu connais un petit peu, tu es déjà passé en marathon 2-3 fois.
Hello. Welcome back to our next run of the event. I am Walsk, and with me we have Ada Tree.
You can call me that. You can also call me a tea tree, and you can call yourself welcome to SpeeDon 5 and the English Restream on Games Done Quick. This is Wanafest 22 with Senen. Well, tell us a little bit about Wanafest.
So I am the record holder of the game, so I have an amount of knowledge about this game, which is why I'm here to commentate today. But this game was made for an event called Fan Game Marathon, which is a marathon like this, but for fan communities, like mods or fan games or whatever, for tons of different games. So this was made as one of the games to be blind played during that.
This game, you said, a ton of different games. And that's a very apt way to describe this game. As you see, we are now playing Goemon 2. So this is kind of the most straightforward of the levels we'll see today. This really is standard platforming, very much like we would have in a Super Nintendo era game, but using the physics of I Want to Be the Guy in similar games. You have that high, relatively short jump. You're going to see a lot of the I Want to Be the Guy style resets. Death is very quick and inexpensive time-wise. It'll happen a lot because everything you're doing is very precise and tailored to the movement of the engine as much as everything else is still super faithful to the original game.
Yeah, like how in a lot of games, one death is super costly. In this, you expect to die, I don't know, maybe 50 plus times in a run just because of how quick they are and how not impactful they are.
Yeah, and especially with those checkpoint save, the discs we have that effectively act checkpoints. Seinen may in fact be intentionally saving and resetting at points to get better cycles for certain things. That's the kind of thing that he'll have to make on-the-fly decisions as he goes.
So this first stage is Goemon, and Goemon is an old Japanese game with. It's a relatively simple platformer. It does have some wacky stuff that you'll see a bit later, but this game takes various mechanics from the games that it references and then adapts them to this engine. So you can see there's a rat car you ride around in, and there's additional mechanics where if you pick up one of the cats that's sitting around, you'll see cats just drop from random enemies.
Yes, the Maneki Neko is both good and ill fortune, depending on how lucky you're feeling.
Yeah, so they actually, they have kind of a set randomness-ish to them in how they spawn, and they will kill you if you touch them. But this game, the whole point of it was originally, rather than speedrunning it for Fangame Marathon, people were trying to compete for score while going through. So a lot of things in this are actually designed around getting points and getting score. So,
okay, and I know that does affect your ending.
Yes,
you want to talk about that now or when we get there?
There are a handful of different endings. Some of them you can get from just a regular playthrough. Some of them you can't. So one of them requires you to do a special mode where you can only die, or you only have one save for each stage. That one's pretty rough. But yeah, there are tons of different ways to get score. And you can see all the treasure chests around you can collect, but also if you pick up one of the cats that drops with your rat car, you'll get points from that, which is reminiscent from the original version of the game.
Yeah, English-speaking audiences may be familiar with Mystical Ninja starring Goemon, the N64 title, but there was a whole series, and unfortunately we got relatively few of them. We got a ride-along section here with the dragon peeking out of the water. Some of the jumps have gotten more precise over time. I particularly like the section where you had to be patient enough to wait for the platform to actually drop to be able to use it.
Yeah, and at the end there, you could see he kind of went off the screen a bit. You actually don't die when you leave the screen, so you can do a faster strat to just leave early. You can leave even earlier than that, but in a marathon setting, it's pretty risky and not necessarily that worth it for the few seconds you would get. So you could see Seinen took a pretty safe one, but still was going off the screen at the end. So Goemon is 3 sections. We're into the 3rd one. And after this, we'll have the boss where things will start to get a bit more strange. Because right now it's more or less just standard platforming with enemies.
Ooh, good recovery.
Yeah. So platforms in I Want to Be the Guy fan games can be kind of strange and upsetting in that they will pull you with them. So what happened there is he tried to jump underneath and the platform touched him from above and it ended up pulling him downwards. So
interesting. So you kind of inherit the platform's momentum rather than...
Yeah, okay. Exactly. All right, so there's something there that you can use it to punch enemies, but it's slower than just running ahead and slower for fighting the boss too.
This is not Mega Man X. We do not need our ride suits. This boss is exactly from Goemon 2. If you go check the game out on YouTube, you will see this fight. You just don't have the gun there. And so is this one, for that matter. Now you see how far afield of what you might expect from a typical I Want to Be the Guy style game that WannaFest 22 is going to get into. We do have a specific rotation that we're looking to use each time we get the ability to attack the boss, which, if I remember right, is 2 lights and a heavy, yes?
So that's one thing that I was going to mention is no, actually, because 2 lights and a heavy was what people did when I first started running the game and what I knew about, because it allows you to do the maximum amount of damage. But a heavy punch sends him backwards pretty far.
Like we just saw. Yeah.
So what Senen has learned, and apparently something that another runner was already doing that I didn't know about, was if you do 3 light punches, it allows you to actually keep him nearby.
Screen. We did see that.
And saves you overall about 13 seconds over the optimal strat with a light heavy. All right, so that is stage 1. You can see there are all the stages, so there are 7 stages total, so that is 1/7 the way through, and things will get a little bit more wacky as we go on.
So yeah, this is Wario Land 4. Or rather, this is I Want to Be the Guy playing Wario Land 4. We no longer have the ability to shoot, we now have Wario's shoulder tackle.
And you can turn into a ball, and there are tons of other transformations, just like you would expect in Wario. So you can turn into a zombie, you can turn into a bat. We'll see all of those along the way.
Yeah, all of the translation, all of the transformations were faithfully brought over into this engine. They work essentially the same way. I cannot stress enough how much of a labor of love this game and how faithfully it recreates its inspirations must be. You know, something like this, or like the zombie transformation we'll see in a little bit, where you can fall through platforms. You can kind of wrap your mind around how that would work in terms of like trying to program it for yourself. The Goemon boss fight in the last level was also basically like reverse engineered to understand how to make it work and then recreate it in this game.
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
The devs actually had an issue with the boss early on, and I reported a bug, and they actually weren't even sure how to fix it because the code was too faithful, so they actually had to do some like looking into to figure out how to make the bug not a problem anymore.
I love stories like that. They basically just kit bashed the original code from the game into their engine.
All right, so you can see there's a whole bunch of gems along the way, like the big blue gems and pink gems, and those ones will get you a ton of points, but again, because this is just an any % run, you don't have to worry about those. The goal is just get through as fast as possible, as you would expect from a speed run. But 2 of the other categories you can do. Oh, nice. So Senen on the way through hit those big blocks, and that's something that I like doing because later on you're going to be coming back through here, and if you fall down, it's faster to just destroy those ahead of time and not waste any time than it is to deal with it later if you happen to mess up.
Good setup. Yeah, and unfortunately, as you saw, Senen had to avoid those red bats because while some of the bats will turn you into a vampire bat yourself, the red bats just do damage. And as you see, despite the fact that the Wario Land UI has been faithfully recreated, you do only have the 1 health point, same as always.
Which, I mean, technically speaking, a lot of Wario games, you probably only have 1 health point as well. You just,
yeah, I mean, right, I was going to say, Wario's thing is that he doesn't take damage, so the health points don't matter. It's whose line is it anyways rules.
All right, so here we have a funny little joke. You can see Wario comes down, and it has Metroid music. And that is a reference to the fact that apparently Wario Land 4 and Metroid Fusion were actually made in the same engine.
Yes, exactly correct. So Wario is serving as the SAX for that portion of the stage.
So the devs just wanted to do a funny little nod to that. All right, so that is the first bit of the stage. We're going into the boss. This is the 2nd most technical boss in the run. So this is Cat Bat, and it's got 2 sections to it. So part 1, you can see it has the thing on its head. You dash and you double jump, and you have to hit the head at the top.
Those double jumps are surprisingly precise, especially to get back over underneath the boss to get the next cycle set up before he starts spitting out the enemies.
Yeah, so by standing underneath the boss, you can force it to do 2 big rocks in a row. And the 2 big rocks are necessary if you want to do a fast strat. So normally, like a casual playthrough will not look anything like this. And now in the second section, you need to turn around before ground pounding the head, which will send you to the right so you can keep it going. And you want to jump high to get the second rock to spawn. And that was a flawless boss. Damn.
That was
extremely good. Extremely, extremely good. I cannot stress how hard that one is to do consistently.
And of course, we have our Wario Land escape sequence.
Yep. So things get a little hectic, and you can see he actually hit the exclamation mark there, the second one, which actually sets something up for later. But it's just going to be optimizing dashes and remembering cycles to get back through as you backtrack through everything else. And I'll point out those 2 things that were set up from earlier once we get there.
I do want to remind everybody while we have a second that SpeeDons is raising money for Doctors of the World, or Médecine du Monde. If you want more information or you want to help donate to the cause, you can use !donate in the GDQ chat.
So that room that he just went through, if you had fallen down, that would have been where he set up the blocks from earlier, and that right there was where he set up the exclamation marks from earlier. So the exclamation mark one saves, like, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 seconds. It's not significant, but it isn't any more effort to do. And then the safe strat will just save you if you happen to mess up, which he did not. So that is going to be the end of the Wario Land 4 stage. We are 2 stages down.
All right, chat. What do you want to guess is coming up next? Unless you've seen the run before, I guarantee you won't get it.
Yeah, just try to think of all the 2D platformers you know, and then like old 2D platformers you like. Or what about an old 3D platformer?
This is Klonoa. First thing to know about this, the first thing that I wanted to mention anyway, is that a bunch of these assets for Klonoa were made in MS Paint by the devs because they didn't have good references and they just decided to remake them. Which is
so Kosaku is an extremely talented artist from Brazil. Several of the makers involved with the team, the Cherry Treehouse, are actually from Brazil. But Kosaku is quite talented at using MS Paint, because when you don't have the money to buy a better program, you go with what you have. So he uses various versions of MS Paint to create like the sprite of the kid and other things that you'll see throughout the run. Some of them are extremely impressive. So Klonoa, the way that it works is instead of having a gun, you have like a grab ability, and it lets you grab an item and inflate it, and then you can use that item or that enemy to throw it to give you an upwards push, or throw it as a projectile. So you have 5 different directions. You can do left, right, forward, back, and down if you jump to drop it. And it's going to be about optimizing it and throwing the enemies in specific ways to get around. And you'll actually see a few little minor sequence breaks by taking advantage of the 3D environments that we're in.
We're gonna kind of cross over our path at one point to skip some sections.
Yep. So I'd like to make everyone aware that this game is made in Game Maker. Wanafest is entirely done in Game Maker. Here's a little cross, by the way.
There it is. Yeah, I thought we were going to get to that at some point, but I figured I'd let you bring it up naturally.
Actually, I'll hold off on that because I do want to mention this next room has a pretty cool strat. So normally there's like a not a solid side scroller, an auto scroller. When you go over to the right side, you have to wait for the enemies to go around. But we're not going to do that because we can just jump around the whole screen and not have to wait for the auto scroller. So yeah, this game was made in Game Maker, except it wasn't. So Game Maker 8.1 is an extremely old program. Then we've had Studio and Studio 2 since then. And there are a whole handful of I Want to Be the Guy fan game makers who still use Game Maker 8 because of how it feels and the resources that are available.
That's a move.
But the team behind this game decided that they wanted to remake Game Maker from scratch, and instead of making Game Maker 8.1, they have a Game Maker 8.2 that it's entirely designed for making these games more cleanly.
Well, yeah, because that's more than 8.1, so it's better. On to our boss for this segment.
So this is Gelg. You could see he went for a really early hit. You can grab an enemy and then immediately run over to the left, and that saves you just a little bit of time over what you would normally do. There is a much faster strat for everything in this boss, where if you do it optimally, it saves something like 20-25 seconds, I want to say. But even just skipping that first hit saves like 5 seconds on its own. So he's not going to be going for the really, really complex strat, which is perfectly
that involves
reasonable.
Staying on the far side of the boss, right? And making it come back at you.
Yeah, so the general explanation for it is you combine having two enemies together, and then based on the direction you hit the enemy, it'll run away from you. So you need to like manage your position in relation to the boss, as well as stacking up the enemies together, as well as pixel perfect positioning to make it so you can control the boss exactly as you wanted and make it so you can skip these big seed phases that take a long time.
That's a lot for a marathon environment. I know you went for it when you ran this at SGDQ 2024 and were sweating it the whole time.
Yeah, and I am the only runner who even is able to do this strat, so I would not expect someone else to do it out in a
The
bat.
three of you in the room who successfully guessed Klonoa for the last one. Well, the secret's already out, but yeah, no one was going to guess this was coming up next on a blind play.
So this one's a little bit different.
This is Parappa. It works exactly like Parappa. You could even cheese it like Parappa by using extra inputs.
Yeah, so it does have freestyling, which we'll see how much Sen decides to do freestyling. But the way that it works is it's a rhythm game, as you can see. He will tell you movements to do. You follow in the timing, and then you can freestyle as much as you want alongside that.
Does it also have the cool mode where the instructions disappear, or?
It does not, no. But, so one thing of note is
honestly, the funniest place in the game to take a death.
Yeah, so you can tell if you've messed up, because normally it gives you like a I don't know how to describe the sound, but it's like a good record scratch kind of sound.
Right. You'll also see you'll also see your health or your status in the bottom right start flashing if you're in trouble.
You know, didn't notice that ever.
Got it. So yeah, no. In the base game of Parappa, you actually have 4 different statuses. You have 4 okay, good, and cool. So when you go, each time you're in between 2 states, you're flashing. So good to cool technically has a flash in between, but that makes sense. They'd only keep the good, not so good, and out.
Okay. Yeah, no, I see it. Yeah, so you can tell when you've messed up by the records or by the bad sound effect, and if you mess up twice in a row, then that's when you actually die.
That's the cherry. You know, like they said in the very famous FAQ about fan games, it's more like a big cherry than an apple.
Yeah, it's a long-standing joke within the I Want to Be the Guy community about whether it's an apple or a cherry, because some people think it looks like one, other people think it looks like another thing, and Kayan has not exactly confirmed any direction, but said that he thinks they look more like giant cherries.
Right. I mean, there's a reason the devs of this game call themselves Cherry Treehouse.
Yeah. So to mention Kayan really quickly, Kayan is actually the original voice actor for the guy, who in this game is the. I guess I haven't explained the story of this game. You're on a game show with the man, and you're trying to get a high score. And that's to win a car. So the man is voiced by Kayan, who is the voice of the original guy, and the voice of the original kid was Paul, Kayan's friend, and they actually got the both of them. The dev team for this game got the both of them to come back after however long it's been since I Want to Be the Guy released in 2007,
The same
to
team,
come do
Cherry
voices
Treehouse,
again.
did also do an I Want to Be the Guy remaster at one point, right?
Yes, and they went to Kayan for like his own input on things. So, all right, so we're gonna take a
back to
minor
our bread and butter,
step
some more
down.
platforming.
Yeah, minor step down in wackiness, but still.
No, this is the
usual.
wackiest of workbenches. No, this you gotta imagine if we had wacky workbench in here. Metallic Madness is enough.
So we don't have a charge up kind of attack like you'll see in a lot of Sonic games, but we do still have standard jump, double jump, and it's cycle based with enemies, collecting rings for score, of course. Gonna do a fast strat here, which is really slick if you can do that one.
Yeah, you'll quite possibly see a lot more restarts in this segment because everything is cycle based and because you're still working on a Sonic level or something akin to a Sonic level with these I Want to Be the Guy physics. Remember, you have the high jump and you don't go very far forward when you jump, so everything has to be made in account of that.
This is one of the hardest stages in a speedrun because of the fact that if you mess up any cycles, like if you die when you're not supposed to, you're wasting a whole bunch of time trying to wait for the next cycle. But if you reset at specific points, then you're actually saving a ton of time overall.
Right. As mentioned in chat, again, the whole idea of the labor of love, they also emulated the like sprite flicker as things come in. All right.
So he's
trying to create a good future here.
He's just showing off a funny trap there. So basically, it's got Mecha Sonic kicking a sheep, and if you destroy the hologram to, I don't know, save the future or whatever it is you're doing, then all of the sheep just attack you for some reason.
Yep, that's the good future. You are destroyed by mechanical sheep.
So these little things, these walkie bits, basically once one of them hits the floor, the one in the back will start walking, but you need to be standing on it to activate it. You may know a lot of these mechanics from Sonic directly, and of course just adapted to be in Game Maker in the I Want to Be the Guy engine.
Again, just a reminder, this is Game Maker. This is still like the main I Want to Be the Guy engine.
All right, so here you have blocks that will fall down. He's kind of doing this suboptimally, if I'm being honest, because they actually spawn at the top of the screen, and by jumping up to try to see where they're going to spawn, you're actually not helping yourself at all, and all you're doing is making them take longer to spawn.
Got it. So they spawn at the top of your perspective at the time they're slated to spawn. That makes sense.
Yes. So that's something I didn't know for a while, so it's understandable to not understand that. Yeah, so this is Dot Kid. The explanation for that is you are a dot.
Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I was going to ask if there was anything we needed to know about that.
Yeah, so you're avoiding things. Now you're a dot, which means you can do more precise things like this little jump through there. Oh,
nice.
Interesting. He's on an older version of the game.
That's no longer possible, I take it.
It is. It's just, there was something I requested when I was first going to be running this game for GDQ, which was that it was really hard to see the gap between the spikes there. So they added a small background that makes it visibly more obvious.
That's funny.
Yeah, so he's on a slightly older version of the game. Interesting. So now we're into the banger part. The music goes off here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, whatever you feel about the gameplay of Sonic CD, and I know some people aren't into it compared to a lot of the other 2D era Sonic games, or the classic era Sonic games, the music absolutely goes ridiculous, whether you are listening to the US or JP soundtracks. I'm partial to Japanese
Sonic
myself,
in general, just Sonic games have such good music overall.
Very true.
Especially Sonic Chronicles.
You know, it might have had one at one point if you believe the story that what happened is they lost most of the soundtrack shortly before they were intended to go gold.
I actually hadn't heard that story. That's unfortunate.
I don't know if we'll ever know if that one's true or not, but it makes a compelling story to explain what happened. But
right, so
this is not a BioWare game. This is a fan game, and they weren't constrained in the same way by time, except to the extent that they wanted to get this out specifically for Fan Game Marathon. So.
Yeah, they made this whole game in something like I think it was like 3 months.
That is incredible. Genuinely.
They're a terrifying bunch of people. All right, so that is the Sonic stage. So it had the 2 acts, but now we're into the boss fight. So this one, you'll notice like every single boss fight is kind of different in how it works, and this one's just a race. So you're going to ideally just keep moving right and never slow down. And there are a whole bunch of different ways you can do this, because basically when you jump off of a slanted platform, you will boost up, and you can use that to get to higher areas to avoid Mecha Sonic. But a whole bunch of people will still like have specific strats where they stay down below. But Sen is someone else who really likes going over the top, which is how I've always done it, because it always felt safer to me.
No, that makes sense. The less it's those platforms are basically just free passes to get through another section of the level. I can completely see why you'd want to take that path.
And this is the ending, and at the final bit, you will save your girlfriend for the game.
So whereas Sonic has Amy, who do we have? Oh, it's Hatsune
Miku. Let's give it up for Miku.
The fan game community and the internet at large does love Hatsune Miku. So, if y'all have been watching for a little while, you might have noticed that there was some really amazing Super Monkey Ball earlier, and a lot of people in chat were saying they wanted more Monkey Ball. So we present to you more Monkey Ball.
Yeah, so now, once again, reverse engineered Monkey Ball to put it into Game Maker, except instead of being a 3D game, now it's a 2D 3D platformer. As like with the original Monkey Ball games, it has some crazy strats that are based on like pause buffering. It has like bumps. It has like I don't know. It has like hold right strats. The perspective is
different, but many of the strats are viable in the same kind of way. You can do pause buffering. You can carry your momentum across platforms, as we may see Sen do in some of these.
All right, that is actually one of the hardest levels to do consistently. So that's one that he specifically said he's afraid of. So good to know that went well.
And while I hope we don't see it, I am also pretty certain it's possible to get party balled. Or at least just bounce off at the top of the party ball platform.
So like with Monkey Ball original games, they have bonus levels, and bonus levels you just skip by leaving because the whole point is there for points, and since we're not going for points, we just don't have to fight, we don't have to play them. This one's called Full Tilt. The whole idea is that you just hold right the whole time. You can see he didn't do that because it's faster to not do that. Now this level he's going to try for a single frame pause buffer, which he got. And now he can hold left, it'll launch him to the side, and with the right timing, not quite. So this is a really, really cool pause buffer strat. He was 1 frame early on it. You're looking for a 22 for the milliseconds, and that'll allow you to go through the goal in a specific way. He said he was going to try for this. We'll see. We'll hope that it goes well. We'll see how long he's going to go for it for, but it's definitely one of the coolest strats in the whole stage. Looks like he's given up. Oh, one more try. The crowd wants it.
You got this. 22.
Okay. Whee! Nice.
Excellent.
It always looks really cool when you get it. All right, and this one's really basic. So, so as you can see, it works surprisingly well as a platformer with Monkey Ball, but one thing to note is there are blue goals and green goals. So the Inchworms level that he was just doing the weird strat on was going for the green goal. And if you know Monkey Ball, green goals will actually let you skip a level ahead. So there are more levels that you just don't get to see because obviously speedrun, you're not going to want to do the blue goals if it makes you do an extra level. So we're skipping through extra levels. Again, a bonus level you don't have to play. And Seesaws is actually one of the hardest ones strat-wise to like optimize because you need to pull the seesaw over to one side and then go the other direction. And doing it optimally, you can do it right around like 21 seconds. But it's so difficult to actually do. All right, we'll see if he goes for the fast strat and momentum.
That was an 18 and it felt quite clean.
Yeah. Not quite.
Just a little bonk.
So momentum, you can actually do it just a teensy bit faster and save like 2 cycles there, but that one's also really precise. And if you do it too quickly, it's also bad. So you need to do it like just fast enough.
Almost like you need to make sure your momentum is correct. I see.
Ooh, nice. That one, conveyors, is also really tough to do the fast strat consistently. So that was a good one. Here you're going to look for about a 28-30, and then you can hold right, and that'll let you get through all that. Oh man. He was trying to go over there, but ultimately what you want to do is not die in that stage because it's an upsetting one to deal with.
I imagine, despite, I don't know, here, if you have something for this one, by all means.
I do indeed. So this one, you're looking for specific pause buffer timing. So every single 2-second mark, you'll lose an extra single frame. So basically you're looking for like a 58-64 or a 56-62 all the way down, and then that'll allow you just hold right. So every single time you're subtracting 2 seconds and adding 1 frame, and that'll allow you to just skip the whole level.
Nice. All right, another very conservation of momentum-based level. We need to try to have just the right angle to basically keep the same speed going through each dip. Too high, and you'll come down potentially at a bad angle, hit an edge, not make it over. Too low, and you'll also kind of bonk as you're going through each dip. That was pretty nice.
Which actually, bonking is a good thing because it means that you're limiting your height more. So if you get really precise bonks, then it allows you to just push yourself forward more to save a little bit of time. So right here we have the classic URL stage. As you can see, it is the marathon as mentioned before for games like this, but also, you know, fan games of other games like
it would
Monkey
be a cool
Ball.
Twitch channel to subscribe to.
Ah, so true. Okay, Bumpy Ride. This is the actual hardest strat in this stage. Looks like he's going for pause buffers. Oh, close. So that little star down there is actually made for decoration more than anything. The dev just wanted to add it because it looks nice, and yeah, it allows you to do one of the toughest strats in the stage and skip going to the right side. So what he's looking for is a little bit after the banana, you hold right, and if you actually, based on how far you get, you can look for different ways to bounce off of the tip or on the edge to get around the goal.
Yeah, we're trying to let that light blue gear push us down into the goal.
No, we're avoiding the light blue gear.
Oh, okay, that's the problem then. Got it.
Yes.
And the crowd behind Zenon, we want to see this happen.
He said if he can't get it, he'll just go all the way to the right side, do somewhat the standard strat, but then avoid going around the right side of an arrow and then go around the left side, which is slightly faster. We'll see if he can make this work. Like I said, it is very hard. Nah, I think he's gonna give up. Oof. It is the way things go sometimes. You can't expect all the hard strats to work out, especially in a marathon.
How cleanly Catbat went and a few other things.
For sure. So here normally you'd go around the right side, but he's just gonna bump around to the left just to save a tiny bit of time.
Almost got party balled over the top anyways. That would have been tragic. Shout outs to Sega AM2. And also the Cherry Treehouse.
Yeah, this is Created By, which is another kind of classic stage, which normally does not say Cherry Treehouse, but obviously, you know, that's who made this game. All right, so Love Trap is a reference to an I Want to Be the Guy fan game known as I Want to Be the Love Trap, which has a giant kid that shoots water and big bullets, and you can actually look at the mini-map there because the bullet pattern is kind of random, so you want to make sure the fourth bullet that's shot is water, and that'll allow you to actually do the strat the most optimal way. All right, final stage is Gunstar Heroes.
Heck yeah. If you're gonna give a kid a gun, you better put him in a game that works well with guns, and Gunstar Heroes is absolutely one of them.
I know a lot of huge Gunstar Hero fans that were kind of freaking out when this stage was added. I had never played it before. So this stage has 4 different power-ups in addition to your default gun. Most of the time we're going to be using this fireball one, but we will actually make use of 3 of the 4. One of them is somewhat useful for specific sections that we aren't actually doing in the run. But we'll use this flame thing, and the way that it works is the more of the flame that's touching the thing you want to kill, the more damage it's doing. So it's not just at the tip, it's throughout the whole thing. So we're on a game board, and we're rolling dice.
Tower, let's go.
And so time run is one of the reasons why you really want the fire. You're jumping at him to do a whole bunch of extra damage to kill faster.
And all those hitboxes stack for damage.
Exactly. So in this dice section, you'll see in the top right there's a timer, and you're actually using that timer to figure out when you want to shoot the dice. So the optimal pattern to get is a 3-3-1, 3-3-3, and you can see he already has 2 3s, and that's because he's shooting it mod 3 with the seconds and the timer in the right. So you're looking for a 1, 4, or a 7 will give you a 1. A 2, 5, 8 will give you a 2. A 3, 6, 9 will give you a 3, and then a 0 is actually random. So it'll give you one of the 3 at random if you feel like doing that.
And if that made your brain hurt, Chad, we'll try to abstain from further math, but unfortunately the math and the mod slash leftovers was necessary to describe the timer strats here.
So you can see he's looking for a 6 right now because he wants the 3. And that'll take you in an item room. Over on the left side, you'll see there's like a heaven thing, which is a bit of a joke in that if you try to go to heaven, you just die. All right, now we want another 3, so he's going to shoot it on another 6. And the reason why this is the most optimal pattern isn't just because of moving the max amount of spaces, but also because of the encounters being fully set for each specific space. And some of the spaces are a lot faster than other ones. So there are other like kind of fast patterns, but this one just happens to be the fastest with the things that you end up getting along the way. So this is a reference to an I Want to Be the Guy fan game known as I Want to Kill the Camellia. That's not the name of it. I Want to Kill the Camellia 3. That is known as Secret 5, which is a extremely brutal and grueling platforming segment where you go back and forth. I believe it's 9 times in total as it gets harder and harder along the way. While this can be, done by basically anyone in not much time, the original one would take even someone experienced, probably like minimum 50 hours. So this is slightly easier, and it is unfortunate to die late into it, but it's the way that it goes. Long segments of platforming where one mistake will kill you immediately. And then once we're through this, we just need one more 3 to get to the item room. And then after that, we can roll either a 2 or a 3. And you'll see that there's a space called the way back, which will actually send you all the way back to the start of the board. So one thing I like doing is I actually will put myself and roll it on a 0. Nice. He's out of there. I'll actually roll it on a 0 just to have the randomness of there's a 1/3 chance of just killing the run for no reason. If I'm actually on a good run, I won't do it, but sometimes it's just fun to risk it. All right, so the final item room, and then we're going to have one last section before we get to the boss of Gunstar Heroes, which it's the hardest boss casually, probably, excluding the final boss. Oh, rolled a 9, which is another reference to I Want to Kill You Camellia 3. This is called a 9 jump because of that game. We'll see if he can manage to do it. It's like double frame perfect. Not quite. He did actually get the right first jump height, but was a little too far to the left to actually do the jump. All right, so one last section. We've got the fireballs, and we are going to be grabbing this time. Actually, no, we stick with the fireballs for this boss, but we will be using the green arrow attack kind of thing for the second phase, which you could use here, but it's a little bit slower. And ideally, the more damage you're doing, the less you're dealing with the boss. So this is Smash Daisaku.
Yeah, Seeker is nice for like casual play of Gunstar Heroes, and probably also for first play of this, but we're just using our straight ahead.
Yeah, and one thing that a lot of people ask is if you can mix power-ups, and you cannot. So you can't like use this one along with homing. You can only use one of them.
Yeah, Flame Tracer, which makes shots like what Smash Daisaku is using, was one of my favorite in the original game.
I should really play the original. I feel like I'm missing out.
You definitely should.
So as mentioned, this boss is extremely hard casually. It's still scary even for a speed run, because he will just jump around randomly, and if he's near you, you're probably going to die. So you got to hope that he doesn't jump near you. If he jumps when he's close to you, you're basically just dead. So you want to stay as far as possible while also optimizing your damage so that he gets to attack for the least amount of time possible. And then you have this section with the robots that'll shoot. Oof. And after the robots, then he actually has powered up versions of every attack. So now he'll start throwing like double bombs and start messing with his patterns a little bit. And once you're through that, you're done. Seeming to get a nice pattern so far. Aiming up is one of my favorite attacks because you can basically just get rid of him before he even has a chance to shoot. All right, so we're into section 2 as mentioned. You can do 400 damage per cycle. So now we have 200 left, so we have to do half a cycle of damage. And there you go, there's phase 1 done. So now you will get a save, and you'll also get a free homing shot, which the original version of the game did not give you the free homing shot. Which was unfortunate because homing shot is the only thing you want for phase 2. So some people would do phase 1 with homing just to make phase 2 more doable. But with this, you'll kind of aim your shot. So even though it's homing, you can kind of point where the gun is. So you'll see he like turns to the left when he's on the left and aims up and down along the way because it just optimizes a little bit more. He flies around, shoots some bombs, and once he reaches 0 HP, he'll say, "I never die," and charge at you. And that is Gunstar Heroes.
All right. So, I don't know. I feel like we've had a lot of different variety now, and maybe I'm done with other games. How about we just get back to some good classic I Want to Be the Guy style action? Does that sound good?
Yeah, so basically what happens here is you say, all right, you're done with all of the stages. Congratulations, you did well enough to win a car. Come meet me backstage. But uh-oh, backstage is actually secretly a castle of horrible times and things that kill you. What? You didn't actually win the car? That's crazy. And now
you still could. You just have to survive your way to it, right?
Yeah, you're right. My bad. You just need to go sign the paperwork.
Exactly.
So
and probably also avoid the searchlight.
Yes. So every previous stage had a ton of references, just like or not, hold on, let me rephrase that. Every single previous stage was one main reference.
Right.
And
this
now,
oops, all references.
yeah, every single screen will have one, maybe even two references in it. So this is Cubert. The blocks are blue. You want to jump on them to turn them yellow. The snake is just the worst, but it used to be even worse. And you want to kind of hope for good RNG as you go through this.
Yeah, there's a specific pattern because otherwise, as you've seen, if Sen crosses over himself, that that section has to be stepped on again, and you have to do another platform in between those.
Yeah,
so your pathing can get kind of complicated.
They do have some logic to make sure that if you are nearby where the red ones would spawn, it can't actually spawn where you are. Nice. But it's still a scary one. All right, that is Cubert. So now we've got Opa Opa from Yakuza.
Welcome to the Fantasy Zone, or the Yakuza Zone.
Yeah, exclusively from Yakuza and nothing else.
You mean like a dragon?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure.
So this is a bullet hell section. You can just hold shoot and it'll keep shooting. Or you're actually able to mash if you can mash faster than it to deal extra damage. A lot of the enemies you don't have to kill. Some of them you do because they'll just stay on the screen rather than leaving. And then you got a tiny little mini boss. So you can hear he's actually mashing. And that's to do just a bit of extra damage to try to kill this. You're shooting through the bigger circles to hit the smaller circles inside while dodging all the dots from above. And that's GG for that. Now we've got some weird pizza-shaped creature that I've never seen before. And you're collecting fruit while going through this whole path.
Yeah, Inky, Blinky, Pinky, and Clyde's AI here was recreated in line with the original Pacman, is my understanding here. Which is to say that some of them will try to go as far away from you as they can and then come back. Some of them will directly trail the kid, etc. Also, Pacman's here, and that's terrifying.
They did actually modify the AI a little bit, so it does have the original way that they work with an additional bit of... they added ways to make it like go to their corners and like track you specifically and stuff because it was too easy just with using their original AI, so they had to add additional bits to like make it actually feel right.
If you've ever played Sheriff, I'm impressed. That's a 1979 Nintendo game, and that was Sheriff, plus that one extra bullet. This is Bubsy, and what could possibly go wrong? Oh, so well, a few things, I guess.
Bubsy has got a crash screen for Game Maker, a reference to the original I Want to Be the Guy, which actually this whole stage is kind of a reference to the original I Want to Be the Guy, where you go through the man's castle. A lot of these kind of hit similar beats in that there's like a maze, and that's where the Pac-Man section is. And then you've got like a fake crash section, which is where Bubsy is.
All right. And then Game Maker error successfully ignored.
So you could see he was like kind of struggling to get up that part, and it's like, why not just jump higher? It's because that orange arrow will actually launch you straight at the spike wall on the next screen, so he was being really careful of that one.
Oh dear.
And now we have the final tower before we get to the guy, or I guess in this case, the man. So this is very faithful to the original, to a point where there's a gap up top that most modern games would make it 16 pixels wide, but the very original I Want to Be the Guy, it was 17 pixels wide.
Oh, of course, so, this is 17 pixels.
Yeah, I had to make sure that one's 17 pixels wide.
It's the authenticity, it's the little details.
It is a long section, unfortunately, and it will speed up over time and get a bit harder as it goes on. That one section where you just died is basically the one section you really have to worry about, because you kind of want to optimize your movement a little bit to get past these spikes. And then there's the, of course, 17 pixel gap, which can be pretty scary, which you'll see in a second. And there it is. Ooh, he was too far to the right, then too far to the left, and then managed to save it right in time. That was scary. And, oh!
Of course.
So final save point is fake, just like the original. Except it won't try to kill you, it just dies.
Wait, the man was actually the guy. I can't believe this.
Yeah, so
the guy has a wide variety of attacks.
He's not the man.
We are still playing a game show, as it turns out.
So you'll have a whole bunch of different attacks. There's a wheel that comes out every single time you deal with one of the attacks, and you have an amount of damage that you can do. So you can do a maximum of, I think it's 12 shots per cycle, and you can't get the same wheel attack more than once until all of them have happened. So there are certain ones that are longer than others, certain ones that are slow, and we want to aim for all of the fast ones and none of the slow ones. If you see like a little white creature, that's the one that you don't want to get. So we'll hope that that one doesn't show up. So these also have references to a ton of other I Want to Be the Guy fan games. Like that one is Schwarlitz Longhainer, or the Colonel, from Doronpachi, but also from I Want to Kill the Camellia, but also from I Want to Be the Black, but also from I Want to Be the Barrage, but also...
It's almost like fan game makers or pop culture enthusiasts.
Yeah. Oh. So the devs have worked very hard to make sure that was never actually impossible, but you can still have a really dicey jump like that.
That was about as close. Hey, it's time for a quiz.
Will he nail it?
Ooh, not sure on that one. Okay, good guess.
Yeah. That one's definitely the hardest question, because that's the only one that actually changes.
Right. So close. It's time as soon as the final health is depleted here.
Let's hope he doesn't go into debt. So we have $25 of debt. Each dollar you pick up will get you one more. Any surplus you have will actually get you more points in the game. And if you go into debt, then you can actually still survive it. It's just kind of tough.
You get some extra attacks at you. Uh-oh. Well.
He also did not roll the long attack that you don't want to get, so that's a good thing. So after you get his HP to 0, you have one final section where it rolls a skull, and now you have to just shoot down the eyes as much as possible while the platforms below you get smaller and smaller. And that is the final boss. It'll never fully go away, but at the end you'll just be sitting with one platform in the middle and it gets tough. And now the final section from Yakuza, where it has references to tons of other parts throughout the game. So you got Zangief from a fan game known as I Want to Be the Farewell. There's the dumb bugs from the boss fight. You got the bullet bills and stuff, whatever. There's a whole bunch of references. And once you are through this final thing, time happens when the weight hits the man. Time. GG's. Coming in under estimate.
Yeah, well, we see how the kid makes out and how this goes. Anything you want to tell the people?
Yeah. So these games, there are a good like 15,000 I Want to Be the Guy fan games for the record. So this is one of the best, if not the best, that has come out. So you can absolutely play a whole bunch of them. There are so many good ones out there, but just don't go into them expecting they're all going to be quite to this level, because this is obscenely good. But there are, a lot of them are like very passionate.
Absolutely. You could head over to delicious-fruit.com. Is that like the main wiki or repository for these sorts of things, or is there another resource you'd recommend?
Or there's a link shortener that's just fangam.es. It's fan games with a dot before the es. If you want to learn more, there's fangam.es/intro. And if you want to see a list of beginner games, there's fangam.es/beginner. All of that will get you good resources for getting into these games. But WannaFest is absolutely something worth playing. It is good for people who are experienced with these games, but also not experienced. So, yeah.
Terrific. Thank you for being here, Wolsk. Your knowledge of these sorts of things is basically unparalleled, so I'm very glad you were able to make it out to be part of this commentary today.
Thank you for being here, because, I mean, how would I survive without my bestest pal, Ada Tree?
My pleasure. My name is Tree, and this is SpeeDons. Coming up next is going to be Solar Ash, a really high-energy 3D platformer. I believe we're going to have one of the best to ever do it in terms of commentary, Brian Otto, up on our Restream next. So if you want to hear just how commentary gets done, please stay tuned, listen to them, and watch the rest of this amazing event.
Thanks for watching.
Parce que évidemment, on vous parle de slow, mais ce serait bien de vous le montrer. Donc c'est moi, Monsieur Cadeau, c'est parti. Collaboration commerciale, j'ai envie de dire. Vous le savez, pour 5 €, pour un don de 5 € plus, vous rentrez dans moult loteries avec les lots d'artistes ou encore les dessins de nos artistes, et on va en reparler dans quelques instants. Mais donc je vous rappelle que pour un don de 5 € plus, vous pouvez remporter cette grosse boîte.
C'est une boîte, c'est magnifique.
Cette grosse boîte donc qui contient un PC portable Omen 16 ainsi qu'un casque HyperX Cloud de corps. C'est gagné sur toute la durée de Speedon, un lot d'une valeur de 2999 €, donc 3000 balles on peut le dire.
L'investissement rentable, donc pour 5 €.
Donc voilà, par Omen, regardez, est-ce que je vous sors... Ah non, mais j'ai peut-être pas... Un petit unboxing bien cringeos là, allez.
C'est parti.
Il est pas beau mon casque. Il est magnifique. Il est en très belle DA, bien entendu, des traits rouges et noirs, peut-être un hommage à Jeanne Masse, référence que seuls les quarantenaires auront.
On embrasse. Non mais c'est la team vieux ce soir, on a parlé des floppy disks et tout, donc on peut y aller sur les rêves je pense.
Et voilà, et la particularité de cet ordinateur, c'est qu'il s'ouvre et il y a un clavier.
Oh c'est bien fait quand même. C'est quand même très bien fait.
Voilà. Non, mais surtout, voilà, il embarque une GeForce RTX 4080, un processeur Intel Core i7, 32 Go de RAM et un SSD de 1 Teraoctet, un écran 16, 1 pouce, 240 Hz pour évidemment jouer à WonnaFest 22 par exemple. Et merci Omen, ça régale. Donc 5 € ou plus pendant tout le marathon. Cimer la MIF. Alors.
Vous êtes donc bien, on parle du marathon, vous êtes évidemment en train de regarder Speedon, marathon caritatif qui a lieu jusqu'à dimanche soir où on enchaîne des speedruns qui vont bien et tout ceci au profit de Médecins du Monde, c'est très important, vous avez la cagnotte là juste en dessous qui est déjà à 312 000 balles et merci pour ça vraiment, vous assurez, mais continuons parce que eh bien, on a besoin de Médecins du Monde. Alors qu'est-ce que concrètement à quoi sert l'argent? Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire? Voilà, donnons une idée peut-être aux personnes.
Ah oui, alors on peut revenir dessus. Bon, ensuite.
Je sais pas, je t'ai vu avec les fiches, t'avais la
non, mais non, il y a des fiches
pour y aller.
Moi, j'allais pas sur Stan Meta, mais on peut aussi.
Ah oui, c'est vrai.
En reparler, bien entendu.
Oui, parce qu'on était sur les lots, c'est vrai.
Voilà, on a eu l'interview en ouverture hier et aussi plutôt aujourd'hui avec Sandrine. On est un peu rentré dans le lieu et on a fait un petit peu un récap de 2024 et comment le monde. C'est la Hesse, mais bien entendu, voilà, on a parlé tout à l'heure que les dons de Speedon 2024, notamment, ont permis de fournir des soins, notamment aux femmes et aux enfants pris dans le conflit armé dans la Corne de l'Afrique, notamment Éthiopie, Kenya, soutenir et accompagner les migrants colombiens en Amérique centrale sur leur route vers les États-Unis. Mais ça, on en parlera, je pense, aussi avec Joël de tout.
Il restera une intervention.
Sur ce canal fou, 2 interventions même, de donner moyens d'agir à l'équipe de Médecins du Monde à Gaza en Cisjordanie et également en France, mener le combat pour la sauvegarde de l'aide médicale d'État, l'AME, qui est constamment remise en question. Toutes les actions de Médecins du Monde, de toute façon, vous pouvez les voir, bien sûr, merci, sur le site officiel de Médecins du Monde, NDM, ou sinon en épinglé dans le chat. On a 12 millions dons à lire.
Et ouais, plein, c'est parti pour la lecture de dons. Il y a Zedel qui a donné 15 € en disant merci pour l'événement. Première fois que je peux donner, prenez mon argent, évidemment. Quelty, l'autre qui donne 100 € en disant brûlez les dons, merci Médecins du Monde. Chrono qui donne 5 balles en disant bisous de Rennes, t-shirt acheté, premier don ever, Spirit Tracks, le GOAT, ne le sous-estimez pas, gros cœur sur les caster runners et la régie, on les oublie trop souvent, et bourrez les dons et achète.
Le monde des arcs-en-ciel et du speedrun, j'étais obligé de lâcher un billet, bon événement à vous. 0 de Chacha qui dit vous êtes au top et dédicace à Chachou, achète 10 € pour Shadow qui donne 20 €. C'est très confus. Je donne 15 € pour la bonne cause. Et pour voir Shadow dans Sonic Forces, en effet, Sonic Forces, c'est la prochaine incentive en termes de chronologie à débloquer. Il manque encore, il me semble, à peu près 1500 balles.
Mais parce qu'en effet, les gens peuvent placer de l'argent sur plusieurs incentives à la fois. C'est ça qui est magnifique.
Il y en a plein ce soir.
Bartholoméo a donné 10 €. Merci beaucoup. Tassatox a donné 400 €.
Oh. Bravo, 100 € de AEG Alphen, SVP. Ah, la famille.
Pour toi, ça.
Message subtil pour notre vieux monsieur préféré. Et bravo à tous pour l'event Achète.
Soso, on donne 10 € en disant faites pas gaffe, je donne juste pour gagner le PC portable. Bien joué, effectivement.
Bien sûr, voilà, en effet, vous pouvez également, voilà.
Sasa qui donne 25 € qui dit vas-y Bébou. Ah oui, parce que du coup, il y a eu un rename de la mascotte apparemment.
Ah oui, alors la mascotte, oui, on va ouvrir à un moment, je trouverai 3 frames pour ouvrir évidemment la bidoire de comment vous allez la renommer.
Ça va batailler sévère là.
Et allez, encore quelques-uns et ensuite on va vous parler de ce qui est à venir. Koba 42, 25 €, bravo MV et tous les streamers pour cet événement. Bon baiser de Saint-Étienne, courage. Merci 10 € d'Aoseki, merci pour l'événement MV et surtout à du Shadow Drop de Silksong lorsque Speedon atteindra 3 millions. C'est une info confidentielle, j'ai mes sources.
C'est imminent, c'est absolument imminent. Lucius qui donne 10 balles, qui dit il est cassé, Sonic. Et Charlie qui donne 75 €, merci à toi. Loïs qui donne 30 € en disant chouette, un nouveau Speedon, amusez-vous bien, amusez-nous bien. Je sors les popcorn, des bisous à tous, bravo.
10 € de tarte tourte qui dit le meilleur Zelda, c'est celui qui nous a fait découvrir la licence. Moi, c'est Skyward Sword, ok. Mais pardon, on avait dit pas de politique. C'est un event à politique, merci énormément de le respecter. 5 € de Chesslock qui dit je suis une slow runneuse sauf pour Speedon. Bravo.
Bravo. Fire Alpha donne 1 € en disant dédicace à Mr. Duck dans la salle qui possède le meilleur Duck Hat.
Ah, hommage. Et on en a plein d'autres, mais on va faire une petite pause tout de suite. Nous avons en duplex, il est littéralement à 3 mètres de nous, nous avons en duplex Slanmeta qui va dessiner et vous pourrez gagner ce lot. Voilà, Slanmeta, on le connaît. Comment vas-tu?
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir Speed.
Applaudissez, s'il vous plaît.
Et oui, un de nos talentueux artistes qui est là depuis un moment maintenant.
Ok, ouais, c'est la 4e année, ouais.
4e année, incroyable, mais vrai. Puis que c'est en public au final.
C'est vrai.
C'est à régaler. Alors pourquoi? Donc tu vas être là pour faire une illustration de Solar H, qui est le run à venir. Magnifique jeu des développeurs de Hyper Light Drifter, je dis pas de bêtises.
C'est trop récent pour moi, je te fais confiance.
Ok. Sublime jeu nonobstant. Et alors c'est toi aussi qui choisis. Tu as. Bon alors la DA
donne envie. C'est un peu le flip de pas réussir à rendre hommage et en même temps c'est hyper excitant parce que elle est canon quoi.
Bah oui. Donc clairement quoi, composition plus paysage, un protagoniste. Ok, on va se régaler. On va devoir ça, on aura 2 moments où on pourra revenir vers la station host et on en profitera pour voir où tu en es. Tout le monde est prêt. Et ben ça régale et ça va être un très beau spectacle, un jeu magnifique. On se régale, vous êtes sur Speedon, donne, achète. À tout à l'heure.
Bonne chance.
Et salut Speedon.
Bon vous êtes réveillés, c'est bien. C'est trop cool d'être là. On va vous présenter un jeu vraiment super. C'est Solar H, c'est un jeu d'aventure, 3D, exploration, où la gravité est un peu distordue, donc on va sauter, faire des sauts incroyables. On va jouer, vous avez donné assez de dons pour l'incentive true ending, donc on va rajouter un boss final à la fin du jeu, donc c'est trop cool.
La meilleure catégorie, c'est clairement.
C'est clair. Je suis accompagné de Hiken,
Coucou,
qui va commenter avec moi, et surtout, je suis accompagné de Lobster.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the English coverage of Speedon 2025. We're getting ready for Solar Ash. My name is Brian Otto, and I am joined by...
Trop bien, Lobster, comment ça va?
Hey, I'm Tallow. It is a pleasure to be hosting here along with you, Brian, and I'm super excited to walk with you through the game and get everyone a little bit more excited about our favorite wood runner. But that shout out with the flag there was so cool.
Was that the flag that you were telling me about? Did I see that correctly?
Yeah, so so one of the French commentators there, Jalak, actually they got that flag commissioned and actually surprised her. Lobster did not know that was coming.
That is so cool. Well, anyway, welcome into Solar Ash. This is a really cool speed game, and I think this is my first time commentating it since I ran this at SGDQ 2022. This is a game developed by Heart Machine. If you've heard of them, they did Hyper Light Drifter before this and have since released Hyper Light Breaker in early access. Solar Ash is, in my opinion, truly one of the most slept upon speed games of all time. It is just such a joy to move in this game, and to talk about that a little bit, I feel like the movement in this game is kind of like a combination of, I would say like Celeste and like Jet Set Radio Future, and the way you're able to skate around and the way that your dash mechanic kind of interacts with things. One of the core central pieces of movement tech that you're going to be seeing a ton is called the triple jump, which we are going to use here to skip a cutscene and effectively the intro sequence to this run. If you dash and jump at the same time, you then have like a brief window to input like 2 additional jumps. So this is not an intended mechanic, and it effectively breaks open the majority of the platforming or just the level design in this game in general.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the really cool aspects is it actually pulls us into a lot of interesting gravity mechanics. So you mentioned Solar Ash, a lot like Shadow of the Colossus, and Jet Set Radio. Another one that comes to mind for me is actually something like Mario Galaxy, where we're dealing with a lot of interesting gravity mechanics, and that triple jump actually lets us access a lot of unintended gravity bubbles in this game.
Yes.
So we're going to see a lot of that pointed out, and we're actually coming up to one of the more interesting ones here in just a second here with this archway skip. But first we're going to quit out to load in our boss.
Yes, that is an essential quit to menu that you have to do by skipping the intro sequence for this biome here. There are several biomes we'll be visiting throughout the course of the run. It actually broke the boss. So by quitting to menu, we get loaded back to our latest checkpoint, which are those little like circular platforms that you may see on the ground. I'll try and point it out next time we see one. And now we're going to do another triple jump onto this archway right here. This is going to be skipping some platforming in order to get us right to the next, as we like to call them. Do we still call these like eyes or like eye goops? What's the term in the community now?
That term has stayed the same. It is still we're still aiming for those eyes, and we're aiming to get some nice goop jumps.
So to explain a little bit for like why exactly we're doing all this right now, we're playing as Ray, who is a void runner that is inside of like a colossal black hole right now, basically, that is trying to figure out how to save her home planet from being drawn into this thing called the Ultra Void. And so what we're doing right now is, or how the progression of each single biome is going to work, is there are going to be these different objectives we have to reach, which are these eyes, and we have to navigate usually like this goop, which we will call the eye goop. And then once all of these eyes are dealt with, then there will be a big boss that awakens at the middle of it all, and then we will have to defeat the boss. So we're going to be doing this in, I believe it's like 5 or 6 different areas, and we're being introduced to our first boss here. This is Ouroboros, Crater Ouroboros, big snaky guy. This is basically the tutorial boss, and it's going to teach us how we're going to be navigating every single one of these bosses throughout the course of the run. So, Talo, if you want to walk us through just kind of how the general flow works with boss fights.
Yeah, I'd love to. So we have these lovely needles. You've seen a number of them as we've been doing our eyes. These needles are essentially the like nerve point for this boss. It allows us to access the next nerve point to bring up our weak points on the boss to hit it. We've got all these needles to hit on our way to the major hit on the boss, and we've got 3
nice RNG. Oh my god, perfect
yes.
RNG.
Beautiful RNG. This is the RNG I pray for and never get. So I am unfortunately one of the more unlucky ones when it comes to RNG.
I hear that.
I watch Snail do these all of the time, and he is constantly getting decent RNG, and I'm always like 10 seconds behind.
Yeah, the spawn point of basically the player in relation to the tail of the Ouroboros here, where you can get on it, like right here is random. So you will see, yeah, with a couple bosses, it can be kind of, especially with this one in particular, it can be, you can lose or gain time depending on how close. So
yeah, actually, this one wasn't very good RNG, and in that instance, I likely would have taken an actual hit on the boss. So you can actually hit the boss, you'll spawn over at Sid, who we'll introduce here in just a moment, and instantly access that attack point. But it's always a little. You never know if it's going to work out.
I love this crowd.
I do
crowd
too.
at Speedon is so cool. We're being introduced to one of the central characters in the story here. This is Echo. She is some sort of like deity or being that exists here that we will find out about throughout the course of the game, and we're going to be introduced to another character here, Sid, which I believe stands for Central Yottabyte Database.
Database. Yep.
Database. Thank you. They are effectively they're working with Ray to basically guide them through what's going on here and helping guide us to our next locations, our next biomes, and our next objectives.
Yeah, so our main objective here, like we mentioned before, we're trying to stop this black hole, essentially, destroy it, and that's what we're doing right here at the base of the Star Sea. So we have to activate all the points in all of the different biomes here. So Sid's going to be helping us out throughout the run. We'll be chatting with Sid pretty consistently.
And so we mentioned. We mentioned the gravity bubbles, and what we are about to be introduced to is, I believe, one of the central things about this game that makes it so unique as a speed game. The way that you interact with the gravity in this game, Talo mentioned it's kind of similar to Super Mario Galaxy. Your camera positioning directly influences the way that you get pulled back down to the ground here. So we're going to climb in an unintended way all the way on top of this cliffside, and what we're going to try and do is get kind of bonked off this cliff at the right angle. Okay, nice. Okay, and that's nice. Yeah, it was okay. Getting to that grapple point is an essential backup, so that was really nicely done, and we can use that to access our first eye here for the next biome, which we refer to as Capital.
Yep. Missed a little bit of our. We just got kind of a flaccid jump there off the top of the cliffside there, so we went right on down. We went right on down to glad we got the grapple point though for the backup.
Yes, and that will not be the first time we'll see any of these gravity manipulation mechanics. I would say it is truly the hardest thing to learn and understand about this game is the proper way to interact with these gravity bubbles as we call them and manipulate the gravity.
Absolutely, and your character position is just as important as your camera position. So they're equally as important, and that's actually one of the problems that I have a lot in running this game on controller. So most of the runners for this game are mouse and keyboard. It allows for a lot of precision when it comes to what we're looking at, and with our limited mobility there on controller, we have to kind of wing it sometimes. But
there's a really cool strat coming up here.
Yeah. We're gonna see a really nice jump out of her here in just a second. Let's see if we can nail this jump.
So we have a bullet time mechanic, which you may have seen a little bit of, and so we're gonna basically activate the bullet time mechanic, which is known as time slip. Hit our dash button.
Let's go. We got it.
Nice. That was
we got
perfect. Literally, that was perfect. That is such a sick launch. That is called a rail slip. We use the time slip mechanic and then press our sprint button multiple times while on the rail. And the speed boost that we would get from each individual sprint press stacks over and over and over, and allows us to launch ourselves in conjunction with those gravity bubbles that we talked about to basically go from point to point. That is one of the coolest tricks in the game, and it is also just incredibly hard.
Yeah, we've got another nice little jump coming up here. Hopefully we can manipulate our gravity well here too. Let's go. Nice. We got it again.
And that's a bit of a variation. That is a rail slip triple jump. So we can do a triple jump, which we talked about in conjunction or in combination with a rail slip. The timing for that can be quite difficult. So when this game really gets going, it has such an awesome flow to it, where you're just doing these wild launches back to back to back to back to back. It's super cool.
Yeah, I think you mentioned the game, but I do feel like this game does get slept on in a lot of ways, and I mean, this is a game about going fast.
Yeah, given that you have the ability to skate, momentum preservation is... Oh, nice save. Okay, okay. If you fall down there, that is so bad.
Yeah, it is. That's a pretty big time loss if you fall down there. But we got to jump up top too. Oh,
this is so hard.
Keep the momentum. Let's go.
That's so sick. Man, the amount of times I failed that. Yeah, that's a very, very, very hard strat to nail. But yeah, you have the ability to kind of skate around this game just by holding the sprint button. You just kind of start skating. That's why you're seeing this really long-form, free-flowing movement. And this game is truly a joy to move around in. I in preparation for this, I watched my SGDQ run again, and I actually picked up the game to just kind of move around in it again. I was like, man, I miss this. This really it is awesome. So, and now we're getting introduced to Forgotten Thresher, who I would consider to be like the first actual boss of the game.
I would too. I would actually consider these days to be one of my most annoying bosses to deal with, which is crazy to say with some of the other bosses that we'll be seeing here a little bit later. But the way he moves throughout this biome consistently, watch this. Oh, we got the really bad, with how fast we go now, we get really bad gravity pulls, and his bone back that we're walking on is super janky. It's been really difficult to try to navigate moving cleanly around on this boss. He feels so clunky.
And so something to note too about the boss phases is every single phase, the platforms get smaller. And I think we missed talking about this with Ouroboros. On the very third phase, you will see that the goo that these creatures are covered in turns like a glowing red. And basically what's happening is they are just heating up to very high levels, and any surface that isn't these kind of bone structures becomes a one-hit kill.
Yep, our bodysuit cannot handle the heat, and we melt.
And so here's the glowing red that we talked about here.
All right, let's see if we can wrap this up and not get smacked here.
There's a small chance when the Thresher twists there that you can just die immediately. And this final phase of Thresher is definitely, I would say, one of the scarier boss phases in the game, partially because of these gravity bubbles, but partially also because of the spacing of a lot of the way that these platforms are, or the spacing between these platforms, I should say, especially in conjunction with how we want to use our triple jump and how we're trying to move around. It's very easy to have just like a small misstep, and with so many surfaces that kill you immediately, it can be very punishing.
So in this particular section right here, depending on your RNG for this boss, you can actually be essentially climbing up a mountain, because he kind of bunches together and has like a nice little lump, and it makes that part traversing very difficult and very easy to fall in. I'm really glad we got some good RNG there. Keep it up, Lobster. All right, we're going to be back here with Echo again for a quick moment.
And I can't believe we're already moving on to our third biome, Iron Root Basin. This run is going by really, really fast already.
I know. It's always so quick for me. I know. I feel like you snap your finger and you're already halfway through.
And I forget. So I haven't ran this game for a couple years. And Talo, you were telling me about some of the changes. And so far the run has been very similar to how I left it. But are there changes coming up in Basin, or is that going to be not until?
So there is a very, very small change. I don't believe Lobster is going to be doing this jump. There is an initial jump here as we go into Basin that we found a brand new skip. We have dubbed it Tranquility Skip. So I can point out what's going on with it as we get there here in just a moment. But essentially there is a tree, and she will be going over the tree. She may try for Turf Skip, which is a very simple version of Tranquility. We'll see what she does here in just a moment. But
normally these gates that you're seeing with the eyes on them, we just call them eye gates. Normally they're supposed to be a whole slowdown, and they're like a scripted animation that you do when you interact with them. But we're going to be skipping all of them and This one is using this very particular geometry on this tree. That's a very specific tree or important tree model. You will see that multiple times throughout the run. Like those trees, the way that the platform set up are awesome. And yes,
right here. Whoa. Oh, we got a bad jump. So you bounce off this tree, and essentially, if you hit that tree just right, you can get a gravity pull up to the very top of this building.
Ah, that's cool. Now this is a pretty tricky bit of platforming right here. I feel like most runners approach this differently, just because landing right there is actually quite hard. And the way that we go about with the routing in Ouroboros Basin is pretty cool. We kind of do it like backwards, and I feel like the way you were intended to do it. This little building here is supposed to be the last place that you go to. You're supposed to find a bunch of keys to open a bunch of doors. We just access it first, and then kind of work our way around the level and then, like around the outside of the level, and kind of like a room.
Yep. So this was intended to be the final eye, but we have made our way in there first, and it actually really helps because it makes the routing for this area so smooth and so clean. It feels very natural. Whereas before, you kind of like it's puzzle solving when you're playing through this game for the first time.
And is this the thing? Oh, okay.
Yep,
so
here we go.
Yep. Go ahead, Talo.
I was going to say, yes, she said she wanted to point out the glitched boss up there. She said she wanted to do a quick stop by just to point it out and show. So this boss, just like our first boss, is glitched. You're going to notice as we're hitting these eyes that we just kind of get like a little bit of a gray screen as opposed to any visuals on the boss. So we will be quitting out here in just a moment to resolve that issue.
Yeah, almost anytime we skip like a boss intro sequence, we need to fix it in some way, which is why you're seeing these, the gray screen that we talked about here. So we're going to do a little thing here called a slope boost. This is a situational piece of tech. If anytime you interact with a sloped surface from like a high vertical position, you will gain additional speed from that. So we're going to use this to carry ourselves all the way around the outside of this eye here. And this is a kind of a tricky eye. We get introduced to these sniper enemies here. The hitbox for their shots can be not entirely tied to the actual like visual representation of it, so you got to be really careful, and that was beautifully navigated by Lobster.
It was.
And now we are headed to our final eye for this particular biome.
Yep. This final one, this is the one I think I was giving you some context here. I had never seen the jump that you do on this one with this bounce. I don't think she's going to try for it. Yeah, off this tree right here. So we get some interesting gravity off that tree, and if you bounce just right,
the
you
goop.
can get got gooped. You can literally take the bounce off of that tree all the way to this needle, and I had no idea.
It's very cool. It's super duper cool. And so we're gonna see the basically the intro cutscene, or sorry, the activation cutscene for this boss. That does not play out because again we've bugged it. So then we have to quit to menu to fix it, and then we go fight Lost Sentry, which if you were asking any particular Solar Ash runner what their least favorite boss in the game is, this is the free space on the bingo card. This boss is, I like to compare it to Phantoon in Super Metroid. For anyone that's familiar with that game, it has and Talo, if any of this information is outdated, please butt in. But basically, okay. So basically, there are multiple speeds in which you can access the actual boss fighting surface for this boss. You have to wait for them to attack, and they can either attack in they can either be slow, medium, or fast in terms of like how they decide to waddle around the arena here when they decide to attack you, and just their general behavior. And I believe the difference between like a slow and a fast is somewhere around like 30 to 45 seconds. So it's like pretty substantial.
It's massive. This boss has so much lag time between, did we get it? So a lot of us have a particular place that we like to hit that, or like a particular pathing we like to do to try to manipulate this, but it looks like we got really poor RNG here, unfortunately. But right there at the beginning, as we loaded in, if you noticed, she went up and killed a couple of enemies and then ran over and grabbed a nice big crystal. So we're going to be doing we're going to be grabbing a shield here after this area, and she was just grabbing some currency. The currency in this game is called Plasma. And
this is the
those
slowest
give us
possible
150.
Sentry phase, by the way.
It's so slow.
You can tell the Sentry, she just stares at us. Then, I mean, to Sentry's credit, like, she's really cute.
Yeah,
you know,
she's lovely.
like, yeah, I could tell she's probably a very, very nice, you know.
So my big thing here is I pray and I say, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your long hair. And sometimes she does. Sometimes she doesn't.
So on to the second phase here, and we've talked a lot about how gravity can be so variable in this game. That definitely comes into play with this boss, especially with the way that they very dramatically walk around this entire playing area and the way that their tentacles move up and down. You have to take a lot of care in how you move from objective or from point to point here as you're scaling the back of this thing. And it's very scary, especially on the final phase. Oftentimes, Sentry can just kind of make a sudden movement, and you just get flung like directly into the red hot goop.
we got the middle RNG here, so Rapunzel decided to move a little bit faster. So fortunately, we don't lose too terribly much time here on this last phase. But you'll notice we're actually going to stand underneath Sentry. So after every hit, typically this boss adds an additional attack or shoot that they do here. If we stand under the boss, we actually keep the boss from doing that second or third attack, and she'll just let down her hair right away.
Nice, that was close.
But this right here is probably one of my favorite, if not my most favorite, pathing.
It has such a good flow to it.
It feels so good when you're doing this, especially your first time through. I don't know, it felt so clean and just so well made. Sentry, while not my favorite boss, the pathing on it is immaculate.
It's awesome. No, it is really, really cool. And now I can't wait for this next part of the run. There's about to be some wild things happening on your screen. I will put it that way.
Absolutely. But coming in on my favorite voice line of the game. It gets
Solar
me every
Ash.
time. Gets me every time. But before we move into our next biome, we are going to grab a shield so that we can do a nice little skip here. We'll go into once we get there. But
you may have seen Lobster collecting these little like red blobs in various forms. That's effectively the currency for this game, the plasma. And we will exchange that with Sid in order to buy an extra hit point, which is essential for a skip coming up later.
Yeah, it's the only time we'll be doing it in this particular run. Depending on what category you're running, you may try to grab more or less. I know in some of the unrestricted runs, we're trying to grab as much as 1,500 for 3 shields. So
interesting.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that particular one. I've grabbed 2 in my pathing for it,
and generally speaking, we don't want to grab HP because you may have noticed that every time we get crushed by Echo at the end of one of those cutscenes where we talk with her, we lose one of those shield points. That actually does cost time, and if you don't have any hit points to lose, that animation is just skipped. So generally speaking, we don't want to, as weird as it sounds, we don't want to have health.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here's a cool rail slip coming up here. Got pulled down by the weird gravity. Yep.
No.
See the little cloud shapes that you see on the ground, they all have different gravity bubbles, as we call them, and they can intersect weirdly and kind of pull you down in unexpected ways. So anyway, Paolo, tell us about the skip coming up.
Yeah, so we've got a skip that was discovered by my good buddy Mechanical Snail here. We call it the Snail Trail. We're going to do a little party, which I don't know we talked a whole lot about yet. We will be talking about it a little bit more as we get a little bit further, but Ray
so cool.
Ray kind of throws her hands up in the air and parties on the rail as you spam the escape button, and it essentially builds up a lot of speed. And so we're flinging ourselves out of one gravity into another, and that's how Snail Trail works.
Huge skip, by the way. We skip the eye gate. We also skip interacting with one of the second NPC that we would have met in the game. Yep. So it's one of my favorite skips for sure.
Oh yeah, I am a big fan of Snail Trail, and it is discovered by our good friend Mechanical Snail.
And so I'm immediately noticing the routing here is already different than the path that I used to take. So I am excited to see how it's changed.
Yeah, not like I said, not a ton of change, but we will be grabbing just to keep our momentum. We pathed into the building first, and we'll jump down here and grab Sid right after.
Oh yeah, there's just a hole in the collision here. By the way, that's how we just.
Yep. Yeah, there's walls are fake. Walls are fakes.
Yes.
Ray doesn't have skates and also doesn't have hands. So.
And something we should talk about really briefly in regards to Sid as well. As soon as you talk to Sid in a biome, you can use Sid to fast travel. So if we talk to Sid and then fast travel to the location we're already in, it skips a bunch of dialogue.
Yeah, so dialogue skips and any sort of cutscene skips that we can muster, we grab them at any chance we can. But same pathing here as before. We're just going to do some nice bunny hops to try to preserve as much momentum as we can and climb up here to take out some needles to our next eye.
Some really awkward movement through here because like you're kind of looking upside down, so your controls are almost like pseudo reversed, and the camera is trying to have you only look up, but you need to look down. It's a quite awkward area to navigate, especially with all those little flying enemies that I always referred to as snipers.
Yep, and I think we still call them snipers.
That makes sense.
So
they do snipe.
Here's where they snipe all the time, man. This is one of the changes that's coming up. So instead of pathing, we're actually going to warp back to Sid here. So normally we would path down to the mushroom house. We're still going there, but we're going to take a little bit of an indirect route. So we're going to come over here, grab a free boost. And we're going to grab this guy, grab this rail, and do a little bit of partying.
Okay, cool. So,
and now we're going to.
Wow!
Into the top of the building, grab that guy real quick, and now we've got a free rail that we don't have to very slowly make our way around.
We can just party around the whole way. Yep.
Mm-hmm. So and
so to know that.
Rail,
go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say that blue rail comes into effect a little bit later too. But going ahead.
Yeah, no, that's a cool route. I was just like, oh, that makes so much more sense watching that. And I guess to know the difference between like rail slips and partying, a rail slip is effectively when we do a party in the bullet time state, and then partying is when we just kind of press the rail grind button over and over without any sort of like slowdown happening.
Yeah, it is one of those moments where, I mean, it makes the speed run a whole lot more fun when you are watching Ray just at lightning speeds, both in time slip and not in time slip. But we're going on to our favorite wall skip right here. Let's see if we can get through first. Oh no.
Okay, that's fine. There is backups for this. So once you get in this position, it's really hard to back this up. The positioning of this charging enemy is really particular, and we need to get hit at the right angle in order to do a damage clip through this wall. This is going to skip the entirety of the basement of that castle we were in earlier, if you've seen that. And sometimes this guy just likes to take his time and, kind of walk wherever. It doesn't matter if you're in the middle of an event. And
we got through. We got
through. Nicely done.
So that's our wall skip. That's why we grabbed that extra HP. And now we're going to do some more fun where, like I think we mentioned just a couple minutes ago, walls don't exist. And we are going to grab this next eye with a fun little jump.
And something really cool about that skip, too, it has a really interesting history, particularly that hole in the wall that we just went through, the wall that lacked collision.
Oh, yeah.
In the original patch of this game, that collision wasn't there, but we didn't have any use for it at the time in the speedrun. So the Heart Machine actually reached out to speedrunners and were like, hey, are you, like, we're going to patch this, if that's fine. Is that okay? And we were like, yeah, we don't have any use for it. And then somebody that was still running on the old patch ended up routing in that particular wall skip. And we were like, oh boy, now we have to down patch? Like, oh, brother. And then Heart Machine was like, oh, you know what? We'll just revert that for you. No big deal. So, I mean, like, colossal shout-outs to Heart Machine. Easily, like, the best experience I had ever had speedrunning a game and interacting with the dev. Like, they've really gone out of their way to make things in the speedrun better for us without being, like, directly involved. It's very cool.
It was a little bit before my time, but I did hear that story, and every interaction that I've seen with Heart Machine and the way that they interact with their community and the games have been phenomenal. Huge shout outs to them and the way that they interact with their community. I'm a big fan of their love of the community. But that was where that blue rail came into effect. We actually use it to party really quick up to the next eye, saves a couple of seconds. And now we're on to our next
I
boss.
straight up don't remember the name of this boss.
We just call him Eye. It's just Eye. Some people call him a cockroach. You know, just Withered Eye is technically.
Withered Eye. There we go. That's what.
boss,
Okay,
but
thank you. I could not remember.
I just call him Eye. This boss used to be my least favorite boss in the game, and slowly actually became one that I kind of enjoy a little bit.
Withered Eye is an interesting one for sure. There are some pretty interesting things that can happen while you're skating around Withered Eye. The flings that we were talking about are definitely very much a thing. They're also quite. I was gonna say they're also quite interesting in that all of their feet are also hands, and this is. I don't really know that it's interesting, but it's definitely always creeped me out.
Absolutely. This is probably one of the creepiest bosses in the game. I can agree with that. But yeah, the shape of this boss, because this boss is so like circle, like so much of a circle, you get a lot of that Mario Galaxy gravity bubble happening. So if you see here, she kind of like at an arch left and right as she makes the jumps left and right. You're going to notice that gravity's pulling her into the boss, but then you might also get pulled down into the level. So it causes some very weird interactions sometimes.
That was really well pathed too.
Absolutely.
And so this final phase, we're gonna have to wait for Withered Eye to attack here, and then we'll have multiple little like needles to hit on all of the individual hands. Yeah, and then this final phase, again, all these final phases can just be really tricky when, you know, one mistake is, there's massive amounts of time loss. You have to restart the entire phase, especially when the boss is moving around this circular moon in such a manner.
Yeah, absolutely. But her time here in Garden has been really good.
This is a really good garden.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal garden. This is definitely sub 10. And I typically am trying to aim for like a minimum 920. Oh no! I shouldn't have said anything. That's on me, guys. I am so sorry.
I think that's on both of us. We definitely both talked about making a huge mistake that costs you time, or a small mistake that costs you a lot of time. So.
Oh no! I take responsibility. I'm so sorry, fam. I'll shoot her an apology. Maybe send her a nice.
Yeah, I love that commentator curses managed to extend all the way across the world. Pretty cool.
Man.
And the funniest part is Lobster. She has no idea that we just commentator cursed her. You know?
Oh dear. Okay, thank goodness. I thought she did. She did get really bad.
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna stop talking.
Yeah, we're just gonna.
Our commentary shift is done. Thanks for watching Solar Ash.
We're out of here.
We're out of here. Yeah.
Oh no.
But really, this is a great indication of exactly what we were talking about with like how it is difficult to navigate these bosses and the weird gravity bubbles, and how you need to manipulate the gravity in order to navigate these cleanly. Like it really is hard.
Oh, okay. He's did not shift as much this time around, so hopefully we'll be okay here.
Yeah, those tentacles on the back, like they just can also just wiggle back and forth at, you know, random intervals, and they can just get in your way.
Yeah. See in the chat, commentator curse transcends language, and
real.
So real. Oh, thank goodness. Good job.
All right, welcome back to Solar Ash. We're back now.
Oh man.
And now coming up is this is like my favorite. Well, I don't know if maybe my favorite level casually, maybe my favorite level to look at, maybe my second favorite in the speedrun. Could be both. By the way, I love this thing that they're doing where there's a live illustration happening alongside the run.
That is
like
so cool.
Stuff that you can win. It is so cool. Like there are so many things about the way Speedon runs their production that I think are amazing, and that is I love that. That is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. The runner actually sent me some of the art that they're selling here for this event, and I'm in awe. Like their artists are awesome. So shout outs to the people creating the merch and all of the art. Like seriously, thank you guys so much.
So Mirror Sea coming up. I already did a little bit of hyping for it. This level is very fast, very high flying, and is contains, I would imagine, is still the biggest skip in the game.
Yes, it is still the biggest skip, at least for at least for this particular category. So
I guess as we're heading into Mirror-C, I guess we can talk a little bit about the category.
Yeah, so
the category is restricted, which is not no major glitches. And basically, to really sum up what the restricted category is in as few words as possible, it is a category that is aimed around using the movement in this game to interact with all the levels and skip them. It bans a lot of other techniques that would, such as like wrong warps or like teleports or these really huge launches that send you like 1 million feet into the air that would otherwise skip like large amounts of gameplay. So anyway, that's the TLDR and restricted.
Yeah, hyper launches actually are the thing that I've been working on in the recent days, and they are incredible, but they are very much a major glitch and not allowed in this particular oh my gosh, we
that's a very hard jump, by the way.
Let's go.
Little party right here. Oh, no partying. Okay, just kidding. We have to save the partying for later.
I think she's playing it safe. She doesn't want to risk anything.
Yeah,
she's grabbing these checkpoints.
Definitely fall there. So yeah, understandable.
Let's see.
So coming up here, yeah, this is one of the coolest skips in any speedrun as far as I'm concerned. We're going to use a rail slip off of this rail right here, and we're going to skip, I mean, I want to say at least 3/4 of this level. We're going to preserve all this momentum, keep our camera angled upward, precise still jump, and we want to land on this little... Nice, there we go. That's first try aim skip deluxe.
First try aim skip deluxe, absolutely. We're going to preserve all of our momentum here. We're going to take it this small mushroom rail up here, and now we've got
and now we're really going to party.
Yep, now this is another quick party around this area to activate. Oh no, oh, we got it, okay. I panicked there for a second. I have swiped at that and missed.
Oh, me too.
And I thought for sure that it might have missed, but we have to activate those 3 to activate our launch pad and get our big boss introduction here to Rusty.
Rusty, that's our boy right there. Definitely one of the more a boss with a very tumultuous history, I would say, in the speedrun.
Yeah, I have heard a lot about the issues that y'all have had.
I will be talking about that more for sure later on.
I never had issues with this boss, not once.
That's awesome.
I think
that's great. That means Heart Machine did a good job.
I recently found a glitch, but it would never be something you deal with in this category. So, yeah, nothing, like never had any major glitches or anything with that particular boss. But we're going to path our way through this green stuff, this goop. If you'll notice down at the bottom, we have a nice little timer that builds up. When we hit that red meter, if we touch that green goop or
I usually call it toxic.
Poison, yeah, toxic. Yeah. We will instantaneously die and be sent back to our checkpoint. So we got to make sure to watch that meter.
And all that being said, speaking of being sent back to our checkpoint, we grabbed a checkpoint in that middle, I forget what you would refer to that building as, but anyway, that last checkpoint we grabbed is very instrumental to how this level is routed. So what we're going to do is we're going to get this first eye and then take a death warp, or maybe a quit to menu, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, Death Warp here is better in like a live speedrun set. I'm not sure what she's going to do here either. Let's see what she does here.
Yeah, if you're at home and using a load remover, you quit to menu. If you're in an RTA setting, it's faster to... There you go. So we're going to do the quit to menu. Yeah. So basically, this acts as an instant teleport all the way back to that checkpoint. And we're going to use we're going to get the eye here, and then we'll be off to our next location while still only preserving that singular checkpoint to use again.
Yeah. Yeah, so another quick eye here. We're going to path up to the top of this building, grab a couple of needles, and hit this eye right here in the middle of the stage. Got a little bit of gravity or camera jank right there, but we got through.
And so, are we still doing the like the rail slip off to the right here?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
We'll still do our rail slip over here to try to get as much momentum as we can to maneuver across the flat area.
Yeah, this is a really, really cool rail slip, and you have to do kind of like a weird diagonal jump. Ideally, you get a bit of a slope boost here.
We're gonna notice
and then from here on out, we're just trying. Yeah, we're just trying to b-hop the way over. B-hops in this game are like really forgiving just due to the fact that you have literal skates on your feet. It's just so easy to preserve like a free-flowing movement like this, and it's one of my favorite parts about. Oh my god! I literally died there in my SGDQ run, so I thought I was about to have flashbacks. We do only have 1 HP right now, so you literally you cannot get hit. Oh, you can mantle there? That's cool. I didn't know that.
Yep, you can mantle right there. I learned about that about a year ago, and I didn't know it either. I had been trying to... I always had issues hopping up on top of that, like weird geometry, and I'm glad that was discovered because I'd lose like 10 seconds there.
And so we're pretty much home free right now with this eye. We have, nice, successfully navigated our way over here, and now it's going to be another quit to menu, which is again going to teleport us all the way back to that central checkpoint, and then we will be doing another one of those diagonal rail slips.
Yep, we've done everything we can to skip any checkpoints in our way so that we can continue to utilize the best pathing we can here. But we will be traversing 2 more before we get to our boss. We'll be heading up to the upper area here at MRC here in just a moment. But
that's a great call out. A lot of this routing, when we're trying to hold on to a singular checkpoint, like we have to go in a very specific path in order not to trigger any other checkpoint. So there's been a lot of work and effort done by routers in order to figure out like how to go from point A to point B while still as fast as possible without hitting any of the specific like trigger boxes that would cause us to incur another checkpoint.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of the grunt work for this area was done at the very beginning. You guys did such a good job.
I was going to say, this is literally the exact same route. This is very cool.
Yeah, so you guys, just huge shout outs to the community. They figured this out quick, and it was, it's been the best since, I want to say close to day 1.
It definitely helps when you have literal speedrunning legends like Bladen helping route stuff out. that's a pretty big boon to the cause.
yeah, and I'm sure. Were there particular areas that you helped in routing early game? I actually haven't had the opportunity to see what. I've seen some of the influence you've done, but as much of the influence.
It's hard. Honestly, it's hard for me to remember. I think the level I had the most impact on was Luminous Peak, which is at the end of the run. Especially with a lot of the early game stuff. I know I helped a lot with like Crater, or the way when Crater, or not Crater, when Capital got rerouted. But yeah, honestly, when I last ran this game, it feels like it was another lifetime ago. You know what I mean? So it's definitely hard for me to remember like all the things I specifically touched. But
gotcha.
Yeah, at the beginning of when you start running a game at the beginning of its lifespan, you have the opportunity to. Nice. Oh, okay, cool. You have the opportunity to be like to influence a lot of different things when you're part of like that initial crew, and routing games when they come out is a very interesting experience, I will say.
Well, we just hit our last eye here. Right there, we had a little bit of a hiccup on that rail. Sometimes if you jump a little bit too early, gravity pulls you straight up as opposed to...
And the camera there doesn't do you any favors.
Absolutely not. It's set up so that you can essentially hit that the little mushroom down at the bottom for a nice little half pipe. We call that one Tony Hawkeye. But yeah, nice little half pipe down there. We do our best to skip that here because it saves you a little bit of time. But unfortunately, we got some really janky camera manipulation there.
Do you mind if I talk a little bit about like some of the history with Restream? Is that cool?
Oh, heck yes. You've got the insight.
Yeah, so this boss, this is one of the penultimate, I think it's the penultimate boss of the game if you exclude like the true ending boss. And it occurs at the end of this really long and difficult level, with a lot of like very hard skips and big jumps. And there used to be a chance that I forget if it's this phase or the second phase, that you would just get launched into the stratosphere, like just utterly catapulted. And you would be up there for so long that you would basically, the timer to hit the next objective would run out, and you'd have to restart the entire phase. It was a time loss of like a minute plus.
Oh man.
and it took like multiple iterations of Heart Machine trying to fix it in order to fully patch it out. But like, they fixed it. Like they 100%, like they were able to patch out this thing that like kept affecting speedrunners after like multiple attempts. But yeah, Rusty used to have like just a big reputation for being this massive RNG point. Everybody had their own individual rituals for like how exactly to go about navigating it without incurring this like launch that would happen. It was like, it felt like that scene from Always Sunny with Charlie pointing at the screen or pointing at the bulletin board with like the million pinpoints up there and all that. Anyway, so it's really nice that, I don't know, it's just cool. I have so much respect for Heart Machine for how they approach speedrunners for this game. So
yeah, no, thanks for the insight there. Yeah, I've got a little bit of insight, but yeah, I wasn't a part of the community at the time, and I didn't actually have to deal with any of that. So I'm actually very glad I didn't have to deal with any of that. But one thing I wanted to give a quick call out there too, at the before Rusty kind of slammed his sword down, if you'll notice, the runner Lobster had been kind of pathing over to the middle. If she stayed at that like little area she spawned in at, there's a chance that Rusty smacks his axe into some level geometry, and it's physically impossible to hit. So
I have seen that before.
It's a little pathing component there to make sure we don't have to deal with any minute-long waits, because it's about 40 seconds that you have to wait for him to like lift his axe up or sword up to smash it down again. So
anyway, now we go on to Luminous Peak, and I think it's really cool that we have both kind of like the old school and the new school of Solar Ash here doing the commentary, because as you've told me, this level is way different.
It is a lot different than you will remember. I'm crossing my fingers we go for Bagel. That'd be sick.
Oh yeah, dude, that was a trick I never got the handle on. It's so hard.
I'm just gonna say it. Like I also went back and watched your run too, and they were calling for Bagel on stage for you, and you weren't gonna do it.
No, I'm not sure if we've developed like any more consistent strategies or tech with that, but there is a skip that we are going to do from the original biome crater. You can legitimately just like launch from biome to biome if you kind of like know what to do, and so we're gonna visit that same archway that we did at the start of the game a couple times and use that to launch ourselves into the next biome and skip a pretty substantial amount of stuff.
Yeah, so let's see if we go for Bagel here. So we're gonna hop up here on the archway like we have been before. Oh, good catch. Missed our boost there. So hop up here like before, and let's see if she goes for it. So she's gonna run up the side of this mountain, and let's see what we're gonna do here. She might do it safe.
This is an interesting setup.
Wait.
All right, this is all about the gravity manipulation here and finding the right angle with your player position.
Bagel? Bagel skip?
No way.
Let's go.
No way.
Let's
go. No way. No. Okay, don't die. Please, for the love of God.
I am so proud of her right now.
I cannot. I have spent so much time trying to do that even once. I can't believe that just happened. Like, man. I literally cannot understate how hard that is, or overstate rather. Shout out Drew Bagel, by the way, the person that found that skip.
I was about to say the same thing. Shout out to Bagel for finding that, but I have been workshopping that skip for a long time. I actually have been in her chat while she's been trying to figure it out and everything. I am so incredibly proud of her right now.
That's the highlight of the run for me so far. That's unbelievable.
That is probably the highlight for me too. So right here, usually you travel over to the right. We're actually going to go left. So let's see if she goes.
Yeah, this is already dramatically different than any. Oh wait, you know what? I do remember doing this at one point. So I'm curious. I'm so curious to see. What's really, really cool about this game is there's so much room for player expression and like how like the routes that you choose, the way that you choose to move around, like all the maps. And there's so many great routing opportunities. That was sick. That was really, really good.
That was so clean. So right there, you can actually railside triple up to the top of that ledge, retain all of your momentum, and do that entire eye with that momentum. She took it safe. I don't think she wanted to risk the potential miss on that jump, but that is very possible to do there. So from here, Yep, we're gonna hop up top and do my least favorite jump in the game is this one right here. I am
Okay, this is the route. So this is the route that now that I'm watching this, I feel like it's all coming back to me. Like I used to take specifically this route before the peak reroute that Blade element. I remember this jump. Yeah, this jump sucks.
Yeah.
I hate that one.
It's the worst. It is the worst. So if you saw there, she grabbed a checkpoint, bottom right corner. She hit that geometry in just the right way. There is actually another skip here, right here, that you can do. We just found recently. She's not going to be doing that today, but that skip, if you get it just right, really makes this particular route that she's doing really worth it. So instead of traversing this whole area, we can actually get a nice big gravity manipulation into a lot of additional speed where we just essentially run our way entirely to carousel just through the air. It's pretty great. But going ahead.
Oh yeah, I want to say this is a really risky route. I want to say as well. I'm not going to say it's like marathon unsafe. But like it is. You have to preserve that checkpoint the entire time, and the risk of death in this area in particular, especially, I'm assuming we're going to Graveyard after this.
We're going to Graveyard.
Especially when you look at the amount of high tier enemies that are at the final, what is supposed to be the final eye for this section. It is a very difficult strat to do single segment without dying. So
yeah, so let's hope we can get through this without any deaths. A death here would cost us what, about a minute and a half?
I want to say a minute plus. Yeah,
it's
definitely.
about a minute and a half. So just gonna hit this guy so he doesn't shoot at us.
And weird jumps like this don't help at all. Yeah,
you can.
This is a really cool skip that was found by Blade LMAO. We were supposed to take this rail to access this other like upper tiered area. But what we can do is do a triple jump here, and at the precise timing, we'll just flip to the other side, and now we are in the single most dangerous part of the game in terms of enemies. You can see that the enemy density here is just really, really high. All of these enemies take multiple hits to kill. You have these weird sniper guys, and so we're going to try to navigate this in the right order. We want that sniper guy to shoot at us, so he doesn't shoot at us here. Wow, that was gorgeous. Talk about a perfect graveyard. I mean, I'm going to clap. I'm clapping over. Oh my
God. I am right there with you. Holy moly. That was beautifully executed. Like,
I love the Lobster has her hand on her chest. I can't imagine. I was going to say, I can't imagine how nervous she is. I know exactly how nervous she is.
Oh my goodness.
That was incredible.
So now here's again where the route changes a little bit. So we're going to quit out here, and we're actually going to hop on that rail that spawns. If you recall, when you kill that boss, a rail spawns. That is this rail right here.
This is cool.
We're going to hop on that. And we're going to carry that momentum all the way to Tufty Eye.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Okay.
And so with this
that's really clever.
With this particular route, we actually, in the way that had been routed before, we had to make our way to a smokestack in order to get to the initial hit on the boss. And it usually takes about 15 seconds or so. With this, you spawn in the boss and you immediately smack that smokestack and hop right into the boss.
That is pretty cool. I really, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't sold on this reroute until that moment right there. And then I was like, oh, that makes so much sense.
Yeah. So, shout out to Snail and I believe PDO and myself were all the ones that have been really digging into Luminous Peak and trying to figure out what the best routing was. But the two of them especially, they took a lot of time and just math to figure it all out. And I appreciate both of them.
It's great to call out the amount of work it is to put together a route like that. There are so many options in as far as like the order that you can approach things. Like when you take into account like all the rails that you can use for the triple jumps and the rail slips and all that. It is truly, this level is truly a routing playground, and trying to figure out the most optimal way through is a substantial amount of effort.
Beautifully put. A routing playground is, I think even Snail had called it a playground at one point. I love the way you put that. But we're on to the second version of this boss, and I've heard a lot of people can have some trouble with this boss in particular getting flung off back down to the bottom. Not been something I've dealt with. Let's see how she fares here in the final phase.
un peu flippante.
And yeah, this final phase.
We're going to take an intentional death here.
Yep, this is an intentional death because you can see where she's moving her cursor around. It's going to teleport us right next to the smokestack, which is you have to use one of these to get launched up to the boss. That's how you initiate the next phases.
Yep.
And yeah, go ahead.
I just would say just the single this time. She got a really good spawn on that second one, but unfortunately not a good one for the third.
Yeah, definitely. And this final phase is, I would say, generally speaking, pretty chill if you're not one of the unfortunate few that get flung off from time to time. I would say the most tricky part being this kind of trek that you take down Burning Hunter's tail. Again, with like the spacing between the bone platforms here, it's just like a little out of sync with the way that we want to optimally move. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. Oh no, we missed it. She get back. She didn't get a boost.
Oh my goodness.
No.
And that, dude, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's hard. It's really hard.
His tail shifted down right as she tried to boost, and so she was in the air and could not boost. Oh,
yeah,
man.
Yeah.
And the crowd is going wild
awesome.
too.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's definitely like, honestly, I mean, I've been watching Speedon for like a couple years, but especially now being more in tune with it, with helping organize the Restream and everything, I was like, I got to attend one of these someday. Like the vibe there just seems so cool, and I'm really glad that like an event like this exists. It's very cool.
Yeah.
All right. Second try.
Okay.
Almost got cut off on the same one.
yeah. We took it a little bit slower that time, and we got our final hit on the boss.
There we go.
Excellent. So we're going to be warped back to Echo for one last little interaction before we go to activate our starseed or not activate our starseed. We have a choice to make once we get up here to the top. So let's see what happens here as we try to make our way back to Crater. We've got a big decision to make.
Yes. Yeah. Coming up here is going to be the single longest cutscene in the game. Oh, we get an update on the art. Wow. Oh my.
Let's go.
That I want that so bad. That is so cool. What an amazing! And Solar Ash aesthetically is just one of my favorite games. It's awesome. I love the world and the artwork. So especially seeing stuff like that is very cool.
Absolutely, dude. That is so cool. Okay, so we're gonna talk to Sid. We deactivated Sid a little bit earlier. I know we skip a lot of this stuff, but we have to get Sid reactivated here and then activate the Starseed by hopping up to the top.
And so I want to take the time just to give a brief shout out to kind of, what is the purpose of Speedon? Like, why are we here? So Speedon is in benefit of Médecins du Monde, or Doctors of the World. They are a humanitarian organization that helps millions of people all over the world, in over 30 countries. They are actively at work in places like Palestine and Ukraine. Their work is extremely important, and I am personally so honored to be a part of an event in any way that is in support of them. If you type !donate, that'll take you to the donation link. There are a lot of amazing donation incentives and bid wars you can put your money to. I cannot encourage y'all enough to support an organization like Médecins du Monde and all of the really important stuff that they do all across the globe.
Yeah, and I think we've also got an exclamation charity as well for the shirts. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Actually, if you look at the pinned comment in chat right now, there is a link to both the tracker and the boutique.speedon.fr, which takes you to the official event shirt, which is an awesome shirt, by the way. And any purchases of the shirt also go directly to, the funds from the shirt also go directly toward MDM as well. So, please show both Speedon and Médecins du Monde some support. Consider donating. I really cannot talk enough about how awesome the work that they do is.
Yeah, but we see here, so we got up to the top, and we've just watched as the world we were trying to save is no longer there. So we have a choice to make now. Are we going to activate the starseed, or are we not going to? For the true ending, we actually destroy the starseed. So that's what we will be doing here in this particular run. But you do have the choice to also activate if you are looking for the alternate ending for this game.
Yeah, this is the main difference between the any percent and true ending runs. Any percent would choose to activate the starseed, and effectively the game would end there. With the true ending portion of this, with the true ending run, we end up fighting an additional final boss and basically go to an additional level. I don't want to talk too much about the story because I don't really think enough people have played this game, and I'd like to have you experience it on your own. All that being said, narratively, this game is really, really strong, and it's an amazing story, especially when it comes to, for me, it's a great tale about overcoming grief and kind of like a lot of the mental cycles that you can get trapped in when you're trying to navigate that. So a great game, and I do want to, by the way, a bit of a content warning. The scene that's about to come up here is frankly pretty brutal. It's not like super gory or anything, but it definitely makes you feel the way that it intended for you to feel. I remember when I played through this game casually and I saw this for the first time, I was like,
yeah, so
was very taken aback.
If you are a little woozy, avert your eyes for about 10 seconds or so and then come right back.
I remember I had Cubert Muffin reading donations during this scene. That's a cheeky run. It's just such like the content on screen, and then Cubert Muffin being like, "Let's go, Twitch chat." I was like, watching it back. I was like, anyway, the scene's over now.
Yes, you are welcome to tune back in. And we're going to spawn back where we started at the very beginning of the game, actually. If it decides to load. There we go. Okay, we're loading
It's a very long black screen. Yeah.
That was. But we're loading in as Echo.
Yes, now playing as Echo, and something interesting about Echo is that she has a little bit her gravity, she has a little bit less gravity than Ray does.
Oh, and she got the jump first try. Excellent.
Yeah, that's not an easy jump. You remember that tree I was talking about, how it's important? That's the same tree model, and we use it for the exact same thing, which is like using it to like skip a sequence here. So that's really cool. And this jump is awesome. I love the way the music swells here.
We're actually going to pop upside down again, I believe. Yep.
Yes.
And then one more flip. And then grab that. Beautifully done.
So that skips a lot of conversation with Sid. And now we are going to, you can see, we're going to take an intentional death here, which is going to warp us all the way to the end of this platforming.
Yep.
And we're going to be fighting effectively, well, as the boss is titled, Wretched Ray.
That was some interesting gravity that happened right there. I've not seen that before.
A little bit strange.
Not seen that one before. Usually you just kind of land.
This boss is, it's a little bit jank, I think. There's definitely some weirdness here. It doesn't quite feel, the fight doesn't quite feel like as maybe as fleshed out as some of the others, which makes it a little bit difficult to navigate from a speedrun perspective. Especially when you consider the one-hit death, like hyper, or the with hot goop is all over this thing.
Yep, absolutely. So we do have to be very careful when it comes to the way we navigate on top of this particular boss, and be careful not to get essentially pulled out of the gravity field that this boss makes, because it can pull us straight down into her goop.
And this second phase has gone pretty well. Only one more phase left, and as usual, the third phase is the most difficult one. And we were almost at the end of our run here, which I kind of can't believe.
I know. It went so quickly.
Wretched Ray is going to make it last a little bit longer by just choosing not to attack. The way that usually I prevented this was just skating to the right. Usually when you skate to the right and kind of get in front of Ray, that's when they will attack.
There we go.
There we go. So yeah, here we go. Final phase coming up.
Yeah, final phase.
And this is I always found, I'm not sure about you, Tallow, I always found that this part right here was the most difficult to navigate.
You're absolutely right. On this particular boss, that is the worst spot, is right there. Okay, and time is coming up here in just a moment. We've got one more interaction here, and it'll come on the third smash here on her chest.
Followed by one of the coolest animations in any video game.
Yep. 2. And that is time.
103.56. That is an awesome time.
Not bad for a live event run. Oh, excellent work, Bubsy.
Yeah, excellent work. I mean, first try Bagel Peak. Get out of here with that.
Oh,
Get out of here with that. That was truly amazing.
That made my afternoon.
So yeah. Anyway, Talo, what were your thoughts on the run? What was your favorite part? Maybe aside from Bagel Peak.
Aside from Bagel Peak, I've got to say her garden was absolutely beautiful. We had a really rough boss there on the final phase, but besides that, like that was seriously one of the cleanest gardens you can see.
And you know, Talo, I also want to say thank you so much for joining me with this as well. Like it was, it's been a while since I kind of like thought about this game this much, you know, and having an excuse to revisit it and look at it again. I really encourage everybody to play this and to buy it. Last I checked, it was on sale on Steam. I think it was like 40 or 60% off or something. I couldn't recommend giving it a try enough. It's one of my favorite games I played in a very long time. It's so fun to move around in. It has a lot of gorgeous environments. I mean, you could just, they're just...
Look at this. They're absolutely beautiful. Absolutely.
Drew Bagel in chat. Wait,
hang on.
Who is this guy?
Who is this guy?
Mr. Krabs? What is Mr. Krabs doing in this game?
What the heck?
Flying
He was in this game the whole time?
Spaceship? Well, anyway, Drew Bagel in chat, by the way. Shout out Drew Bagel.
Bagel, you got your bagel skip into the run today. I don't know if you were here for it, but if you weren't, go back and watch it. It was beautiful.
Anyway, I believe that's about the end of our time. Talo, thank you for joining me. Very honored to have been a part of this with you.
Hey, I'm right there with you, Brian Otto. I am so glad I got to do this with you. Thank you so much for having me here to commentate. Again, one of my favorite games, and just if you haven't ever checked out this game, come check it out. We've got a lot of people that would love to help you learn the run and give you any tips and tricks that we have. So we'd love to see you if you're interested.
And I believe some final words that they're sharing right now. As people from queer communities, people from trans backgrounds, you are always going to have a place here in speedrunning. You're always going to have a place here at events like Speedon and GDQ. And even when times are tough, we just wanted to encourage you to keep going on, and you'll always be able to find safe spaces here. So thanks everybody for watching, and we sincerely hope you enjoy the rest of Speedon.
Yes, absolutely. Enjoy the rest of the event if you're tuning in. Definitely support all of the people that have been putting their hearts into the games that they love and supporting this awesome charity.
Bravo Lobster pour cette super run, c'était vraiment top. Et puis, en particulier, si vous êtes une femme cis, une femme trans ou une personne non binaire, n'hésitez pas à rejoindre Fast and Fabulous, qui est un super collectif en non-mixité de speedrun qu'on a rejoint, moi et Lobster, et super commu. Merci Jarmou, merci Boupeux d'avoir co-créé ce groupe. Merci de votre attention, c'était super. Merci Ken, merci Lobster, et puis à plus tout le monde.
Bravo.
Yes.
Incroyable, là.
Non, ça va, j'ai pas du tout été cueillie, tout va bien.
On peut tout lâcher, tout chialer.
C'est bon.
Merci beaucoup. Super bonne, super message. Vraiment
super.
Prestation hallucinante. Et milliards de gens sont tombés amoureux de ce jeu.
Oui, et j'en profite aussi, bisous aussi à Aurore qui a co-créé Fast and Fab surtout. Faudrait pas l'oublier, mais bravo encore Lobster. Et Mais bravo les dons, bravo tout le monde, mais quelle soirée incroyable. Et puis là, on va surtout applaudir bravo le dessin.
Ah, bah le dessin.
Ah oui, attends, quand même, il y a quelqu'un qui a bossé là.
Pendant qui a dû faire peut-être plus vite que prévu, tellement ça allait vite.
Mais oui, regardez comme c'est beau.
Oh là là, on se régale. Ça va. Ah, il y a le petit pignon ou peut-être autre à venir.
Non à déterminer, on n'a pas encore déclaré à la mairie sur l'extrait de naissance.
Ça va, t'as pas du pro rush?
Non, ça va. J'ai regardé l'estimate et c'était parfait. Du coup, j'ai juste hâte de voir la rediff pour voir en fait la run.
C'était extraordinaire, en effet.
Mais surtout, je voulais demander aux commentatrices et du coup à Lobster de venir aussi signer le dessin.
Ah oui.
Trop bien.
Si vous nous entendez.
Allô
Lobster.
Renvoyez-les nous, s'il vous plaît, rendez la runneuse.
Bonsoir. Faudra signer le dessin de Slat Meta, voilà. Vous trois.
Très bien.
Ça régale, bien sûr. Bien vu, bien vu. Magnifique. Merci encore, Slat Meta. On te retrouve encore plus tard sur le marathon?
Oui, on me retrouve demain pour Link to the Past, Sifu et dimanche pour le Night.
Eh ben,
oh là là,
ça fait plaisir, j'ai l'impression.
Ça va
régaler.
Exceptionnel.
Bravo encore, on a 12 milliards de dons à rattraper, des choses à vous rappeler également.
Ça va le faire. Par exemple, MJ qui a donné 100 € en disant ambiance de ouf, cœur sur tout le monde, dont anonyme de 100 €. Il dit j'aurais malheureusement pas le plaisir de suivre ce magnifique event ce week-end, mais j'ai hâte de voir les rediffusions. Comme l'année dernière, énorme merci à MV, aux speedrunners, aux casters, aux ambianceurs et bien sûr à tous ceux qui peuvent donner.
Bien entendu, on a 400 balles de Chevalier Dindon qui dit 400 € pour 4 années de bénévolat sur l'event Don. Merci beaucoup du coup, Chevalier Dindon, merci. Ça régale, bien sûr, cet event serait impossible sans nos bénévoles et beaucoup qui remplissent chaque année, donc merci énormément. Ils sont formidables. Paoz qui donne 25 € qui dit coucou, ça va? Ah bah.
Moi ça va, toi ça va? Ça va, vite fait, ça va. Nirina qui donne 10 € disant une masterclass par Lobster, un vrai plaisir de la regarder. Skiori qui dit le speedrun est tellement bon, je viens d'acheter le jeu sur Steam. Merci pour les 5 €, bravo. Et qui donne 1 €. Merci Lobster pour la découverte, un jeu auquel je jouerai. GG pour la run et bourré les dons pour le call Elden Ring. Et oui, ça arrive très très fort cette nuit, ça.
Tout à fait. Kelly Douane qui donne 1 €. Juste merci, c'est ma première fois en présentiel et j'avoue que je suis surpris par l'ambiance, que de l'amour, de la confiance, de l'empathie. Merci aux bénévoles, aux ambianceurs, aux techos, au public et surtout merci à Médecins du Monde. Bisous de la salle, strictement inférieure à 3. Bisous, bisous.
Et si vous nous rejoignez, merci beaucoup et bonsoir, parce que je pense que là, ça y est, ça arrive très très fort, mais merci beaucoup. Vous regardez Speedon, marathon caritatif de speedrun au profit de Médecins du Monde. On va aller chercher les 400 000 balles, là c'est imminent. Hein.
Bien sûr.
Bah ouais, donnez, il y a les renforts qui arrivent, donc le tuto. Vous faites le don, vous pouvez aussi acheter l'album de Résonance.
Oui.
Le collectif Résonance qui a concocté un album avec des compositions originales inspirées des jeux qui figurent au planning de l'événement. Vous faites point d'exclamation album, c'est un album qui est à prix libre. Et je pense qu'il faut le mettre en top 1 de Bandcamp là, pour tout le week-end.
Top 1, le Bandcamp, on va peut-être leur demander un petit panel, on va le mettre en dessous du stream également, on va voir ça. Merci également aux personnes qui ont raid récemment. Alors là, j'ai du refresh, Streamlabs explose, mais il y a eu notamment des Little Big Whale, des Benzaï Draconi, plein de gens qui nous raident. Merci aussi de participer en envoyant vos viewers. Et on a encore 40 000 dons à aller. On peut se faire un petit rush là.
Oui, là c'est parti. Asilry donne 20 €. Elden Ring, c'est trop facile, il faut un peu de challenge. Cadre dynamique, le retour, qui donne 200 €. Merci à vous pour le nouvel opus de cet événement disruptif, innovant et républicain. Le cadre.
Pas politique, bien sûr.
Bien sûr, pas de politique, surtout pas dans les jeux vidéo, tu rigoles. Qui oserait? Jamais. Nice Atomic qui donne 50 €. Super run, super découverte de Solarage. Amalia donne 10 €. Coucou du premier rang, coucou.
Ah, le prochain est pour toi.
Le prochain, ah ouais, Don Fabrizio qui donne 50 €. La Belgique!
Bah oui.
Ah bah oui.
200 balles de Leïta qui dit bravo à tous les runneuses, les commentateuses, oui, commentateuristes plutôt. Et bien sûr, les ambianceuses, merci Leïta pour les 200 €, ça régale. Skull va dire qui dit évidemment qu'on veut Shadow avec 5 balles. Je vous rappelle que on a ouvert plusieurs défis en même temps, chose est assez rare, mais il fallait avancer. Et si j'arrive à utiliser un PC et que j'arrête d'être un boomer, je vais tout de suite faire une passe dessus. Car oui, la prochaine échéance, c'est Sonic Forces, justement, où Veil pourra jouer le DLC de Shadow, et on n'est pas loin du tout, on est à moins de 500 € de débloquer cet unlock. On a aussi évidemment Elden Ring, hein. Beaucoup de gens vont se coucher extrêmement tard pour voir la race à 3 sur Elden Ring. Nous en sommes à 71% sur les 30 000 € demandés pour que les 3 runners unissent leurs forces pour affronter l'énorme boss du DLC, tous sur le même clavier / souris. Et enfin, 34%, 1714 € sur 5000 € sur le run qui aura lieu juste après Marvel Spider-Man Remastered. Et là, ça sera très très cool aussi. En gros, il y a un moment dans la run, donc ça se passe à New York évidemment, où on devra de toute façon attendre qu'un événement se passe. Et donc on aura 5 minutes de pause où on visitera Times Square, et si vous activez le mode Fiesta, on aura un Times Square totalement reskiné aux couleurs du speedrun, des communautés et de Speedon.
J'ai eu une preview du mode Fiesta tout à l'heure en salle runner, et ça vaut le coup, donc allez chercher ces 5000 balles. Et il y a un autre raid, je pense que t'as pas vu passer, mais du coup, salut la culture, des bisous à vous.
Ah, mais ils sont arrivés!
Mais ouais, ils sont là, ça gueule depuis tout à l'heure dans le chat. Toi, tu dis pas bonjour.
Oui, mais Streamlabs.
Mais ouais, bonjour, merci beaucoup. Je continue la lecture pendant que tu refreshes tes événements.
Littéralement, ce raid n'existe pas. Ce raid n'existe pas dans mes alertes.
Mais ils sont là, merci.
Et bienvenue évidemment, viewers de chez Rayou. J'espère que Culture Clash était un banger, je n'en doute pas. J'espère que Étoile n'a pas pris les gens en otage, comme je vais le faire à la fin de Speedon, bien sûr. Donc voilà, mais j'espère que vous êtes régalés. Bienvenue, nous sommes sur Speedon, bien évidemment, marathon de speedrun caritatif, 75 heures de speedrun non-stop pour lever des pour une collecte de dons pour Médecins du Monde, découvrir toutes leurs actions. On en parle une fois par jour directement avec eux, sinon on vous fait des rappels réguliers. Et vous arrivez sur un gros programme. En effet, on va bientôt enchaîner avec Ease 8, notamment un petit peu de
extraordinaire,
voilà, un peu d'aventure RPG chilling,
oui.
Et puis plein de choses à venir, notamment voilà de Sonic Forces, du Elden Ring, plein de choses. Je vais reprendre.
Ne dormez pas, on est là jusqu'à dimanche. Il y aura du Elden Ring, du béton brutal. Il y a du Mario All-Star sur écoute 6h40 du matin. Demain matin, c'est Trop Bonne Chambre qui va être absolument exceptionnel. Vraiment, tout le monde prend son petit déj à 11h devant Trop Bonne Chambre. Ça vaut le coup. Et de toute manière, le rush final vaut la peine.
C'est ça, cette nuit. Donc je vous le rappelle, tiens, on va vous donner le programme, histoire que vous restiez amoureuses de la culture. Donc Ease 8, Lacrimosa of Dana à venir, All Story Bossy sur PC, Metal Slug X ensuite pour les fans d'arcade et de Neo Geo, Sonic Forces donc avec le DLC Shadow à débloquer, Béton Brutal pour du parcours platforming. Peut-être que les viewers de Link connaissent Béton Brutal, il y a beaucoup joué. Et bien entendu, Elden Ring, donc à venir dans 4 heures. Allez, courage. Et on est prêt pour la prochaine run.
C'est prêt pour Is, let's go pour Lacrimosa of Dana en All Story Bosses.
C'est très fort. Ok.
Ça commence direct.
Ouais. Bonjour. Oh, c'est le direct.
C'est le direct.
Bonjour, Speedon.
Hello, everybody. This is Ease 8 Lacrimosa of Dana, starring Oni Lane. I believe this is the she's back with the Ricotta cosplay again. My name is Bram Hall V. I am a Ease 8 runner.
I am Goemon. I'm the admin of the East Speedrun Discord and runner of several of the games. Very happy to be here, showing this off. Very proud of the work Oni's put into this game.
Yep. So this is an action RPG with a kind of a party system. Very nice combat. This is the 8th game in the series, or give or take the 8th game in the series. And the category is all story bosses, which means defeat all bosses associated with the story.
Yeah, so that means no need to worry about optional bosses and excludes the true ending boss. But regular, normal ending, all story bosses, you could say.
And the category is like this because any percent is it's now under 11 minutes. There's not a lot of the game left in it, so we have taken this opportunity to show more of the game and show how broken it is outside of just the 80% run.
Are we doing a stream reset or something? The video feed died on both streams for me.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Hang tight, we got technical stuff going on.
Du coup, début de JRPG. Qui dit JRPG dit déjà outfit parce que le swag avant tout, mais surtout petit bateau de croisière.
Oh, qu'est-ce qu'on est beau!
On est magnifique.
Might as well just open up Mr. MB while I'm here.
Meilleure tenue d'Adol au passage parce que sinon Adol Christine n'a pas. Donc petit bateau où on va
Or I see it.
Okay, we're on the boat. Bramhall, if you want to explain this section.
Okay, so this. Yep. I see it. Yeah. All right, so this is the boat section. What you're doing is you're running around and talking to different characters. I would call them NPCs, but technically they're not. This is Dogi. He's not playable in this game, sadly. This is not E7, but once Oni is finished doing all these checks, it will be whisked straight away into the first boss of the game.
Yep. So the game starts off with a boss fight that's meant to be kind of like a tutorial for its systems. Here's just a lot of moving around. You see a lot of jump rolling. There's a whole bunch of different types of movement in this game. It's quite a lot to optimize when it comes to movement. Anyway, the ship's being attacked, which Adol Kristen on a ship is usually a sign that bad things are going to happen, unless it's East 10, because they decided to break with that. Anyway, so the basic gist of combat here is you gotta attack the tentacles here, and this kind of gives us a way to introduce flash guards and flash dodges. You want to get into those?
Yeah, so flash guarding is when you instantly block attack with the flash guard button as you're getting hit, and that will give you a few seconds of invincibility and increased damage. So you can see there's little diamonds around the numbers, which means that those are critical hits. Flash move is you press the dodge button right as you're getting hit, and that will put you into bullet time, and it will basically speed you up slightly. And that was a very cleanly executed tentacle fight. Pretty shortly we're going to end up on a deserted island. I wonder how that happens.
Yep. Welcome to the Isle of Saren, crash land here. We want to build up what's called the Castaway Village, where we find a whole bunch of castaways. It's kind of the general idea of the gameplay loop of this game. As you explore each new chapter, you find more castaways, build up your little village. So the movement here is attack roll canceling.
So what you do is you when you roll, there's like right when your character kind of hits the ground, you can cancel it with the attack button, but then you can also immediately roll out of the attack. So it's sort of a chain reaction there. We're being introduced to our first party member, which is Laxia, who has the pierce damage type, as opposed to the slash damage type. Enemies can be weak to pierce, slash, or strike. That stops being relevant very quickly in this run, as for the majority of the run you'll only have access to slash.
Yeah, so it's worth noting that each character has slightly different movement properties. Laksha has a faster jump roll, whereas Adol has like a faster attack roll cancel, so you'll see them switching a fair bit in the earlier portions for movement. Eventually it's going to change.
Yeah, because you can't attack on every screen, so if you're unable to attack, you will just use the faster jump roller, who is Laxia. We're coming up to our first kind of out of the ordinary sort of thing we're going to see. This is she's going to get up on like that. You're going to get up on top of the box and push past the turn back trigger by activating the loading zone in a tiny corner of the wall where they don't overlap. We're coming up on the next boss of the run. This game has a damage on every frame glitch. We don't really know how it works, but we do know how to do it. So in that case, we just use Laxia's first skill. The very first skill she comes with is able to trigger if you just spam it over and over. So that's pretty convenient. Every single boss for the entire rest of the run is pretty much going to be defeated this way. It seems like it would trivialize everything, but it's not really as consistent as we would like it to be. And so there are some bosses that that could possibly give us trouble.
Yeah, effectively it does mean that combat's a little bit less routing intensive. We do pick up some skills that are better for proccing damage glitch, and there are some interesting properties to explain about it. But by and large, this is a run that's about execution of movement and tricks. So once again, just spamming the skill, and once you do it enough, it's just going to proc basically every frame. You just see so many numbers. And switching over to our third party member we just got here, Sahad, to use a skill that does a little bit more damage, that because damage glitch has now been procced, you can switch over, and then the new skill will carry over the the properties of hitting every frame, but for much bigger ticks. So right there, some strange things happen in this game if you repeatedly switch between characters. So Oni was able to just climb up get up a gap that you're not supposed to be able to in order to perform a bit of a sequence break.
Yeah, it's a little bit to do with the geometry of that particular wall. I think when you switch characters, if you're supposed to slide off a wall or something, it doesn't quite read for the first few frames. So you just kind of spam switch and jump and get up the wall. Anyway, like we said, damage glitch does trigger damage on every frame. And what I didn't mention is that this game runs at 200 FPS. So that is kind of why the boss fights are so short. So pretty soon Oni's going to be coming up on a cutscene trigger. This cutscene trigger activates the warp point that's just up ahead, so we're going to use this opportunity to warp back to town and do some story triggers that are necessary in order to prevent softlocks later. So we're going to talk to Dogi, talk to Kiergaard and his little bed there, and then we're going to go fishing.
Fishing! It's an essential part of an RPG speedrun when there's fishing.
Sounds like people were excited in the venue as well.
To elaborate, yeah, they're pretty excited over there. To elaborate a little on the lore, they have fishing in East 10 as well, and it's necessary for most of the biggest glitches in that game. So it's even more important now. It's just so funny to me.
There's one more cutscene to get up at the top of this hill here, and then we'll continue with the forest dungeon. Alright, so this is Serpentis. Pretty standard boss, but notably this will be the last boss that gets fought for a while in this category, because it's this category is pretty intensive on setup. The party's going to look very, very different for most of the run, but there's just a bunch of glitches that need to be executed in a row in order to be able to attain our main setup. There they just unlock the item that lets you climb up vines. And in this chest over here is the most broken item in the game, the Spiral Manual, which teaches Tornado Sword for Atoll. And another hill climb up here. Very, very cleanly executed there.
By and large, the reason for this category's existence is, as we mentioned, any percent can be done in now 10 minutes. And we wanted a category that allowed you to actually show off much of this game, because there's a lot of really cool tricks in this game.
Yeah, and any percent, this is basically the end of the run right here. I mean, there's a little bit more, but opening up the menu to teach Tornado Sword to Atoll.
Tornado Sword is just an extremely effective procker of damage glitch.
And there she's switching her controls so that we can do a glitch called switch canceling. What happens is when you attack in midair, if you're on the ascent of your jump, you will do a jump slash. And if you're on the descent or your apex of your jump or later, you will do a dive attack. And you can actually reset the jump slash by switching characters and attacking at the same time while your character is rising in the air from the jump slash, because you do gain a little bit of height from it. And by doing that, you trick the game into thinking that you jumped again, and so you can kind of get infinite height that way. There's a few ways to actually get infinite height in this game.
Yeah, that one's actually one of the...
That'll be made very...
Yeah, that one's actually one of the trickier ones when you just have this set of party. We'll get one that enables it much more easily later, thankfully.
Yeah, we're going to see a little bit more switch canceling coming up. We're going to so this boss has 3 phases. When the second phase starts, he's going to try to push you off the log, and the rest of the fight takes place underneath the log. But what we're going to actually do here is we're going to try to get behind the creature, and we're going to set our controls again to have attack and switch on the same button, and we're going to escape the boss fight. So what escaping the boss fight does is it retains the flag that says spawn a boss on this map, and that will carry over to any other map in the game. So what we're trying to do right here is respawn the tutorial fight with Laxia outside Castaway Village.
Yes.
And that'll be used for a different trick that'll be very shortly.
Yeah, effectively you're storing a boss flag in or like a forced encounter flag, which most bosses are forced encounters. But as soon as you enter any room that has one of these, by the way, I believe there's a void out there at the end, which is why the hover.
It's the trigger to to start the second phase of the fight. It'll respawn you under the log.
Okay, yeah. So it is very deliberate. There is the point. Like,
yeah.
Remember, some of these screens get really weird. Anyways, but yeah, if you go to any screen that has a forced encounter, which doesn't necessarily have to be like a boss, but just an encounter that like you're locked into, that you use boss storage for that.
There she's making a save in front of Dogi, which will be used later. Also upgraded the weapon. Triggering the blacksmith tutorial will override the state that says you have to stay in here until you do the raid. So that just lets her leave the Castaway Village.
It doesn't exactly need the boss storage just yet. Having quick access to it will be important later, but that's the main. That's like
what we're doing here is we're trying to do a glitch called Force Cutscene. Basically, what happens is if you end a boss fight, like by defeating the enemies, for example, these little tutorial mooks down at the bottom there, and then you immediately leave the room while it's calling the event that will happen afterwards. It will actually trigger the wrong cutscene if you're in the wrong room. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to force a cutscene from a lot later into the game.
Yeah, so there's a little gap here. Kill the enemies. As soon as they're dead, you have like a little bit of time before the fade out and then the cutscene that plays afterwards. So Oni's just running through a whole bunch of triggers in the Castaway Village all at once to force a whole bunch of stuff to happen.
There are a lot of cutscenes in Castaway Village because it's the main area of the game, but the one that we want in particular is at the top of the hill, and that leads to an event from near the end of the game. But we have to kind of sit through all these other cutscenes in order for that one to show up, and then we will skip that cutscene, and it will bring us to the end of Chapter 5. Also, this is Donna Lacrimosa, and she's kind of the other main...
It's not her last name, and you know it.
She's kind of the other main character of the game. She's a person from like 1,000 years in the past, and this is kind of a Final Fantasy VIII sort of thing where we're seeing her flashbacks throughout a lot of the game. And eventually, she to get into a little spoiler territory, she puts herself in cryo and joins the main party in the future. But so here we're you go ahead.
Go on. I was just going to explain the story context here. There's a whole bunch of this same screen, then we're going to get into a boss.
Yeah, so this is actually the Donna section. It's towards the end of the game. And this is the part where we unlock her luminous form, which is the fastest moving character in the game. Donna's alternate luminous form.
Yeah, so solo Donna section, she has 3 different forms. Base, which has the blue hair, and then there's Gratica with the green hair, and Luminous with the red, or orange. Donna is very easy to escape boss triggers with, so yeah.
Yeah, if you have just a solo Donna and you use the switch button to switch forms, and you have attack bound to the switch button, like she does right now, you can just mash that, and if you're in midair, you'll just fly. So we're using this to escape this boss fight because we don't want to deal with it right now. What we want to do is we want to... Geez, what are we doing now? We have access now to Donna's hometown of Eternia, and we want to get rid of the boss state that was left in place when we stored the boss when we just escaped that boss fight, because we want to go back to that screen the boss was on, but we don't want the boss to be there. So we're going to go in here and we're going to trigger a fight here to get rid of it. So this is the fight against this isn't really a boss, it's like a mini boss, and this is the fight that unlocks the Gratica form, and you're not supposed to be able to kill it before a cutscene happens. So what's going to happen is you're going to destroy it with damage glitch, because Luminous's melees can trigger damage glitch just by mashing the attack button, and then just do the fight again, because we have to actually do this trigger in order to defeat the monster.
The basic gist of the Eternia is Eternia was like an ancient civilization here on this island, which has been so isolated from the rest of the world that dinosaurs are still a thing here. is the basic lore. The Eternians set up this kind of like temple society on this island, but something happened to them. We don't really know what. That's kind of part of the story, is like figuring out what the heck happened to them. But there's a lot of intermingling between the past and the present, and because of a lot of glitches, we're going to be doing plenty of shenanigans that was not meant to be done either. Like, we're going to be, I guess, time compressing if we want to make a Final Fantasy VIII reference.
So now what we're doing here is we're going to introduce a second method of forced cutscene. There's the one where you kill the enemies and leave the boss room. That's one of them. This is another one where if you you engage in a raid, which is a mini game that pops up periodically, and then you load a save file at the very end, it will force a cutscene that is supposed to happen on that save file, like if the cutscene trigger is inactive. So there's one right there, right in front of that crystal there, and we want to activate it by doing this raid. So we're going to give two big shout outs here. One to Jado, who found the first method of forced cutscene, and one to Mabo, a Japanese runner who found this second method of forced cutscene. This run used to be, like the 80% run used to be about the same length as this All Story Bosses run, and then it's just kind of gotten shorter and shorter. When the first forced cutscene was found, the run became 15 minutes, and then when the second forced cutscene was found, it became 10.
Hypothetically, I believe there's been a recent discovery that allows you to do it in like 6, but we haven't really been able to actually get that done.
Yeah, that was also Mabo's finding, I believe. So anyway, what the raids are is basically there's just a bunch of waves of enemies that come around. You're supposed to stop them from knocking down the gate, and it's kind of on rails. There's a little bit of RNG with respect to like where they spawn, but we pretty much know the general area where they're all going to spawn. So it's all about memorization and being in the right spot.
Here we're seeing our boy Sahad in one of his few shining moments of this run. Just has really good area of effect skill damage.
Yeah. So as you can see in the bottom right corner, you have your that little that blue circle, or I guess it's a half circle at this point because we haven't unlocked extra skill points. But those are your skill points, and when you have those actives, you can use skills such as this one. I believe it's called High Wave. Very fast, very spammable. Does a lot of damage. And skill points kind of regenerate on their own during raids, and you can also regenerate them faster by defeating enemies using skills, or by charging your attacks, or by flash running and flash moving. Spamming skills is going to be a big part of this of a combat in this run. So, while I have a moment, I'm calling attention to the kind of the skill points.
Yeah, so there's 4 skills you can bind on the 4 face buttons that are indicated down there. The little blue indicator is of your resource to actually use them. And then the little yellow thing in the center is for your extra skill. It's not nearly as useful in this speed run just because damage glitch kind of is more efficient damage, but it is there.
Yeah, the bad thing about extra skills is that the animations are pretty long, and there's like a lot of downtime in some of the animations where you're not doing any damage. So it's just you just kind of lose out on DPS, even if you're not like spamming damage glitch. It's in casual play, your extra skill is mostly just good for freezing the screen so the enemies can't hit you. But as you can see, like when the enemies are killed, you see it's a skill finish. So that means that you because you defeat the enemy with a skill, you will gain back some SP. And I believe these last 2 enemies are the last 2 enemies of the raid. So that is final wave clear, and when it says stage clear, they'll be loading the file, and that will trigger the end of another Donna session, and that will create a kind of a wrong warp to the other side of the island, so to speak. And then there will be even more shenanigans from that point forwards.
Yeah, but shenanigans are pretty easy to trigger during those interim cutscenes.
Yeah, so we're going to go straight back into the Donna section, and we're going to do a little bit of time travel. So as you can see, Luminous form Donna is very fast. My nickname for her is Zoominous because it speaks for itself, really. Here we're gonna go out of bounds and trigger a leftover loading zone from, I guess, when they were designing these maps. And that loading zone will lead to a lead to a map that does not exist in Donna's time. So what this effectively does is it takes past Donna, past solo Donna, and brings her to the present. So this is she's on a present map right now. And we're going to go straight back into the Temple of Eternia, and we're going to we're gonna go in there through the back door, because there's another secret loading zone back here that goes to another room, and we're gonna trigger this boss fight, and we're going to store a boss flag by flying out of it again. This boss is actually one of the last ones that ends up getting defeated in this run, but we see it as early as 20 minutes in.
Yeah, there's a couple of bosses just like this where they're more useful alive than dead, I guess you could say.
That's a good way to put it.
Just because of the need for being able to force triggers. Because although we can sequence break this game, not everything immediately triggers when you enter like the room that it's normally in.
And now we're going to go to another loading zone here that leads to I can't remember what it's called. Vista Ridge. Yeah. So this is where there's going to be a side quest boss here. It's not supposed to be here, of course, but we have a boss flag stored, so we're going to trigger this fight with Master Kong here. And as you can see, the party has been changed to just Adol because Master Kong is somebody who solo fights every member of the party to teach them new skills. And I don't fully understand why it happens like this, but that party switch to the solo Adol is going to cause shenanigans when we come out of this Donna section. So now what we're doing, we've already done what we set out to accomplish here, which is set that weird flag, and now what we want to do is we want to hit the nearest warp point so that we can come back here later when we need to. There's an illegal void out glitch. Sometimes you'll just sometimes you'll just out of bounds for no reason, even though you're actually in bounds. Right there, in order to fly out of the swamp, in order so you don't sink right to the bottom straight away, you have to have jump bound to the same button as attacking and switch. But that's just temporary. And so when we hit this warp point here, we're going to cross area to exit the Donna section, and that will change our main party to Donna, Luminous, and Gratica. So this. Yeah, right, like that. So this is most of the main party that we're going to be fighting with for the rest of the run. There's going to be one more adjustment made later, and now here we're just going to be hitting some warp points. So what are your thoughts, Ghost?
I mean, I think Oni's having a pretty good run so far.
Yeah, looks pretty good.
Yeah, so there's just like a lot of shenanigans. One of the perks we haven't really touched on is the fact that because Donna is, you're not supposed to actually be able to trigger the Donna sections until fairly later, and because they're self-contained, Donna comes at a much higher level than our main party is right now. So being able to activate that early means that we can take a level 44 character into a section that is not, meant, like you're meant to be in like the 20s or even less for some of those sections.
Yeah, minor correction there actually. Luminous and Gratica are level 44. Yeah. If you were to switch to Blue Donna, she'd actually be level 1 because Blue Donna is playable in the present later on, but the flag to set her level isn't there, so she's level 1.
Yeah.
But we will not be burdened with her for very long.
Shame, I like Blue Donna. I think the Blue.
Yeah, Blue Donna is actually. Blue Donna is, or just Donna as a as a playable member in the present is actually pretty overpowered because she has a skill that can buff herself.
Yeah, so it's time for the Baja Blast Tower. This is one of the cooler areas of movement in this entire run. So here you're seeing.
Also worth noting is that.
Yeah, here you're seeing that when you jump up a slope, you actually don't want to be doing rolls. You just want it to just repeatedly jump, and it looks really smooth.
So Donna's when Donna's split up into threes like this, she can switch cancel really easily because I guess it's to do with kind of her physics. I think Gratica's attacks send her up immediately. So yeah, Oni here is coming to Baja Tower a lot earlier than I would. I'm guessing she's either going to hit a warp point or maybe she's just going to take out this boss early. Oh, okay, just hitting the warp point up ahead. And now she's going to be doing the Watchtower quest. This is a mandatory quest that happens pretty early on. And the consequence of this is that you... this unlocks the ability to fortify the village for raids. So we have to do a raid a lot later on. There really isn't a way to skip it that we have been able to find yet. So we need the barricade that the monsters are trying to destroy to be a lot stronger than it is at level 1 because the monsters will just destroy it immediately and that's a game over. But that's not unlocked until you complete this quest. So there's just 3 materials that we have to pick up. That's one of them. And then while we're out doing this, we'll also be hitting more warp points. This is kind of the exploration segment. And then we'll start killing some bosses. So this is one of the highlights of the soundtrack. This is called Sunshine Coastline.
I don't know how
in a nearby area.
I don't know how it processes through the restream, but if you've never heard Sunshine Coastline, go look it up. I'm pretty sure it's still Falcom's most watched track on their unofficial YouTube channel.
I believe that's Blue Destination from CS2.
One of the two.
In another nearby area, we hear a track called "Overcoming the Rocky Path." That's my personal favorite song on this soundtrack. It's very similar vibes to Sunshine Coastline. It's just a matter of taste, really.
My favorite's probably just the track called Donna, but that one's a bit more somber in a cutscene, so I don't know if you ever actually hear it in this run.
I don't think so.
I recommend the super arranged version because they have that playing on a cello, and that's just it's so beautiful.
Yeah, there's also an arranged kind of, I guess it's EP called Christmas of Donna, like Christmas versions.
Right.
If you look at the comments on some of those songs, some people get like really offended that they made it because of a late game event that happens in the story, and kind of how it ties in to the themes of Christmas. So, there's going to be another upcoming. There's going to be a character that gets added to the party, but we want to avoid that because it messes up menus. So that's why she's flying over the trigger right now. People are stoked about Flying Donna in the crowd there. Another way to move real fast in this game, especially if you're high up in the air, is to do a downward plunge to fall a little bit faster. And now we're handing in the Watchtower quest. And we're going to go to the Archaeozoic Big Hole for our next boss fight.
Yeah, so this next area is the Archaeozoic Chasm. We affectionately refer to it as Archaeozoic Big Hole after a less than savory period of this game's history where some certain localization quirks were not fully edited out. But the name is just too funny to call it anything other than the Big Hole. But
it's pretty accurate, I'd say.
I mean, yeah, it's literally what it translates to, even though chasm is just a much more natural sounding word. Anyways, so the chasm is this place you're supposed to head to access the fight with Okeanos. Okeanos is the giant squid monster that is basically confining us to Saren Island in the present. Effectively, it is the creature that is preventing the boat from actually leaving the coast of Saren Island.
Yeah, we just get shipwrecked again if we try to leave at this point, so we're gonna have to take the Kraken head on.
Yeah, so most of the story of this game up until its 5th chapter is effectively trying to find the means to get off of the island. And then of course the stakes escalate because of a whole bunch of stuff relating to Donna's history. after that, but that's a spoiler and also probably one of the weaker story areas of this game. Like, honestly, I would say this game's story up until chapter 5 is like kind of excellent, and then after that, it's like it kind of depends a little bit on how you feel about certain things. But the Archaeozoic chasm.
Yeah, I think if you've played E7 already, it gets to be a little repetitive. So here we're just flying over. Yeah, we're just flying over another door. You saw Oni fly out of a different boss fight. That's because this also flying out of boss rooms and storing boss flags causes bosses to trigger on room entry, and this saves it saves a tiny amount of time, but it's noticeable. There would be some movement and cutscene skips that we don't have to do anymore.
So yeah, this is like chapter 5 of at least 6 and then finale, so I guess 7. So we're quite late into the game now, just having absolutely seen it broken it. And the idea is you need to break the tentacles when you actually hit the boss's weak spot, as is kind of tradition for action RPGs.
Yeah, traditionally what you're supposed to do is launch those dandelion slingshots at the boss, but what we're actually going to do is just trigger damage glitch, and he just fell like that. So what we want to do is we want to try to trigger damage glitch on the weak spot here. This boss is cycle based, and if you do too much damage to it, he gets back up. But what we want to do is we want to carry the extra skill that freezes the screen. We want to carry damage glitch into the extra skill. That'll freeze the screen, and it'll cause the health bar to reach 0 before he's allowed to get up again. So we'll see if it works this time. Ooh, that's gonna be close. I think he's gonna get up again, and we have to just knock him down one more time.
Unfortunately.
Oh, that's a pretty tight to execute, but because he's stuck at 1 HP, he's just gonna fall down again. We just have to poke him once. And Donna has been leveled up from 1 to 32 there.
Yeah, EXP in this game rubber bands big time, so.
So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna go back into the Donna segment that where we flew out of that ice goat boss. The ice goat boss isn't gonna be there for some reason. I actually don't know why, but so we're gonna force him to be there pretty much, and we're gonna actually defeat the boss this time. So yeah, this boss is a little gimmick where if you're not playing as Luminous Donna, you'll get frozen. So, but those things around his legs can only be destroyed by Gratica. So you have to do a little bit of juggling with the form switches, and then from there it's just smash until you win, like that. So in the story, what happens after this point is that Donna, who is, has time traveled from the past to the present, has some kind of vision and decides to leave the party temporarily. And what this does is it replaces the blue Donna in our army of Donnas with Adol. As you can see, he's right there. So now we have our team of Adol,
Donna, and
Luminous and Gratica. Yeah.
So we did pick up that tornado slash, and I can assure you it will be useful, but it does help that there's bosses like this mid-boss, which you can just kind of bully with higher level damage glitch Luminous Donna to get Adol caught up on EXP.
Yeah, so right now, Adol is about 10 levels below what he should be here, so it's slightly dangerous to be playing as him, so just for a little bit of safety, she's going to be playing as Luminous to take down these bosses.
It's still very much possible to get hit while waiting for the boss to, while waiting for damage glitch to proc, and that, of course, would be very bad and likely kill you.
So that's the Archaeopteryx wing. That's our double jump item. This is pretty much the main reason why we go to Baja Tower as early as we do. So now we can double jump rather than having to hover everywhere. If something is double jumpable, we'll just do that because it's a little bit faster.
Oh, we're getting the.
Oh yeah, when you yeah, so the something changes the order of the party members, so that I probably just had to fix your keybinds there to get it correct, and so we don't have to hear Adol screaming a lot. Adol has 2 voice actors, one in English and one in Japanese. They are both also the voices of Eren Yeager.
Yep. In both languages.
Yes. So yeah, the gimmick behind that room is that you have to hit these switches to turn those walls into stairs, but obviously when you can just fly, you don't have to do that.
So this is one of the more annoying fights. You really want to get proc damage. But
Yeah. So one of the big annoying parts of this fight is that if you that boss will push you off a ledge, but if you're in flash invincibility, the wind doesn't affect you. So we want to see if we can damage glitch this boss to death before he wakes up, and yeah, like that. Luminous does it a lot more easily than Adol there, but we kind of use Adol's tornado to stun the boss initially, and then we use Luminous to finish him off, and that's pretty consistent. I think what's going to happen next is, yeah, we're going to set a warp point, and then we're going to go to the pirate ship. What we're supposed to do here is just these wasps' nests that are blocking the way, but the wasps, you're supposed to clear them with an item, bug spray, but what there actually is this enormous invisible wall blocking the way. So you can just fly over them, but you have to fly a lot higher than you think.
I don't exactly like. Qualcomm has this recurring thing with a lot of their games where they set vertical walls that if you can just find a means to get enough height to get over them, like you can get past them. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if that's the reason why in East 10 it is so difficult to get height at any point. Because
they took away double jump.
Yeah, they took away double jump. They've taken away skills to give you air, like air. Like they've done everything in their power to make it so that no, you fall. So I think they just got tired of all the different ways we've been able to break these games in terms of getting height.
But they told us to get over the barrier.
God, I would love if we could talk more about trails at these marathons.
So there's a ledge coming up. If you don't have double jump unlocked, they just put a giant invisible wall, presumably because they're at least a little bit cognizant that, like, if you jump off the top of that hill, you can probably use air tumbling shenanigans to get up at that ledge early, but they weren't quite savvy enough. We found a lot of stuff they probably didn't want us to do, and this is a little bit of a tricky out of bounds where you have to hit a loading zone from the back. But you have to position yourself kind of precisely in order to not hit a wall and fall. There we go. This is another very, very tricky out of bounds where we have to hit a loading zone that is very hard to see and there's very little visual reference for. The way I do this is I kind of look at the mini-map, but I think everybody has their own way of figuring this out. I think if you tilt the camera a certain way, yeah, you can kind of see it from above, but it's pretty hard to see. It doesn't show up until you're really close to it.
Getting that on the first,
but that was a very
well done.
Yeah.
Now she has a warp point set on the pirate ship. Honestly, one of the coolest scenarios in a vacuum in this game. Like the pirate ship alone is like one of the sections I would recommend playing this game for, because this place is really unsettling. In a unique way for this series, but in being able to force the boss, we can just skip that entire scenario and just damage glitch through the boss to just absolutely cheese grater it.
And that was a very nice kill with the flash move there. Obviously, if you're hitting damage on every frame, it helps also to speed yourself up, especially when I think damage glitch is related to how many hitboxes are overlapping. Here she's going to do a short grind to just unlock some skills early. These are like much higher level monsters than us at the moment, so it's gonna probably pop up every skill that's in the queue. Let's see. The one that we really want is Force Edge, and then there's a couple others that are kind of useful. That was Force Edge right there. Force Edge is a enormous horizontal radius AoE. As you can imagine, if you have a large hitbox and you're hitting damage on every frame, that's pretty effective, especially when the skill is as strong as Force Edge is. So a lot of boss fights are going to come down to triggering the damage glitch and then spamming Force Edge to take care of the boss. That is the Purifying Bell. That's the item that you need to equip in order to defeat undead monsters, just like that. This boss is very undead, so we
gonna make it very dead.
Want to make sure that's on. So see how this one goes. This one can be this guy can be a little bit uncooperative because he falls out of damage pretty easily. Yeah, he's a little bit of a pain. I also think he has like really high defense for some reason. It's worth noting that even if you're hitting damage in every frame and you're doing like 1 damage, that's 200 damage per second, and if you're dealing with monsters that have like tens of thousands of HP, that's still not really going to be fast enough. So at some point, and in this very dungeon, there's going to be a couple items that will increase our strength. And so we still want those, even though it looks like we're killing bosses in milliseconds flat.
Yeah, so as you saw there, the difference in damage between Tornado Slash and Force Edge was pretty significant. Just stronger skills tend to proc, or tend to do more damage per proc. They don't necessarily make for higher DPS in a casual playthrough. It's a little gimmick here is you need to align the statues to be facing a particular way. There's a whole like kind of thing to the puzzle here, but thankfully we don't need to do.
Yeah, they have to match. They have to match what's on the door. Although what we speedrunners just have the number of times you press the button memorize.
Yeah, it's fixed every playthrough.
And then there's this last one where there's 4 of them, and they have to match what's on that pillar in the middle. However, we can just jump over the door, so we can skip this one.
It's kind of,
and the door is a lot taller than it looks.
Oh, I know, that was hoverless. I was gonna say I would have loved if we'd had this run back to back with Jack 2 because we have both similar types of just like infinite height hovers, but I think the run for that was hoverless. Anyways,
so this is a 2-phase boss, but the first phase was skipped because there's a wall. You're supposed to go around in a circle and defeat a bunch of mooks, but the second phase of the boss is actually just there. So if you can get over the invisible wall, then you can skip that part. And yeah, that boss is dead now. See, I think after this is the Eroded Valley. Oh yeah, but before we go there, we want to hit this warp point up here because that will trigger the late game raid that we want to do later. So this is a much earlier dungeon in the game. This comes right after another party member joins you who is level 20, but he's usually a lot higher than your party at the moment. So this is like a level, I don't know, 16, 17, 18 dungeon.
Yeah, so because we do things out of order, kind of one of the nice little side effects is that eventually you can overpower bosses just outright. Although the category is all story bosses, it's not necessarily all story bosses in order. So yeah, Force Edge just does so much you don't even need to worry about rocking damage glitch for these early boss fights.
Yeah, especially we've leveled ourselves up to level 52 at this point by tackling some of the later game bosses first. Like, I think the dungeon we were just in, the Valley of Kings, that's the last dungeon you have to do before the final dungeon, I think. Very clean. Almost went back underground again, but was not given the opportunity. And I think the back half of this dungeon is pretty much vanilla. That chest has an item that lights up dark caves, but this cave is actually not that dark, so I don't know why that's there. But yeah, just using Luminous's Donna's dive skill to go down slopes a little bit faster, or dive attack.
Surprisingly, going
yeah, this would be
like it's hard to find like the best optimization for movement. Simply going up that isn't cheesable.
Yeah, and that's one of the dark rooms. But as you can see, it was there were a lot of lights in there already because there's little things there's little things that you can hit that give you skill points, and those are very bright. Anyway, that was a spider. Sometimes when Falcom doesn't have a boss idea, they just put in a big spider. I hate how accurate that is.
It's like the Abyss Worms from the Trails game. It's like, hey, let's just bring them back for another round.
Shoutouts to Cold Steel 1, where like a military fortress gets blown up and then the boss at the end is a spider. Anyway, this dungeon unlocks Dina the Trader. You can use her to trade up or trade down, which is kind of like buying and selling, except you don't have money, so what you're doing is you're bartering. So there's some materials that we picked up, and then we can trade those down for larger amounts of lesser materials, and that's basically what we'll be using to build the gate. There, she just, I guess she just triggered a side quest that puts this is a story state that puts a castaway named Euron there, and he gives us something called the Athlete's Ring, which is cuts our skill points into 2/3. All right, so now what we're kind of working towards right now is we're working towards getting the Orichalcum weapons. So the next boss is against the dinosaur that we fought at the very beginning, whose name is Avalodragil, who we've affectionately nicknamed Avocado.
Thanks, After 5.
Yeah, and once we defeat that boss, we will it will throw us into kind of a story quest where we have to upgrade our weapons with a powerful material that is able to defeat dinosaurs. Because otherwise, with our weapons right now, if we depleted a dinosaur's HP to 0, they would just come back to life. So we want to get those Orichalcum weapons because the raid that we have to do in order to trigger a boss later on is mostly dinosaurs. So you can actually progress a raid if you sequence break and do it without Orichalcum weapons. The problem is that they keep coming back to life and they just start filling the screen, and you can imagine that they'll probably just destroy the gate if you do it like that. So it's better to just get the weapons, even though it's a significant detour. I don't think the raid is possible because you game over if they destroy the gate. Switching back to Adol for some steep uphill movement. The attack roll cancel is just about as fast as Luminous jumping and rolling, so we get to see a little bit more of the attack roll cancel again. So yeah, here we see them switching between characters depending on the incline of the surface. And this is also one of my favorite tracks of the game. It's called Next Step Toward the Unknown, Into the Unknown. I can never remember what the actual name is, but it's something about next steps and unknowns.
Yeah, so this is actually being done basically in reverse from how it was intended to be. At the top of this mountain is a boss that's, I would probably say, kind of infamous. In fact, it's actually infamous enough because of its tendency to make itself untargetable. And as a result, we're actually just going to bypass it at first, unless Oni wants to chance fighting it now. I'm not entirely sure what she does.
I don't,
but usually
don't think it's gonna.
Usually runners don't do that.
Yeah, so we are kind of stuck with one of the weaker weapons in the game because we're really unable to take our weapon to the blacksmith to get it upgraded because basically just the sequence breaking that we've done makes it impossible. But we want to lock ourselves. We want to wait until we get a story forced upgrade to our weapons, which is the Orichalcum, and that way we can kill the boss a lot faster before he decides to fly away. So we're just gonna save this boss for later.
Actually, faster just
also flying it
now, just to skip it now and come back to it later when we know we can avoid its long off-screen shenanigans.
Yeah, also flying out of the boss room like that will also cause the next boss that we actually want to fight to spawn in immediately upon room entry, and that saves quite a bit of movement. And unfortunately means that we can't go pet Mishi because that's the room that he's in too. But Mishi.
Voilà, on touche la zone de TP. Ça
Here's a little tricky drop right here. There's like a very specific spot where if you don't want to fall off the edge, but you want to go down here, and
otherwise
she was able to get it right there.
3, 4, attaque! Attaque! Incroyable.
So yeah, once again, fight with Avalo Gadro here.
Salle, ça fait ultra plaisir. On se re-TP
Having some
au
Restream
village.
technical difficulties.
On se re-TP au village. Désolé pour le compresseur, la régie. Je sais ce que c'est. On retourne, voilà. On nous dit attention, le pont il est cassé, tu peux pas passer, mais nous on vole au-dessus, donc c'est pas très grave. On retourne faire des
Wait like a minute.
et on va s'activer l'apparition de l'Oricalc, un outil nécessaire pour continuer la run.
The fight isn't really especially complicated, thankfully. Just and then after that, it's just a series of movement up a
C'est vrai
hill.
que si c'était pas assez bien, c'est que c'est beaucoup d'en monter tout simplement. C'est pour ça qu'on ressort à Dol de temps en temps.
De temps à autre, on va arriver
plaisir. Zigigi.
Écoute, c'est la gender fluidité. Un coup tu es Dana, un coup tu es Adol. Après tout, qu'est-ce que le gender au final? À part une tenue qu'on porte sur soi.
Non mais voilà, c'était important de choisir là-dessus.
Our waiting would like to mention that
C'est bien moulé quand même.
we are restreaming for a charity marathon benefiting Maison du Monde. So if y'all are interested in putting any money towards a good cause, they offer a lot of humanitarian aid and a very cool cause to donate towards. So you can check it out. I believe the GDQ has a donate button underneath the stream as well.
Je dis qu'on peut les tuer. C'est très grave. Et du coup, je vais désormais renforcer la.
And here Oni is upgrading the barricade.
Tout simplement à un moment un peu
There's kind of two steps to getting the orichalcum weapons. First, you have to find the orichalcum, and then you have to do this hunt minigame. The way this works is it's kind of like the raid, but backwards. You are the one who are trying to clear out all the monsters, and you do that by destroying their nests. The nests take negligible damage unless there's a torch lit nearby them, so you have to light the torch in front of them, and that will kind of create a radius where every nest has its defense lowered significantly. So this is just all about hitting as few torches as possible to get the most nests possible, and then when the nests are all destroyed, there will be a boss that spawns, and you have to defeat that boss.
Is that counted for the
if you can defeat the
bosses, or is that just like one of those technically a boss?
No. Yeah, just one thing where it's called a boss. I think it's based. I think what counts as a boss is based on what's in the journal.
Yeah.
Although, incidentally, it is also the monster that will show up is the same as the bat from the cave at the beginning.
Yeah, the definition of boss in all boss categories, especially for like all story bosses, which is even more arbitrary, is ultimately something you kind of have to pick a thing for. And in this case, it is what's in the journal as a boss.
Okay, well, just barely missed the fast kill there. What your goal is to defeat the boss before that attack 1 end disappears. That way you don't have to see the attack 2 end, and it'll just end immediately. But the guy was moving around a lot and wasn't really cooperating. There's something you can do here called swamp hovering. I guess since we didn't get to see it, we'll talk about it later when it actually gets used a little bit more. But suffice to say, in areas with a swamp, you can infinite jump, no matter what your keybinds are. And here we're going to trigger the last story-related raid of the story, I guess. This is necessary to cause a boss to show up because the map that he's on doesn't actually exist until we do this raid here. One thing that I didn't really cover is that when Donna was kind of nudged out of our party and replaced with Adol, it kind of messed up the menus, so we actually can't target Adol with healing items. So these bosses hit pretty hard, and we have to really make sure that we don't die. And there's a number of ways that we can kind of mitigate the damage we take. Spamming skills makes it so that you take less damage. If you're in a skill animation, you get a slight damage reduction. And there's also, as you can look in the top right corner of the screen, underneath where it says Dogi's squad status, there's also these portraits of various people that we found and picked up during our adventures.
Or in the case of Shoebill,
when these guys, when these guys show up, they will cause different buffs to occur. So Dogi just showed up and he just kind of kicked everyone's butt on the screen. There's other ones who will who can heal you. You can see the Captain Barbaros, the captain of Lombardia. When he shows up, he sets the natural regen rate because you're constantly getting passive regen during these raids, and the amount of health that you heal depends on a couple of different factors. But he'll set the regen rate to max. So we kind of want him to show up as much as possible so we can get our heal on. But otherwise, this is kind of just spamming Force Edge a lot. When we come up upon a particularly chunky monster that has a lot of health, we'll probably spam Tornado and try to take him out with damage glitch. These guys are a little tricky because their weak spot is that membrane that comes out of the shell, and they're invincible when that's not exposed. Here she's letting her extra skill loose to kind of freeze the screen and let some regen kick in naturally, so that we don't die. These are the last two enemies of this particular wave, so we're in the clear for a little bit once they're defeated. Adol's in great danger here, so we're switching to Luminous to try to defeat this last guy. But as you can see, we're regaining 46 health every regen tick, so that's a sign that Barbaros had showed up and has kind of saved our hides. And that's the first wave.
Kind of a,
but this is definitely
kind of a nice little perk too, because we've been mixing up the sequence, but I don't think you're actually supposed to have Barbaros for this part.
No, you aren't actually.
Like, I'm forgetting exactly where in this game this raid takes place, but yeah, Barbaros is not supposed to.
It's at the end, and
Barbaros
is at the end
and supposed to be there.
Yeah, Barbaros leaves pretty early on in the game actually.
Voilà. Si jamais vous demandez ce que sont les splits, c'est que quand on fait nos timers en speedrun, on peut se mettre des noms de catégories et
one kind of annoying thing is that
calculer à quels endroits on perd du temps et on appelle ça des splits.
So the other forms of Dana are supposed to be like natural strike and pierce damage, and the bees are weak to pierce. But the problem is that the game, because we're in the present, thinks that these people are Dana, who is a natural slash. So everybody is slash type, and we can't really hit the weak spot of the bees.
You can tell when damage is being done to a resistance by a blue damage bar, and I believe yellow for if you're doing like super effective.
Yeah, that seems right. And now we're just gonna be bombarded by a bunch of Velociraptors.
Oh yo!
Olé le flash boogie! Attaque! Attaque!
And as you can imagine, if we didn't have the Orichalcum weapons, it would just be scores upon scores of these Velociraptors just filling up the screen. And it would look pretty nightmarish, and it would probably crash the game, to be honest. Or something, or otherwise cause it to lag.
If not, just taking too much time outright that they break the barrier.
Yeah.
As you can see, the final barrier is like half health now.
Allez, on continue les attaques en boucle. On fait
I didn't catch if she upgraded to level 5 or level 6. Level 5 is doable, but it's dangerous. And level 6 is a little more consistent. And you basically would only have to collect. You basically just have to. The materials you'd have to collect in order to get to level 6 are basically the same. So all it would really cost is the extra 5 seconds that it takes to animate the gate being upgraded. I did notice at the very beginning she intentionally went out of her way to force cutscene, trigger the cutscene where Quina joins the party, and that's kind of her special skill, is that she freezes all the enemies. That can be a little bit helpful in this raid. Adol's been taken out, and that's kind of unfortunate, but we are almost at the very end of the second wave, and there's a cutscene right before the third wave that will revive him. So we just need to power through and It's a little sketchy because Adol will be at 1 HP, but again, if he does get taken out, we can just switch to Luminous again. Luminous is also very good at damage glitch. And the last wave is just a single boss. Or a single like boss monster. That needs to be taken out in order to complete the wave.
Mais fun fact, le capitaine est censé être décédé.
It's entirely possible that they just elect to defeat it with Luminous anyway.
Le capitaine est censé être décédé, mais il vient quand même nous aider puisque là on a...
Yeah, the timing on that flash guard is earlier than it looks, so it's pretty easy to get hit by that guy.
Honestly, the flashcard timing of this game is just kind of I feel like every game has like that issue where it's like every game has like slightly different timings of like when the animation is expected to connect and like when your window is for flashcarding. So.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a learning curve for me because I started running with E7 and then the parry timing is I think a little bit later in this game.
Yeah, as somebody who runs E9 and East Salsetta, they have very different timings.
You can't skip this cutscene or it'll soft lock the game. You will be put into the wrong story state because that's the wrong cutscene. So I had to fast forward through that one and then skip the correct one. So now we're going to go back to the top of the mountain and fight Giasburn. I pronounce this boss's name differently pretty much every time I say it, but we want him to slam his hand down. We want to do a flash. I guess it was a flash guard this time, but a flash move is a little bit better. So flash move will extend the hitbox a little bit more because it slows the enemy down. So we just got to wait for him to fly across the screen a few times, and then he'll come back and we can destroy him. If this were to happen to me, I would probably just load the autosave because I think it's actually a little bit faster than waiting this out, but it's not a big difference.
C'est nouveau, on s'adapte. Allez.
A nice thing for marathon's sake, as you alluded to, is that this game has a pretty robust autosave system if you turn it on.
Okay, 1 HP. Yeah, I think she killed it right as he was flying away, and he can't die while he's flying away. They did get really unlucky with that first one because him flying away after the single hand slam is not guaranteed. Sometimes he'll slam a little bit more. Anyway. Not a treacherous situation or anything, but very irritating to have to deal with.
More upset because of time loss than upset because of danger. So
now we're going to go down the mountain the intended way, as opposed to when we were going up this slope earlier.
Once again, making Luminous' speed going down.
Yeah. So this is a story section where they blocked off every warp point on the second half of the island, so that's why we have to do this again. The entire upper half of the island is covered in mist. Something lacrimosa, I guess. I don't actually really remember what happens here, but
I think it's been like 7 or 8 years since either of us played this game for its story.
Yeah, I just know that this leads into the fight with the Fire Goat, which is supposed to be a solo fight with Adol, but we're going to use trickery to make it so that the whole party is there.
Honestly, just a cool set piece.
The Ice Goat is called Lycaonos, and the Fire Goat is called the Erythros. But because those are made up words and kind of hard to remember, I call them Ice and Fire Goat.
Yeah, we have our own share of funny nicknames like Avocado. There's a pair of characters in East 1 and East Origin called Yoglux and Omelgun. We just call them Yogurt and Omelet. Speedrunners are very clever.
Here we're going to use our chameleon friend again to force boss state to come up because there's actually a long section where you're running in a straight line before you have to confront the next boss, and you can skip most of that if the boss activates on room entry. And this incidentally also causes whatever party you have to also be able to fight the boss rather than just solo Adol, because I think the trigger to remove your other party members is during the walking simulator.
So once again, going into the Eternian temples here.
Ça fait très plaisir que vous soyez là.
You don't want to approach the boss right away because that roar will knock you down for a little bit, and that's slow.
Ah non, justement, il crie et attaque.
Attaque! Oh!
There's another skill that got learned that's not going to be used. But
Et voilà!
yeah, skills are based on what level you are and kind of what level the enemy is. You're more likely to trigger a skill learning if the enemy is a higher level than you. I guess this is to stop you from just farming early game areas to learn every skill early.
Dash, dash, dash.
Dash, dash, dash.
Anyway, here's this is basically just vanilla, like this entire Donna section. Donna's hometown got hit with a meteor, and it's triggering nuclear winter or something, and she's going back to Valley of Kings to try to save everyone. But spoiler, she's not able to do it. And this leads her to, because she's been having visions of Adol in the future, kind of dealing with the same thing that she's dealing with. This leads her to kind of awesome powers, frees herself to help him out.
Spoiler alert, c'est un JRPG, c'est la fin du monde, on va aller vers la dernière zone.
Sort of to avenge what happened in her timeline. Anyway, more downhill movement.
Le boss final, puisque il y a une trope que vous connaissez peut-être, et sinon c'est un fun fact que j'ai plaisir à citer.
There's like a whole thing in the story of apparently this is like a recurring thing, and terrible things keep happening. So she's trying to, she can't save her own people, try to at least prevent it for the future.
Tout simplement d'une légende, le Shitenno,
Yeah, that's it.
Et ses 4 généraux.
What I was trying to say.
Une trope narrative utilisée dans énormément d'œuvres japonaises. Vous le retrouvez.
Also, funny section. We also got a funny section coming up where a bunch of dinosaurs fall from the sky.
Mais vous le retrouvez également.
Child me would have loved that.
Makes me laugh every time.
Voilà, il y a eu le point Bloodborne, il y a le point Kill la Kill, c'est bon. C'est une run commentée par Kit. Mais pendant ce temps-là, t'as pu retourner au flashback.
Oh yeah, at a certain point, if you open up the map, you can't close it. I don't know what causes it, but.
Retrouve quoi?
Oh, never mind. I was able to close it.
De grâce, comment on sort de ce menu que j'ai ouvert sans faire exprès? Voilà, merci. Ouais, bon, écoute, c'est un peu.
On tente des trucs, il se passe des choses.
Anyway, this is the sequence that activates the final dungeon. You can come to the final dungeon early using forced cutscene, but in this category, it causes a soft lock because that garden that she was just in, the tree there would be a lot bigger if you did anything useful in the final dungeon to make progress. And it will be blocking where the story trigger was.
Je sais pas, dans les JRPG, il y a un truc. Vol! Vol!
Je traversais. Non, pas le boss, j'ai peur. Hop là.
Bah alors, tu fuis les boss.
So this is the final dungeon. The kind of the central mechanic is that you have to go around in a circle and defeat a bunch of mini bosses. But we can fly over invisible walls, so we can avoid most of them.
C'est vrai que normalement.
Pretty standard final dungeon design, except for 10 for whatever.
Ah oui, alors là, parce que moi, le dernier niveau, il fait peur et j'ai pas assez de vie, donc.
And then there's 4 actual bosses which represent kind of the different eras that have been phased out by the apocalypse in the past, and we have to fight a monster or a boss that represents them. This guy is going to jump into the water at the very start of the fight no matter what. It's just completely unavoidable. Get one pot shot, couple pot shots on him before he does it, but it doesn't really make a difference. And then he jumps out at a random spot. If you activate the lock-on before he jumps in the water, it will kind of automatically shift your camera over to where he is right before he jumps out. Otherwise, it's just tornadoes again. I think you do have to fight these guys in order. I think the last one isn't there until you beat the other 3. And for whatever reason, like, forced boss state doesn't work in these mini dungeons.
Arrête de vouloir en terminer avec la run, s'il te plaît.
My OBS just died for a second there, so I had to restart stream. So, sure, I'm coming through. Although you hear me in Discord, so.
I do, yeah.
Vol! Plus haut, plus fort.
Allez plus haut.
Allez plus haut.
right, this next one is a giant minotaur who represents the Ice Age. This is like the only one of these 4 bosses that doesn't love to fly off screen or become invincible somehow or just be off the stage and be hard to hit. But the trade-off is that he has a ton of HP for no reason. But it doesn't really matter because we can do this.
Et on va attaquer comme jamais. Allez.
It's like the health bar is almost full and then it's 0.
Never gets old.
Yeah, the boss is just like, you think you can tickle me to death, and then suddenly, Bacana. Alright, here we're gonna trigger this mini boss fight just because there isn't really a way to get on this higher elevation, which makes it more convenient to fly over this wall without triggering it, so we just do it and fly out of the boss. And because you're flying up, you have to fly over quite a few invisible walls. Flying out of that mini-boss actually stores the boss flag, even though it doesn't activate when you enter the dungeon. So we're going to take advantage of that and do this setup here. There's a boss that takes place on this screen called Kiergaard, but it's the same screen as Avocado here, so as you can see, trying to get back some SP here. Okay, I see what they're doing. What we're doing is we're using this boss to trigger force cutscene to set the story state to right before the Kiergaard fight, so that Kiergaard will be there when we come into this room. It's kind of hard because I think Avocado doesn't really like going near us so much, so it's kind of hard. Also, because the trigger is so far away, you have a really tight window to make it to the cutscene trigger that we want to hit. So we really want to be like as close to the loading zone as possible so we can get a head start. So this is really tricky to set up. What we're really kind of doing is we're relying on Adol as a CPU member to take the boss out for us, so that we're right near the we can be right near the loading zone and take off as soon as possible. And okay, so that was the correct cutscene that we want. So we did make it to there.
Sadly, Barbarossa did not.
No, not at all. And what we wanted. And now that so we can go fight Kiergaard now if we want, but we actually still have boss state stored, so we would have to beat Avocado again before he shows up. So we're ready to take advantage of this and try to fight another boss, which requires boss state to set up. So this is the Sanctuary Crypt. It's kind of Donna's side dungeon, and
fun fact, this was not originally in the Vita version of this game, which was the first release of this game. It's a very strange release cycle.
Yeah, there's a lot of bonus content that got added when they ported this game to PS4. And this PC port came out after the PS4 version, so it had all the same stuff in it.
We did allude to the earlier, like, less than stellar releases of the PC version when we were talking about, like, Big Hole, but thankfully the version that it is now is actually very stable. So, like, to the point that it's able
so now we're gonna
to after what all we're doing to it. Anyways, go on.
We're gonna carry on with the final dungeon now. Pretty much, once we defeat every mini boss, or not mini boss, but like all these Guardian bosses that are in here, we will be Adol's weapon will be upgraded to his final upgrade, which is the Mistletoe. And then we're gonna clear out all every boss that we've left behind at this point. So that's one of the more annoying bosses because she has a very small hitbox and likes to fall out of damage glitch because she is very tiny and moves around a lot. It's a great example of what I meant earlier when I said damage glitch isn't always consistent.
Bravo les lesbiennes. Évidemment, ça arrive fort. Malheureusement, Bury Your Game. Je suis désolé de vous l'annoncer.
And then the last section of the final dungeon is actually right near the beginning. It's meant to be sort of a loop around because the actual final boss is located closer to the beginning. So what you did was you just warped back to the start of the dungeon and flew over that wall rather than going in the intended path.
It wouldn't be a JRPG without these like really dramatic, otherworldly set pieces.
Also wouldn't be a JRPG without like a very futuristic, ancient setting like this. For some reason, ancient extinct people always have better technology than us.
On s'en est sorti sans les tornades.
Bah en fait ça avait déclenché mais elle s'est barrée.
Yeah, okay. So this is the part where you go and you pick up the mistletoe. I have definitely forgotten to do this before and wondering why I was doing wimpy damage against the rest of the bosses. So here's Kiergaard. Take him out in a few hits.
This can actually be quite a tricky fight when you fight it normally, but just force edging him just kind of absolutely wrecks his health bar.
Yeah, so he's level 29 and we're level 60 something, so it's not much of a challenge. We also have the ultimate weapon in the game. And very good reason why we save this as late as we do, because he's quite tough, and he's also one of those guys that is very small and jumps around and isn't really easy to take out with a tornado. We have no more use for this chameleon guy anymore, so we're going to basically kill him in one hit. Unfortunately, he hangs on at 1 HP until he's on his third phase, so we gotta watch these phase transitions first.
Comme ça, on le voit bien. C'est le seul boss qui a une petite cinématique comme ça au milieu.
But yeah, level 14 versus our, I think, 67, 68.
Voilà, comme ça, on peut l'admirer un petit peu.
69.
Et voilà.
I think this is the part where we go to the swamp.
Pour les travaux. Bravo pour les travaux. On va retourner
Or not.
devant le bateau.
Swamp, yeah, swamp. Okay.
Might have just been cross-referencing notes or something.
So we can kind of just skip half the dungeon because that gap right there isn't really large enough for us to not be able to just jump over. The gimmick behind this boss is that the boss is actually just all those little fruits at the roots of the tree. And so if we have a big move like Force Edge and we're strong enough to one-shot them, we can just swing and defeat them. Oh, interesting, we're picking up the floating shoes. This does make the next fight a little bit more consistent. Because it's kind of hard, because when you're stuck in the swamp, it's kind of hard to jump out. You have to like mash, attack and jump really fast.
Swamp physics were actually one of the first things that this game we ever found can be abusable. You can actually gain like infinite height if you are above swamp water, probably with an easier method than any of what we found later in the run. Like it was actually where a lot of the sequence breaks began.
Yeah, if you're in the air above the swamp and like one of your allies is stuck in the swamp and then you switch to that character, you basically get an extra jump before the game registers that you're not that character is not stuck in the swamp anymore. Alright, so here's Hippo Harry, I guess. I don't know what his name is. Laspisus. So we're trying to destroy him as quickly as possible before he jumps back into the swamp. Otherwise, it's annoying, but that was very cleanly executed there. But yeah, the walk on swamp item is not needed, but it makes it a little bit easier to get out of the swamp and defeat the hippo before he decides to jump back in, because he will jump back into the swamp when he sees past a certain HP threshold. And here's Brachion, one of the bosses we saved for last, because we just didn't have a reason to fight him before. And there he goes. And that is every story boss except for the last one.
It's a very well executed run so far for Marathon.
Yep. This looks like it's going to be sub 130. Probably sub 125, actually.
I believe
or something in that
I believe
neighborhood.
Oni's PB is like.
Allez, c'est le boss final, ça vous fait plaisir.
Actually,
On va faire un petit
I'm not sure if
un
she's
peu
posted
sympa.
her most recent PB. She did get a sub 120 3 weeks ago, so very well done.
Yeah, I remember that from Discord.
Marche dans le vide. Oh, ok.
Definitely been making a lot of progress on this one, on this run.
Ça, on savait, oui, ça va.
120 at the moment is the most recent 10-minute barrier. So getting a sub 120
Yeah,
is
the
very good.
current record is held by Zvair, who's just kind of cracked. He has a 110.58. He has kind of record sweep in most of the categories he's run, except for like East 10, which even then he still had very good time.
I guess my biggest speedrunning accomplishment. My biggest speedrunning accomplishment is I was able to take 80% off him for a few days.
So we were on the final boss.
Anyway, so this. Yeah, we're on the final boss.
East Tradition final boss, multiple phases where you kind of just go up in levels.
Yeah, you go up a tower, pretty much. A lot of people were thrilled when 10 came out and did not have a tower boss as the final boss.
And final boss is awesome, if I can digress for like half a second.
Yeah. Yeah. I was a big fan as well.
So on to phase 2.
And this is also kind of an East tradition where you have to kill a bunch of crystals before you can beat the main guy.
Unlike Silseta, you don't
what-
have to hit like weaknesses to do so.
Yeah, this is Silseta's final boss looks a lot like this, as does 6's, as does 7's, or as is the final phase of 7's. And then 9 is kind of similar.
I mean, 9 is 2 phases, and 9's final boss is kind of awful. Let's be honest.
Le dernier, ok.
Mainly because of the need for Evil Eye, which is just an eyesore.
Yeah. And anyway, the little crystals were fragile enough that we could just destroy them as intended, but the big one is going to take a little bit of glitching. All right, so this last one is the most RNG of all of them. It once again reintroduces our old friend, fly off the screen and go invincible, and I think it's like a 1 in 3 chance that any given attack will be that. So we want to take him out as quickly as possible. This move is a little irritating. It's the most common thing that he does, but very cleanly executed, by the way. It's the most common thing that he does, but it makes the actual weak point a little off center, so you have to kind of go out of your way to reach for it.
Mostly the end of the run. You just have to talk to a bunch of NPCs, and then once the credit starts, it's time. So that is a very well done run.
Yep, it's a 120. It's a 122. Very great marathon run.
Oh là là.
Hop là.
C'est toi la coach.
And this is the this is what we call the bad ending. I wouldn't call it a bad ending because it's like
La famille, tout ça. Oh là là, je me souviens de trucs bizarres sur la map. On va se.
it's pretty much the
On va choisir, on va passer.
yeah. It's a yeah. Like a bad ending to me implies it's not like not a real ending, and this is like the 3 endings. The same kind of thing happens in all 3 of them, but you get more information depending on
Appuie sur le bouton.
which ending you get. Anyway, so yeah, that's credits. That's time. Very cleanly executed run. I was a little bit off the mark there. It was a low 123.
I think it was 122 with. I mean, the timer was freezing, so I don't necessarily know if it was accurate, but they split late, so it would be a high 122.
Ça va, ça va.
Okay,
So, very well done. Very proud of Oni, and very proud of this community for all the work that's been going into this category.
Mais non, en vrai, je suis quand même.
Yeah, big shout outs to Oni. I do believe she has. If you're interested in seeing more from her, she has 2 runs at the Frost Fate houses in a couple weeks.
J'aurais pas dû me retrouver, vous êtes vraiment très nombreux.
One was called Skate Horse, and I can't remember what the other one was called. Unbeatable, I think.
Je vais faire quelques remerciements quand même avant tout à Fast and Fabulous, un collectif.
Anyway, that was Ease 8. If you liked that run, you should go and buy the game. Very little of it was spoiled for you, I promise, because that run is just a little bit silly.
Finalement, c'était parce que j'étais un peu poussé au cul par Bloopé. Et puis voilà, de fil en aiguille, on se retrouve chez Fast and Fab. On fait la connaissance de Kit, sans qui je ne serais pas là aujourd'hui non plus, évidemment. J'ai une boîte à kit. C'est quand même pas pour rien. Et oui, en fait, vraiment, littéralement, merci à tous ces gens qui croient en des gens.
We're going to be signing off here in just a second. Thanks all so much for watching. Continue to check out the marathon. Definitely do consider donating. It is a great cause.
Voilà. Et si jamais Vous êtes
I've been Bramhall
Go
5th
Skuma.
again.
And check out the next round of Metal Slug X.
ou que vous juste vous kiffez la discipline, n'hésitez pas à
Should be a good one.
rejoindre. Et puis peut-être qu'un jour vous aussi vous serez là. En tout cas, c'est l'objectif. Voilà, qu'on prenne l'espace. On est très heureux de le prendre. Et puis merci beaucoup à Speedon d'avoir permis la version longue de cette run qu'on a déjà fait. Le petit Blage, bien évidemment, qui va rentrer à la maison avec moi parce que c'est quand même mon Blage avant tout. Et puis oui, merci beaucoup. On vous relaisse la main, Speedong. Sauf si t'avais un truc à dire.
Non, absolument pas, à part faites-vous.
Incroyable, on s'est régalé.
Exceptionnel, j'ai pas vu le temps passer, c'était extra. Et je tiens à faire un petit close-up de la régie, parce que je possède également la boîte à kit.
Ah mais je veux ma boîte à kit, moi aussi.
Il faut...
Nous s'en procure-t-on.
C'est Jiwi qui a fabriqué les boîtes à rire de kit. Attendez, on le refait quand même.
Je t'en conjure. Je veux ça, évidemment.
C'est
dans les petits moments de down.
C'est le meilleur goodie jamais fabriqué.
Ça régale. On a eu des milliards de dons, et évidemment, ça vous a inspiré, bien entendu. On se régale. Dès le début, dès le début, je rappelle que cet event est apolitique. Et on a 100 € de Attaquable qui dit attaque.
On a un malheur qui te donne 10 € qui dit si je décède, sachez que c'est parce que j'ai hurlé attaque dans les oreilles de ma femme en pleine nuit.
Incroyable. 800 balles de Jay. Eh bien, merci Jay. 800 balles incroyable. Allez-y, on applaudit bien sûr. Et 500 balles de Caramel 312 qui dit merci pour ces événements que j'attends chaque année. Bravo aux organisateurs, bénévoles, ambianceurs et bien sûr runners. Go donner pour le boss tel de ring bien sûr. Et rendez sa première place à Wind Waker. Je vous rappelle évidemment que le sondage pour le meilleur jeu Zelda prendra fin à la fin de l'événement et la réponse sera irrévocable, comme la sentence.
Alors, enchaînement de dons sans message, mais merci infiniment à Anonyme qui a donné 100 € et puis 50 €, à Tayo aussi qui donne 10 €, vraiment merci beaucoup. Il y a Mister MV le plus beau qui a donné 200 balles en demandant est-ce que le public est toujours chaud? Fantastique, vous êtes merveilleux. On a Scrunch qui donne 50 balles. Il dit quel plaisir ce speedrun de Is, merci Speedon.
Incroyable, 50 € de Polochon qui dit à 3 c'est toujours plus fun dans le jeu. Il parle évidemment d'Elden Ring. Balade des Sables qui donne 30 €, joueuse et casteuse incroyable. Oui, on s'est régalé. 100 balles de Moth qui dit merci à mes deux saints du monde pour leurs actions tout au long de l'année et merci à tous pour ce week-end extraordinaire.
Il y a Difty qui a donné 10 € et qui dit quelqu'un aurait le nom du jeu qui passait en fond de l'hilarant du Hockey Théoni. Bravo. Otnoti qui donne 30 balles en disant merci au vieux monsieur et surtout à la personne qui a enfin changé les personnes au micro sur le layout. Bravo, la régie, évidemment, on vous aime. Fumé donne 5 balles en disant attaque. Je passe un bon moment. Le casting et la run sont fort fun. C'est très vrai. On a 500 balles de Nikos qui dit si vous êtes contre l'extrême, faites du bruit.
Apolitique. De grâce.
Un événement apolitique, évidemment, pas de politique.
S'il vous plaît.
Dans mon speedrun.
S'il vous plaît, si on pouvait arrêter.
Contenez-vous. Contenez-vous.
C'est de la putain de politique dans cette vidéo. Alors, Sixeren, 10 €. Roule, vol, attaque, troc. Je crois que mes voisins me détestent. Bravo à tout le monde, et gros Géaoni et Kid qui me font rouler au sol de rire. 25 € d'Antotos qui dit let's go, bourrez les dons, vive Médecin du Monde et vive le speedrun. 300 balles de Dr Bob qui dit pour le speedrun de l'optimisation fiscale, bien sûr. Bravo.
Nox Libri qui donne 50 € de attaque. On a Autonagie qui donne 20 € qui dit vol. On a Maria qui donne 5 € et qui dit du love et des oui.
On a 50 balles. Anonyme qui dit un plaisir de voir du Is 8 à Speedon. Bon courage pour cette run. C'est fait, on s'est régalé, c'était légendaire. Arthurne qui donne 500 balles pour Médecin du Monde. Merci au vieux monsieur. Merci à tout le monde, surtout merci à vous. Entre 974 qui donne 25 € devant Speedon pendant mon shift de nuit. Capitaine de bateau ici. Bourrez les dons. Bien, merci à toi, capitaine.
Et Kim Meuf a donné 10 € en disant Is, meilleur Zelda.
Eh oui.
Je pense que c'est gagné là, absolument.
Ah oui, non. 100 balles du bourgeois du houblon. Sachez-le, voilà. 25 balles de bourrin. Qui dit bonjour Speedon, merci à tous les organisateurs pour ce super spectacle. Merci à Médecins du Monde pour toutes leurs actions. Spécial dédicace à No Attack qui est dans la salle. Est-il encore? L'est-elle encore? Je ne sais pas. On nous signale que tout le monde est prêt. Je vais quand même retourner dans le temps parce qu'on a eu des gros dons qu'on n'a pas pu lire il y a 3 à 4 heures, etc. Il y a eu 800 balles de Mélanie qui a dit Et oui, bravo. Il est important de faire preuve de solidarité, surtout avec l'actualité un peu déprimante. Alors voici ma contribution. Merci à toutes et tous pour ce superbe event que je suis avec fascination. Ça donnerait presque envie de se mettre au speedrun. Mais venez, bien sûr. 200 balles de Zapata, le meilleur Zelda est bien évidemment Barbie. Voilà. Merci un million de fois à Médecins du Monde. Le monde a besoin de vous. Évidemment, on essaie de vous lire un maximum. Mais eh bien, voilà, vous le voyez, hein, l'event cartonne et c'est grâce à vous. On espère évidemment que ça va continuer. Et de toute façon, on va juste interagir très bientôt avec nos casteurs, le temps de vérifier quel sera le personnage joué sur Metal Slug X. Ma chère Jarmou, c'est le prochain run à venir par Vlad. Et on va retrouver tout de suite nos commentaires. Et on va
Et bonsoir Speedon, comment ça va? Comment ça va, Hélène?
Ça va super, on est un petit peu stressé parce que premier Speedon en tant que commentateur, mais ça va bien se passer. Et voilà.
Et on retrouve Vlad, notre speedrunner le plus prolifique de Speedon, applaudissez Vlad. Ouais. Comment tu vas?
Oh, bah, tranquille, toujours chaud pour jouer un petit peu à Metal Slug.
Metal Slug, licence incroyable, jeu incroyable et sur lequel on peut jouer avec 4 personnages, hein, Fio, Eri, Tarma et...
Hey everybody, welcome to the Metal Slug X speedrun done by Vlad. My name is Proton John.
Hello, I'm Clinkit.
And we'll be commentating this run for the English translation.
Yeah, I'm looking. We had a bid war going for the character of this game. Oh, it looks like it just closed.
Who's our winner? I know it's between Marco and Theo.
Oh, did we jump back to the...
no, is it tied? No, Theo's ahead by 2. All right, so none of the characters, it's looking like it. None of the characters actually make a difference. It's all just aesthetics. But they basically picked the 2 most popular characters. Marco is the original main character of the first game, and Theo was like one of the most popular newer characters. They added 2 onwards. So.
Okay, because this is a kind of a remix of Metal Slug 2, correct?
Yeah, so Metal Slug 2 came out for the Neo Geo back in, I think it was 1998-99. And it had a lot of slowdown. So they did a re-release where they fixed the slowdown running on Metal Slug 3's engine. They added in a bunch of new enemies. They rearranged the bosses a little bit and just kind of expanded the game in general. And most people consider this the better version of the 2, but 2 and X kind of have their own different audiences.
What about you? Which one do you prefer, John?
See, I'm weird because I like 3 up until the final stage of 3. Then I don't like 3 anymore. I would probably say X is probably actually my favorite.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Metal Slug X and the series in general is not really too complicated of a speedrun. It's all pure memorization. A little bit of the routing you need to do is figuring out which POWs to save to get which power-ups. And honestly, it's all static. Everyone holds the same thing every time, so it's pretty straightforward who you need to get. There's only about 1 glitch they use in the entire run, but they use it a couple times, especially considering Vlad here, who shockingly has only played this game for speedruns. He's never actually played this game casually.
Really?
Yeah, no, that's in his notes. He started doing it for another marathon, and the only time he's ever actually played this game has been for speedruns. And he is, according to the leaderboards, I think he's number 6 in this category. Yes, he is. He's number 6 on speedruns.com.
Yes, number 6. Yep.
So medium category is putting the difficulty to, Neo Geo does a number system, so this would be level 4. You are allowed to die in this when you use continues. That is allowed. In fact, they'll be using a strategic death at some point around, I think, stage 5. Because what happens then is you get your bombs recharged. But normally you don't want to die because normally the POWs will give you enough power-ups to keep powerful enough along the whole run. All right, here we go. First boss of the game, and we're going to see Vlad start to set up a move here in a second. If you pick up a power-up while you're in the tank or near the vehicle and then crouch and do not move, you're invincible. So basically, he gets there, he sacrifices the tank, and just sits there and spams grenades until the boss dies.
Here we go. Done with stage 1. That was fast.
No, the bosses will be melting basically in this high one. The second stage boss is super impressive, especially if you've ever played the game before.
We got laser gun.
Yeah, the way that X works is they actually added super variants of every gun. So this is the standard laser gun, but if you see a power-up that has the letter pulsating on it, That's the super version of it, which makes usually the shots are larger in some way, shape, or form. It doesn't change the damage, weirdly enough. It just actually changes the look of it. Now, Vlad has to be very careful during this. If any of these mummies actually get a shot on him, he will be transformed into a mummy and his speed will be reduced significantly. And the only way to get out of it is to pick up that little potion container that he just walked over. Right, this is going to be a little bit of a lull here now. We see a series regular just kind of marching along here. Going to completely ignore her and any of her power-ups and just kind of run through. This part, because of the way they set up the sprites and the stages in general, platforming can be a bit of a headache, especially since they set up the enemies in really frustrating patterns where if you're not careful and you don't shoot at the right spot, you will get stuck, like is happening right now. Ooh.
Oh.
Barely gets past it, though. Still no hit, which is the important thing. As long as he does not get mummified, he doesn't have much to worry about.
On touche un élément du décor, il se passe quelque chose.
A little bit more of a climb here, stocking up on bombs. This should be the last rush of mummies, but he's gonna actually have to do a proper kill here, and then he should be set up for the boss. Now, the boss of the first stage was actually a boss from the original game. That was the Iron Nokana Mark II. This time, they're gonna be fighting Aishi Nero, which they're gonna do the same setup here. They're gonna grab a power-up while in the vehicle, and then as they get past all the power-ups, the boss should be appearing from below. Spam attack, do the same sacrifice move, invincibility frames.
Yep.
Easy peasy. The boss is cool because the whole idea is you're climbing and fighting it the entire time, but it's so much easier to deal with that glitch.
with using that hyperframe glitch.
All right, that was stage 2, the Monument of Depression. So now we're going to move on to stage 3, Magical of Wind.
On the train.
This stage here is more or less the same as it was in 2. Obviously different enemy patterns, but not too much changes in this one. This is one of the few ones that kind of stayed the same more or less. But yeah, it's going to be high execution on this one. There's going to be, is the mini boss for this one actually yes. So there's going to be a mini boss on this stage, which is actually the original first boss of Metal Slug 2. So that's one of the few bosses that actually just completely changed where they were in the game. Other than that, it's just going to be pure platforming, just hoping they don't get sniped, because I know, I watched their run previously that they have on Speedrun.com, and I know at some point they kind of got sniped on this stage and it kind of messed up their run. I don't expect him to have the same issue this time around, because he's definitely playing real sharp on this run in general.
As a reminder, we are here raising money for Medicine du Monde, which is it is a organization that provides care, especially to women, children caught in armed conflict in the Horn of Africa, migrants in Colombia, Central America, Gaza, West Bank. They provide so much care to so many people all over the world.
That was the beginning and the end of the boss.
Very fast.
No, super fast. Like I said, no boss. As long as you have enough grenades, you get through bosses extremely fast. Each grenade does about 100 damage per, and I believe the actual normal shots do about 10. I'm curious, is he going to set up for a similar thing here or not? There's a couple ways you can fight this boss. I know the current world record holder just stays down the bottom, but Vlad, last time I saw, he actually likes to jump on top of the boss and just camp him, which does work. Oh, he's going for the camp strategy. Stays on, barely avoids getting any hits.
Wow.
Hits will just slow him down. Oh, this is beautiful. Good execution on this. And that's the fight. Now, have you been noticing during the run that Vlad skips a lot of the POWs? The reason for that is if you get to the end, it calculates every single one you save. So the more you pick up, the longer it takes. And if you have a high enough score, it gives you a great ranking, which can slow it down even more. So one of the strategic moves is literally just not saving too many.
énormément d'ennemis ici, il va falloir parfaitement éviter tout le monde.
We're on mission 4, Return to Hong Kong. This is going to be where the actual main proper villain of the game and some of the later games in the series starts showing up here. Otherwise, we're dealing with the rebel army as per usual.
Sur plein de choses, et notamment la phase qui suit un petit peu orientée plateforme, où il faut éviter ces gros missiles et tous les ennemis qui lancent des grenades un peu partout. C'est très bien fait.
Ok, les grenades pour le mini-tank. On va avancer en ignorant les plongeurs qui sortent du puits, les prisonniers. On n'en a pas parlé, il y en a plein.
Oui,
mais ils donnent des munitions quand on les sauve.
We did lose some audio, but...
We lose audio. We can hear them talking background. So there we go. And this is where they start teasing the Mars people, which are the actual real villain of the main game.
Yes, now we're done with, we're in the mix of fascists and aliens.
You know, a great combination. So in Metal Slug 2, originally, they don't show up till the very end of the game, but they decide to tease them a lot more in this one. I think you can find a teaser of them at the beginning of stage 1 otherwise, but this is where you actually have to fight them. They're pretty standard otherwise. Oh, he goes for big mode. I'm a little surprised. Big mode slows you down. It does make your shots more powerful, as you just saw with that giant flame shot he did. Problem is you're a much bigger target and you're meant to be a slower target as well. No problem with the flame shot. Here comes the big gun. As long as he avoids all those shells. There's a longer kill animation if you die when you're in big mode, so he wants to avoid this at all costs. And no problem.
Et c'était 8 minutes 30 pour les 4 premiers niveaux.
Big she's down.
On sent bien parce que jusque-là, c'est perfect.
Pas mal, ouais. Ouais, c'est pas mal, ouais. C'est le mot. En tout cas, le boss, ouais, s'est fait vaporiser par ce lance-flamme avec ses hitbox.
Moving on to stage 5, Kiss in the Dark.
Très, très fort.
These stagings are amazing. I do not care if these are not real. I'm very sure they are. I went through like my Metal Slug history books and tried to find it, couldn't. But I was like, you know what? These seem real enough. I believe it.
Ça donne quasiment l'impression qu'il est juste en train de marcher vers l'avant et que ça tue tout le monde. C'est assez merveilleux. Mais voilà, les sons sur les...
Another mini boss in this stage is... Oh no! Uh-oh. Well, that might have been intentional. I'm not 100% sure because they did only have 2 grenades left at the time and they ended up with 20 because they respawned on the pickup.
Yeah, right.
Now, normally the actual like death they would do would be much later.
Sympathique et vous rend vos munitions, vos bombes, vous enlève simplement l'arme que vous portiez. Petite mort ici, encore une fois, attention, on va essayer de tuer
They go for big mode again, too? Really, this early? Oh, and no, the death right away.
Extrêmement difficile ici.
That was another unintentional one to kind of get back to normal body mode. You have to eat 16 food items in a stage or in like a screen to get into that mode, so... Eventually it'll fade on its own unless you pick up a diet. I think it's diet powder specifically to lose it.
Le retour du laser avec des hélicoptères.
This is definitely a product of the 90s.
You could tell. All right, so this is the mega laser here now, so you can see it's a lot bigger shot in general. They're going to try to hang on to this as long as they can because this stage is kind of annoying the way you have to manage it. There's a lot of just waiting in this one. So you need your damage output to be very high to get through this. Because every stop has a subway car suddenly running up. You cannot move until you destroy it. It will not harm you if it touches you, but if it pushes you to the end of the screen, you'll get crushed.
On va enchaîner plusieurs métros qui vont nous foncer dessus comme ça. Et si on n'a pas de quoi les détruire, ça peut faire pas mal de temps, voire forcer une mort pour essayer de passer par-dessus. Mais ça fait quand même perdre du temps par rapport à juste le détruire avec le laser et les grenades.
Donc là, Vlad est en train de faire des choix très très conscients sur les munitions, les armes qu'il récupère. On l'a vu éviter le heavy machine gun.
More of a lull here. Unfortunately, this screen has like 4 or 5 different stops for trains, so you can see like a little bit of cautious pickup here. This is a mini boss, which was a regular boss from the first game again. This is the shoe. The shoe and the Karn were bosses in, I think, stage 4 of Metal Slug 1. Now, this is where things are going to get tricky for him because he's almost out of super laser, which means he's going to depend on his bombs for the last train. Normally, after this train is when you would take the death to recharge your bombs because you're going to be basically tapped out. But I don't know what he's going to do now. Is he going to try to change his mind because he just has to go through the continue menu?
Donc profitez-en, c'est vraiment la seule fois qu'on va
He's going to use the grenade. He's going to go for it.
Ouais, c'est l'équivalent d'une grenade classique. Hein, donc,
No, he's playing it straight. Nice. Okay.
Les bombes, vous en avez 10.
Gets the pickup.
Réapparaissait. Et c'est une des armes les plus puissantes du jeu. C'est l'équivalent.
And then moves on to the zombie part of the stage.
Et c'est
Yes.
très efficace.
We've already seen
Zombie.
aliens. Now we've got zombies.
Yeah. gotta hit them all.
This is what I love about the Metal Slug games. They're so intensely creative. They add so much like silly extra things, but some of them are annoying. Like notice those guys are glowing red. If they get close enough to you, they explode instantly and kill you. So you have to kill them as fast as possible.
Zombies.
Yeah, just like that.
Oh my god.
So you have to avoid these as much as possible. It's a pain to just not kill them and run past, so you have to do a little bit of crowd management. And this is where the Metal Slug 2 lags like crazy, so this is the improved version.
Ici, on veut absolument garder ces munitions et c'est bon parce que le boss arrive, c'est un boss qu'on retrouvait déjà dans Metal Slug 1 au niveau de la neige et on va utiliser le Slug ici pour...
Here we go, we found our boss. This is the Hose Me submarine. And he's going to be using the same glitch again here now. So he's going to empty all the cannon shells that the suit has. He's going to use the charge attack at the end to do some extra damage. The charge attack of the vehicles does about worth of 4 grenades. And then just fire like crazy and just don't move. All the shots will go through because of the iframe glitch and easy peasy.
C'est ça, là vraiment tout va très bien se passer, il n'y a aucun moyen de mourir, le boss va juste cliquer tout seul, en le matraquant avec tout ce qu'on a.
Ouais, très très bon boss. En fait, Vlad montre des choses à chaque speedon comme si elles étaient évidentes et faciles. Et les conditions de réussir ce qui vient de se passer.
There we go. End of stage 5. On to the last one.
Yeah, the last stage is called I Wish to Believe in Love. Again, the names are great. I'm so glad. I'm character
So
figured out.
great.
They're fantastic. So this one's a bit of a long gauntlet, and it's going to feature a series staple character who people both love and hate to fight. She should be coming up actually not too fast. Also, this incredible bridge animation.
Imaginez un petit peu comment Metal Slug 2 ça devait rendre avant.
Oh, I love this. It's so trippy.
It's so wild. And like you can see the slowdown still happening here because they just pushed it too far. It's such a graphically impressive arcade game. I love this series so much. All right, it's time. Here comes Alan O'Neill.
Alan O'Neill.
Yeah. You shoot him get close to him as fast as possible, attack him quick. And if you do it just right, it's a pretty easy fight where you don't get hit. Uh-oh, he got away from him. Just enough. And gets eaten by a killer whale.
Of course.
He's back in the next game. Believe it or not, he lives.
How?
We don't know. They never say. They genuinely never say.
I'm just going to blame it on aliens.
Have you ever seen Salty Bet by chance? Like,
No.
Okay, so Salty Bet's a Mugen fighting game channel, and one of their most infamous characters is the killer whale who basically just kills everyone instantly. It's taken from 2 and X. So that's one of the most infamous characters. Their only loss they ever had was against Dio from JoJo.
Fair enough.
Sorry. This is a nerd out moment for me. I'm sorry.
Great.
C'est très bien fait ça.
As we get to the end of this run, a reminder, you can press type exclamation point donate in chat and donate. All your donations go to Doctors of the World Medicine du Monde. And, let's keep that donation total going up.
C'est eux qui prennent le contrôle maintenant du jeu, entre guillemets, et qui apparaissent un petit peu partout sur l'écran.
This is the second last screen of the game, but this one goes on for quite a while. A lot of spots where you have to sit down and just kill a lot of enemies. So a lot of positioning and making sure you have some sort of power weapon is really important here. You're going to notice that Vlad is stocking up on bombs like crazy, because I think you need, is it 50 or 60 to actually take down the final bosses, no problem. And any death is going to reset that back down to 10, so Vlad has to be extremely careful with positioning here. As long as the POWs are giving him more weapons, though, he should be fine.
These aliens are wild.
I love the Mars people are so cool. Like I love that they just show up out of nowhere, and they're not just called Martians; they're literally just called Mars people.
Mars people.
Mars
they
people.
just like puke acid and hold guns, and they're
Yeah. Oh man, they're so wild. In there's a fighting game they're playable in too. They're playable in SVC Chaos, SNK versus Capcom Chaos. They're like a secret character in there too, and they're so weird in general. I love them. All the spawn points are predetermined here, so it's all just about remembering where to stand. The knife does triple the damage of a regular shot, so it's honestly a good idea to position yourself if you can. Projectiles are a little dangerous, now they fizzle out. It is so cool seeing someone who's memorized this game to this level. It's always super impressive. One last spawn, I think. Oh, the tanks, right. Jump with a shotgun? Yeah. Or flamethrower, flame shot. Yeah, and there we go. Stand with there, and this one screen goes on for so long. Here we go, time for the final boss.
Et donc on arrive déjà à 17 minutes 30. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait des 25 minutes d'estimé?
General Morton, the leader of the rebel army, has teamed up with the Mars people, but the Mars people decided to betray them.
Oh no! Pour faire des terribles expériences sur eux, qu'importe leurs origines, et donc on va devoir se battre contre.
And that's how he died again. Again. Everyone dies in this series a lot. Here he goes.
Il y a beaucoup d'animations partout dans le jeu, de toute façon. Tous les sprites sont super détaillés, c'est vraiment très très chouette.
Is this a multi-phase boss?
Basically, yeah. So this is the Daimonji. This is the first phase in general. Very simple, like no contact damage hurts. Obviously that giant laser will hurt. But as long as he's clocking damage fast enough, he should have no problem. He's a little low on bombs, that does worry me, but he will get at least one restock when he gets to phase 2.
Les aliens qui pop ici se font complètement vaporiser par le matraquage et du coup il nous reste 21 bombes, ce qui veut dire non seulement que Vlad a réussi à survivre à l'intérieur.
Just enough flame shot. There we go. Okay.
Pour le boss de fin, qui est un sacré, non seulement sac à PV, mais en plus une joyeuse fête de l'aléatoire, parce qu'il se passe un peu tout et n'importe quoi dedans.
Il y a beaucoup
that busted, the actual mothership shows up. This is the rug name.
Là, il va essayer de lancer ses 20 grenades.
I don't know how you actually say it otherwise.
C'est pas si facile que ça de lancer.
Rugname.
Boss final, on va voir.
It literally just says it's RUGNAME, the rug name. That's why I just called it. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be the Rugname. This is the mothership, and here's the final form. Now the soldiers are actually joining you. They're helping.
Oh. We've teamed up.
Yeah. Oh no! Okay, no. The grenade count's not too bad. Actually, this might be a good death because they also get a free heavy machine gun for that too. So this will actually help with the killing. Shouldn't be too bad as long as they dodge the laser shots. No, they're doing a fantastic job. Ooh. Spoke too soon. Commentator's curse. But now they've got the metal slug to use so they can clock some easy extra damage. No, they've got this no problem here now. So I think we should be coming up on time here any second.
Allez, ok, reste pour 2 secondes là, Vlad, il faut y aller. Time. Ah, c'est tout maintenant. Ah, c'est incroyable, Vlad. Bravo.
And time.
Folie.
20 minutes, 3 seconds. Not too shabby. Now the game ends with an Independence Day reference of all things. They fly the plane right into the ship and blow it up.
Truly a product of its time.
No, it's great. I've been Proton John. You can find me at twitch.tv/ProtonJohn.
And I am Plinkett. I don't really stream, but you can also find me at twitch.tv/Zeldaphone.
Thank you all so much for watching, and stay tuned because coming up next is Sonic Forces, run by Vale. See you guys next.
Keep those donations coming in.
C'était de la folie, Vlad. Comment ça va?
Alors,
ça va tellement bien.
Bah super. Elle était trop bien la run, incroyable.
Ouais, je sais même pas quoi dire, quoi. Même au current training, ça passait aussi bien que ça.
Bah voilà, il n'y a rien à dire, hein, GG. Aucun continu, t'as un peu ignoré tous les prisonniers qu'il fallait sauver, mais t'es allé le plus vite possible. Honnêtement, vous aviez déjà joué à Metal Slug ou pas? Donc vous savez tous à quel point c'est impossible de ne pas mourir dans ce jeu, c'est vraiment fait pour vous tuer. Vlad, bravo, c'était magistral. Tu nous donnes l'habitude à chaque fois que tu speedrun de faire des folies, mais j'en reviens pas, vraiment.
Aucune déception, vraiment, c'est fou. On était trop bien.
Encore bravo, Vlad, c'est le mot de la fin, avant qu'on donne la parole aux ambianceurs.
Merci à Speedon de me faire confiance année après année. Et j'espère pour bien d'autres années encore. Allez savoir.
Allez, bravo!
Bravo Vlad!
Et à vous les studios.
Bonjour, bonsoir, Speedon 2025. Est-ce que vous êtes encore debout? Ouais. Ça va, Chichayou?
Bah écoute, nickel. Tout le monde, à chaque fois que je croise quelqu'un, on me dit ça va alors, Monster Hunter, tu tankes? Je sais pas, je tank très bien et les gens viennent me voir. Alors.
On m'a dit de t'en parler.
Bah voilà, mais on me demande des comptes alors que moi.
On m'a dit, oh, tu fais avec Chichayou, parle-lui de Monster Hunter.
Mais non, alors que c'est Speedon prio en fait. Priorité à Speedon. Et toi, Goemon, comment ça va?
Bah, ça va, tranquille. Écoute, on est là posé jusqu'à à peu près 6h du mat pour nous.
Ouais,
il y a plein de choses qui arrivent. Là, il y a du Sonic qui arrive, il y a du Béton Brutal, il y a du Elden Ring.
Elden Ring. Il y a des gens qui attendent Elden Ring dans la salle ou pas là?
Non, personne.
Bizarre.
Personne.
Pas grand monde.
C'est bien ce que je pensais.
À peu près 2 personnes qui sont déclarées dans le public. On va faire une mini pause le chat. En gros, vous savez comment ça marche sur Twitch, un live en continu. En fait, on doit faire des pauses toutes les 48 heures. Donc, il va y avoir un petit reset du stream. On va en profiter pour faire une pause de 2-3 minutes. Donc, ne bougez pas. Au pire, vous bourrez F5, vous bourrez des dons en attendant. Voilà.
Reprenez à manger, reprenez de quoi carburer. Et après, ça repart.
Et ça repart tout de suite. Le marathon continue jusqu'à dimanche soir.
Ouais, c'est ça.
À vous la régie.
C'est ça.
Et voilà.
Voilà.
Speedon reparti pour 48 heures.
C'était super court.
C'était super court.
Super court. On a l'impression de rien avoir vécu, quoi.
Eh ben ouais.
On n'a rien vécu.
On est passé dans une faille. C'est déjà un teasing de Outer Wilds qui sera présent pendant Speedon. Un lourd programme qui nous attend, puisque là, le marathon reprend pendant 48 heures, littéralement. Ça finit dimanche soir dans la nuit.
On est là jusqu'à dimanche.
Et là, la nuit va être magnifique, puisqu'on va avoir tout de suite du Sonic, on va avoir du Béton Brutal, on va avoir du Elden Ring qui est très attendu. Et apparemment...
c'est déjà prêt. Bon, voilà. Alors, c'est parti.
Demain.
C'est parti pour Sonic tout de suite sur vos écrans. On y va.
Bonsoir Speedon, je la refais.
Bonsoir. Bonsoir.
Effectivement. Et bienvenue pour cette run de Sonic Forces, présentée par Veil. Bonsoir. Bonsoir à tous.
Alors comment ça va?
Ça va. Et toi?
Ouais, moi ça va, c'est bon, je suis là, je suis chaud, je suis bien, j'ai pris ma place.
Metal Slug.
Super,
Magnifique.
incroyable.
C'est tout ce qu'on veut.
Et Sonic, ça va être encore super aussi.
Ça va être exceptionnel aussi.
Et trop hâte.
Alors Veil, comment tu te sens?
Un peu stressé, mais ça va. Une fois que je serai dedans, j'y penserai plus. Donc, ça va le faire.
Ça va le faire.
Un peu stressé, mais ça va.
Ouais.
On peut peut-être présenter un peu le jeu.
On peut présenter un peu le jeu, vas-y.
Sonic Forces, du coup, c'est un jeu Sonic 3D, sorti en novembre 2017, qui reprend la formule Boost. Mais il n'y a pas que ça. Vous verrez bien évidemment tout au long du run.
Si vous avez joué à Sonic Generation, vous allez voir qu'il y a quelques similitudes.
Vous serez pas trop perdu, généralement.
Non, c'est ça.
Je pense qu'on peut y aller en soi.
T'es prêt?
Je suis prêt.
C'est tout bon, les options, tout ça?
Alrighty, hello everybody. My name's Satan herself, and me and my friend here are here to commentate this Sonic Forces run. For our English audience. Nacho, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello. I'm Nacho from the main Nacho series. Sonic speedrunner. I run this game as well, so yeah. Seems like the run is going to start. So let's get started then.
Yay! Yeah, I do not run this game, so Nacho's going to be the main one knowing the tech, but it has been a joy to learn it. All right, you'll notice we're starting out with a slide. Sliding is really helpful in this game, helps preserve our momentum and get to max speed a lot faster. Running with Modern Sonic, which is one of our 3 gameplay styles that we're going to see throughout. Well, kind of 4, actually, but mostly. Yeah, Nacho, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was about to say this is your Modern Sonic stuff. We have boosts, we have homing attacks, we have double jumps coming back from Sonic Colors. The boss here, it's a bit different from the other boss games because you have a tiny boost impulse to the upwards to say something. So it's essentially, if you time it very well with your jump, you have essentially a triple jump.
That's right. Yeah, we'll be calling that the boost jump throughout, and it's quite important for reaching some places that would be harder to reach otherwise, and it's nice and fast too. All right, already through the first stage, you can see how fast this run goes. That's a merciful end screen. There's a lot of XP that you're going to gain throughout this run, and we're going to be unlocking lots and lots of things throughout. So sometimes we're going to spend upwards of 20 seconds in those end screens. But for the beginning, we're going to be speeding right through. And of course, we're seeing this map here. The world map's going to change as we go. The story of Sonic Forces, of course, is that we are a resistance fighting against Eggman and Infinite and other baddies. And so when the red takes over, that's them. When the blue takes over, that's us. And we are in our first avatar stage. So this is the one that you're not going to see in any other Sonic game, where you get to make an original character and get to use them. Nacho, you want to get into their mechanics?
Yeah, the avatar is completely different as the other characters. It's based more a little bit more Sonic, but instead we don't have those. We have the Wisp bombs. In this case, we have the Burst Respawn that is a flamethrower. We're just gonna focus on the stage. We have the grappling hook that works as a homing attack. We have an stomp and a slide, but the main difference between Sonic, Modern Sonic, and the Avatar is, of course, the Wisp bomb and the fact that the Avatar doesn't have boost. The Wisp bomb also are useful because we allow us to use the Wisp. This is the 3rd game of Sonic. We can use Wisp as our main gimmick. Yeah, this game also is the first introduction to the quick time events to the Sonic franchise. We have some nice good scenes, and that's it. That's the quick time event. You don't have to succeed. You don't have to do it perfect. You just have to press the button.
Exactly. Press button, win. That is how it goes. But yeah, we are using the Burst Wisp on right now, which as you can see can spit flames, which is helpful for clearing big swaths of enemies and also for doing some extra jumps, just like Veil's doing right there. But that is not our best Wisp on. Later we are going to be unlocking the Drill, which is going to be way, way better for us. You're going to see it then, but it'll let us go nice and fast and also defeat enemies at the same time, just like the Burst. So we will see the Burst back in one level. There's one specific strategy that we're going to do in the late game that does require it. But when we get the Drill, we'll be using the Drill.
Yeah. Also, to point out, it's very convenient we have this specific avatar because actually this avatar is also the one that is first the fastest avatar to create. You just mash A, and second is the avatar that unlocks the Drill Wisp earliest.
That's right. Yeah, you want the dog. That's going to get you that Drill. And also, we are into classic Sonic stages. So as you just saw, we're going to start with a spin dash. Of course, the classic, everybody's favorite Sonic move is back, and it helps us a lot, especially when we need to go really, really fast in slopes. Veil's actually doing something that you wouldn't really know that they're doing right now, which is jumping over some invisible springs. There's a bunch of invisible springs on the little sort of inclines, and they're really, really annoying, so he's going ahead and moving around those. But we also do get a new addition to Sonic's moveset, and that is the Drop Dash. Do you want to talk more about that, Nacho?
Yeah, the Drop Dash coming back from Sonic Mania, because this game is actually a sequel from Sonic Mania. So yeah, we have the Drop Dash. It's basically in Sonic Mania, it's a one-tap spin dash that you can charge at any moment in the air, and that gives you speed. But in this game, it's or made for movement because it's not a one-tap spin dash, it's a full charged spin dash somehow, or like half charged, and that's enough to make us go fast.
It's way OP. Yeah, we're going to be seeing the Drop Dash used a ton throughout this run. It's super convenient, super quick to charge the spin dash. It doesn't always work for every situation. Sometimes you do need to spin dash, but it is going to be our main form of movement as Classic Sonic. And Classic Sonic really doesn't have a lot of skips, not a lot of interesting, exciting stuff. It's mostly just really, really precise movement.
Okay, this is something for exclusive for the non-rental category. Since non-rental, we have to unlock Drill. What Veil was doing is just completing some daily missions. The daily missions was change part of your body, customize your character, and that's what Veil did. After this mission, it's gonna we're gonna get a 1.2 bonus, like 1.2 times bonus for your final score. Your final score on every level is your experience, and that's going to help you to level up your character, and that's going to help us to unlock the Drill Wisp fast.
Which of course we do need, but it also does mean we're going to get lots of cosmetics and silly things at the end of each level. So count that down with us for sure.
Yeah, that's part of the run. Like the game, oh look, you can change your character. You can make your funny dog use Crocs.
Exactly. And we're like, well, we kind of just want to go fast, but thanks. Yeah, that's a big difference in the NG Plus run as well. If you have a 100% save file and you play this game on NG Plus, you're not going to be unlocking anything. You don't have to go through cutscenes. You just go through the levels. So that's a really popular category as well. As any percent.
Yeah, NG Plus has also lots of different strats. Most of them are coming from the rental category because 90% rental is the story, but you have everything unlocked. But NG Plus is like you have everything unlocked without the story.
Yeah, and then no rental any percent is kind of your most basic run that you can do, but it requires using some alternate strats, especially for the Avatar stuff. So yeah, you can see we're already starting to unlock a ton of things at the end of the levels.
Yeah, now time for the first boss battle.
This is none other than everybody's favorite, Zavik! Can we get a hand for Zavik in chat? Takes us forever to get in there, though, of course.
Your favorite boy from Sonic Lost World is coming back, and it's in a giant bee in a funny auto-scroller.
Yeah, it's not quite an auto-scroller, but it's pretty close. If you know how to do the optimal strats in this boss, it's going to be only about like a 5-ish second range of what times that you can get. But you're going to see Vale when those badniks are coming down in that group of 3. He's going to go ahead and hone in on one, jump immediately to kill it, and then kill the other 2. Because when there's a trio, you have to actually kill all of them. And then he's going to stay close to that shadow, wait for Sonic to get launched in the air, and then homing attack Zavok. And if you do that a couple times and you stay on cycle, you're going to pretty much get the same result every time.
Yeah. Also, like, when the Circle of Villa appears, actually, I discovered like that by accident because I just decided to compare. When you make the beast like be destroyed faster, you trigger the next attack faster, and that's like funny. Like everything counts just to save half a second.
Yep, it's all these little time saves, and then we're going to have some really big skips later that save, upwards of 20-25 seconds on their own. So, it's kind of a multitude of things. You both want to be saving little bits of time throughout the run, and you want to be executing those big tricks. We haven't really seen any of them yet, but they're coming up soon. Definitely got them anywhere. It's some cool stuff.
Yeah. By the way, shout out to the guys on the bottom, on the background, sharing Sonic that are imprisoned for lore reasons.
Yeah, for our English viewers, this run is happening at about 2 a.m. So hearing an enthusiastic crowd is incredible at that hour. Absolutely loving that. And also our runner is doing this at like 2 a.m. So big props to Vale for killing him.
Yeah.
And killing Zavok. Goodbye, Zavok.
Hope the sleepy speed kicks in right now because, when you are sleepy, you are actually more propense to play better.
I didn't know that. Well, I guess I got to start my stream up at 2 a.m. now.
Okay, now I'm going to talk about the next stage, Egg Gate. Egg Gate features the biggest skip in the entire run, and it's just the 6th level. It's just 10 minutes into the run, so it's a huge run killer, but it's easy to reset over it. So yeah, the stage is gonna progress normally. We just need to make sure to have some boost at a specific point. Right now we have to stop boosting. We're gonna do an rail jump and boost out of this rail. On homing attacks to recharge our boost. We're going to destroy these fences, then going to do a boost, a jump, and right now we're going out of bounds. We're gonna navigate. We're gonna keep pressing the jump button. We're gonna navigate out of bounds. We need to make sure we don't touch the kill planes. We're gonna run here. Now we're going to go up left. There is this rail. That's the rail at the end of the stage before triggering the...
This is the hardest part, and nice. Well done. Excellent. Beautiful skip. That was really well executed.
It
on a live marathon.
It says up to 45 seconds. And yeah, essentially you skip the entire stage.
That was really, really good. Egg Gate is a huge part of this run. First try, executed really quickly too. He didn't spend a ton of time setting up. Really, really well done. And that basically ends the stage here because you just stomp and boost forward. There we go. That's Egg Gate. Doing a little flip for style. Heck yeah.
Yeah,
what a beautiful start.
Again, this trick is very hard because you don't want to die. Actually, if you die, it's better for you to reset. Since the score is very useful on this run, as I told before, you need the experience points. And so you can unlock drills. Basically, this game punishes you with less bonus point when you take some deaths.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's Vale's amazing outfit that's making him play so well, and also the fact that he's a great
I wish I was new. Anyway, we have our fourth style of gameplay right now. This is the tag team gameplay. We have Sonic and the Avatar. It's basically just to have boost and wisdom at the same time. Also funny memes.
Yay! Double turbo. Not sure we should be dapping up to do double turbo.
Alright. But but I'm going to sing the song.
Yep, we're holding X here to fall a little faster. That's something that they carried over into Shadow Gens as well. You can kind of see a lot of DNA things that they expanded upon in Shadow Gens in this game. At least Sonic Forces walked, so Shadow Gens could run in certain areas. Yeah, this one's just a lot of precise movement here, good stomps to make sure you stop where you need to do that, and boosting where you need to. Boost control is very important in this run, making sure you have enough boost when you need it. So you're going to be conserving boost when he needs to, and rocketing it when it calls for it. So very nice.
Yeah, this is one of the rare cases of a modern Sonic game that Rings doesn't give you boost like Sonic Colors or this game, while the other games, Sonic Unleashed, Sonic Generation, Sonic Frontiers, and Shadow Generations, the rings gives you boost meter.
Yeah, and this one it's just the Wisp capsules, so that's going to be really important in every level, of course, where you're using Modern Sonic, but especially in certain levels where you need to make sure that you're getting it right. All right, we are on to the next one, and if I remember correctly, Nacho, there's a skip in this level too, right?
Yeah, it's called the Snake Escape because we skip a snake, not like the escape in Sonic Adventure that scale a snake escape, but you don't skip any snake. You use a snake to escape the room.
Yeah, this one's going to be really cool. We do need to do this beginning section first, though. No skips to this. But eventually we're going to stop in the middle of one of these half pipes here. After we do this nice jump into this little loop.
That jump is very tight. I tried a lot of times and can't get it properly. Yeah, right now we're going to approach into the spot. We need to stop right there. We're going to boost on this invisible wall. We're gonna boost up right, and then we're gonna land on this funny floor, and we're gonna align ourselves, boost, and then do a jump. This is gonna help us to escape a
real quick.
I can't English. This is not because
you're doing great.
This is not because we're escaping like a bunch part of the level. Actually, the end of the level was very close, but it's mostly because you escape a QT, and those QTs take forever. If you can skip them, you're gonna do that.
Yeah, a lot of the skips we're going to see in this run skip, exactly as you said, QTEs or cutscenes, both of which we do not want to waste. All right, we've got our first boss with Infinite here, or our first fight with Infinite. Each of the Infinite fights are going to be pretty different, but they all do have a common theme, which is run and boost and homing attack. But this one's actually pretty technical. There are a lot of little things that you can do to make sure you stay on cycle here. Nacho, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, actually you don't want to hit Infinite a lot, so you can escape a certain cutscene of Infinite, like try flying and make you able to hit him. So in the first phase you're gonna just hit him twice, and then after that you're just gonna go all in. You're gonna try to do all the hits you can do before reaching to the head of the snake. And this is actually very tight. So right there, like just like if they miss it, just the hit there. This is the last hit cutscene. This is the last hit scene. So where instead of like just one or two Infinite copies, there's more than that, and you must need to defeat Infinite during this cutscene. So if you fail, or you are slow, or if you don't, well, goodbye forever, I guess.
Exactly. So very good to get that during the time that you need. This one is also one of them that doesn't vary a whole lot, but as you said, if you don't do the strat correctly, it can be a disaster. So really well done keeping on cycle there. And we get to move on without having to incur a lot of time.
Oh, you know this level? I know this level. It's a favorite sign. Oh, I've been here like a lot of times in different games.
Yep, it's back. You know it. You have some feelings about it. It's Green Hill. As we're saying before, this is classic Sonic back, and we're mostly going to be using drop dashes, spin dashes to our advantage here, jumping precisely when we need to, and staying on that top path. Just like it's intended to be, most of the time we are going to be staying on the top paths in the classic Sonic parts of this game, because they are usually more efficient and faster.
Yeah, that's how classic Sonic usually works. I say usually because there are some games that don't follow the rules, so I don't want to spread misinformation.
Exactly. Taking a nice little invincibility capsule here so that we can just run through all these bots.
Also, fun fact: the speed shoes on this game last only 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds of the speed shoes.
Not very much, but still worth getting sometimes.
Compared to the usual 10 to 15 seconds of the classic games.
Thanks, Forces. Cool. And thanks, Forces, for all these outfits, too. I mean, none of them are going to be as cool as what Vale is wearing right now. Like, the game cannot outdrip him. All right, first boss battle with Eggman. You'll notice we have a lot of baddies in this game. It sure is the greatest hits. Here we want to make sure we get all those hits off before 10 seconds. Then yep, what's going to happen next?
Yeah, we have the first phase reference into Sonic 1 because we love reference, right? No, I actually, I actually like really enjoyed reference on this game, like not being direct. I really think like they're funny. Oh look, this is a throwback to Sonic 1, haha, funny. And then they just throw you the final boss of Sonic Unleashed right here.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Here's Egg Dragoon. Yep. Enjoy. Yeah, this boss fight's pretty simple. You mostly just make sure to watch where the rocks are going to go, hit 2, and then you wait for the 3rd, because it's actually a common misconception that you can't hit him 3 times in a row, but if you wait for a specific time, you can do it. And there it goes. Down he goes.
Yeah, that's Egg Dragon in only 2 cycles. That's the fastest cycle you can do.
Yeah, very nice. 54 is pretty solid there. Good boss.
Okay, so these unlockables we have is based on 3 things. First of all, complete a stage. Second, get an S rank. And third, complete the stage under certain time limit. So you have your basic mission, your completionist mission, and your speedrun mission. Okay, it's time for more Avatar. Which is Park Avenue. We have our friendly flamethrower to destroy the enemies. One of the things that the Avatar you can see on the Avatar is that there is more enemies, but it's because the weapon, the main gimmick of the Avatar is just like having a lot of firepower, like literally in this case.
Exactly. Yeah, this is one of the more sort of standard Avatar levels, kind of a little bit emblematic of Force's reputation of, boost forward / use your power and win. Yeah, some stages are kind of just like that. So while we're watching through this one, I think I'd like to talk just a little bit about our charity. We are raising money for Médecins du Monde, Doctors of the World France, and it is an international health NGO of over 40 years. They do so much incredible work. They care for the most precarious people in over 30 countries and also France. So that's incredible. They've got over 3,000 members of their community, with 1,675 of those being volunteers. So it's an incredible organization. We have raised over 340 euros so far, and if we raise 430 euros, we can fund, for instance, the activities of 2 healthcare advice and referral centers for a whole year. So that is absolutely incredible. When you donate, make sure to put your donation also towards one of our amazing challenges. We have open right now a target to do the DLC boss in the Elden Ring run, which is 92% done. So let's get that finished.
pour bourrer la cagnotte, on vous rappelle.
Yeah, donation is good. Charity is good. We have to donate to charity. Don't you think charity is cool?
I think so. I think Sonic thinks charity is cool. I mean, he's trying to do good all over this game, so, you know.
Yeah. If you think you are a cool person, donate to charity to prove your cool.
Challenge accepted. But yeah, Casino Forest. So if you've ever played any casino game in a classic Sonic game, you know what Vale's going through right now.
Yeah. Fun fact, that enemy over there is the only enemy that the stage has.
Oh, wow. That is a fun fact. Although I feel like all the bumpers are basically enemies. Okay, that pit wasn't too bad. That pit can get you locked in there for a really long time. So well done on that. The flippers are actually pretty easy to control. It's more the bumpers that are a problem in this stage. So this is one where if you stray off of your intended path kind of at all, you have a liability to lose a lot of time. Luckily, Vale's done a pretty good job. That was pretty solid, especially for a marathon level. Very nice.
Yeah, and right now we unlock it by reaching to the gold medal level. We, with the dog, of course, we unlock the drill weapon. Supposedly we don't have to get drilled this early on the run. We have to get it after the second infinite fight. But that doesn't matter, that won't stop us. We already broke the game on the 6th level, so we're gonna break it again right now on Aqua Road. Aqua Road is going to be the first
Aqua Road.
going to suffer the first stage of drill. Drill is your fastest movement in the entire game. Not boost, not spin dash, drill. You carry a lot of invulnerability frames and you can break the game like this. This is so fun.
Incredible. Great launch, by the way. That one is hard. That trick is really, really difficult. It's hard to maneuver yourself through the water slide here without getting thrown off, and Vale just did a great job. Absolutely killing this RTA run, by the way. Just doing a great job hitting all the big things and minimizing those time losses.
Okay. Oh, nice skip there. Okay, so there is a ramp there that you can basically... it's a funny cutscene of the avatar, like just grappling hook and with a cool shot of the moon behind the avatar. That loses time, of course, so we are just gonna skip it by drilling properly and landing actually properly in the slider because it doesn't have collision in certain parts.
Yeah, so beautiful, really well navigated. Aqua Road is a huge reset point for runners, and it can be pretty frustrating. So really happy to see it done right there, super clean.
Yeah, more the drill, as I say, huge hitbox, like just 4-5 times the size of the hitbox of the avatar. And huge speed. And you can chain it with the slides, and so you can recharge drill again. And while you are charging drill, you have invulnerability frames, so nothing can do you any damage.
Yeah, drill is just OP. It's a really big deal to unlock it early, and that is why we use the dog. Yeah, so glad to have it now, but we're back to Modern Sonic doing some incredible movement and boost technology here. Not hung up.
Yeah,
we're all good.
Can't believe they made an entire game of the level in Shadow Generation.
I know. Well, speaking of Shadow, I believe we do have some bonus Shadow DLC levels to see after this run. So if you're a Shadow fan and you've been upset about the lack of Shadow the Hedgehog in this, don't worry, you're gonna see it. Probably.
Yeah, as he says on Sonic Adventure 2, he's the coolest.
I gotta say, I love the French voice acting in this game, especially Tails and Amy. I adore their voices. But yeah, they sure did make Sunset Heights.
Yeah, they had some like a highway in between, but
everything just needs a sprinkle of Radical Highway.
It's radical.
I love Shadow Gens. They really were addicted to Radical Highway, though.
someone in the chat, pretty please, can give me the game on Steam. I will very appreciate it. Actually, no, don't do that if you don't have one. But if you want to do that, I'm not
Capital
going
City.
to stop you.
Let's focus
Capital
up because
City.
this is a big level. There are 3 whole skips you can do in this one. We're going to see if Vale goes for all of them.
Yeah, the first one is very hard. Okay, we have to drill here, do a jump, and wait for it. There it is.
The Phantom Ruby is going to activate from Infinite. And
there it is, the stomp. We skip the entire cutscene and conveniently we land on the place. Now the second escape is going to happen right now. We're just gonna stomp here, going to the right, then going to the left, and going to stop again, and we escape that entire second section.
Through the wall.
Right.
Don't care. Now the third skip's happening right now. You can launch yourself all the way off of this building. You gotta navigate in the air back to the section where you can still be playable. Oh my goodness.
There it is. That was
all 3? Oh my goodness.
3 out of the 3. That's crazy. That's for a sub 1 time. I choked it. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna leave. I don't want to choke it anymore. Goodbye forever, guys. Take it from here. I'm just bad at this.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe that was a flawless capital city. That was incredible. Yep, there's a lot of launching there that you need to do. There was one point where we clipped through a wall by using a series of 4 specific inputs. It's an incredibly complicated level. We can't even hope to explain all of it right there. But wow.
Sorry for the interruption. Important point. Don't blink. This is the fastest boss fight in the entire game. We're gonna drill, stomp, drill again. Second phase. Now we're gonna drill, stomp, drill. There it is. That's your Infinite 2 boss fight.
Yeah, that one's pretty funny. There is a little bit of something you need to remember in that one, because if you drill right away after you do some of those drills, then it won't really work. So you kind of have to do it on the right timing. But otherwise, goodbye, Infinite. Done.
Yeah, it's essentially a full charge drill, and there it is. You actually not drill here, but it's a full charge drill. It's again huge hitbox, so you don't have to worry too much. And as you saw, huge damage as well.
Chemical plant.
All right, chemical plant. So, yeah, chemical plant. It's back too. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, this one's pretty cool. Lots of spin dashes needed to get up big slopes. We're gonna get the speed shoes here. Oh, or maybe we won't. That's all right.
Nice. The specials is not necessarily, because actually they just end when you arrive this part.
Yeah, so it's not that huge deal.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna again top row. There is a hard jump here, a very tight jump, so you can skip entire underwater section. That's the jump, and fail it, but it's completely fine. The jump is very tight. The jump is
very
sorry for my strong language here, but the jump is a goofer. It makes me want to chew jelly beans.
Whoa, Nacho, are you sure you want to say that? Stop the broadcast. Oh my goodness. No, you're good. No, but yeah, that jump is super tight. It is not at all a problem not to get it, especially in a marathon run. That's one of the hardest tricks in the game, I would say, timing-wise. So well done.
Actually, yes. I'm going to put that jam specifically in the top 5 hardest strats of this game, and this game has a lot of hard strats.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, we're back to tag team. This is another really hard strat where you have to jump very precisely to miss that little booster. You double jump here and drill forward to skip a trigger for a little QTE cutscene. And as long as you stomp and mash correctly, nice. You'll get yourself back into this corridor and be able to start the fight with Metal Sonic. Nicely.
Because this is not actually an stage. This is actually a boss level. This is the biggest clickbait on the entire history of Sonic.
Very true. Very true. And it's a pretty simple boss at that. We really just drill and run. Drill and run. Hooray.
It's very simple, but you need to make sure you are actually doing the full hit with drill, or you're gonna be off cycle.
Yeah, for sure. That is important.
Yeah, just like that, Bill lost the cycle there.
Yeah. It's tough.
And there it
You
is.
gotta make sure your rhythm is on.
At second phase, we're gonna charge drill here because we're gonna use, our the Ouroboros card, like that. You can only do that with drill, by the way, because again, in the early frame. And there it is. Now, with the power of friendship, we're gonna not do the double boost.
I love when they stumble forward. Funny.
Yeah, it's actually not faster, but it's not slower as well. Like, you just do it for the funsies because you can do it.
Yep. There's no real reason to or not to. So if you run this game, do whatever you like. Also, by the way, in learning about this run, I have realized that this community is very, very helpful with resources and is very kind. So if you do want to speedrun this game, you absolutely can. I highly recommend it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, shoutouts to Sayuri for having... she made an entire guide of the Neon Game Plus with every single stage with all the strats you need for top strats and for more beginner-friendly strats.
It's one of the best guides I've ever seen in speedrunning. Like, period. It's really, really good.
It's very good. Also, this is how drill looks in 2D stages. We're just flying.
Yep. But we do want to stay on a specific cycle because we do have these little chompy legs that will sometimes come down on us, and we did not want to make sure we drilled at the appropriate times to get past them, just like we're doing there, and beautiful.
Hey, this was so clean. Now we have a minute auto-scroller. This is an auto-scroller. We just have to touch some stuff. So, how was your day?
My day was good. I played some video games before this. Shocker, I like video games. How was your day?
I like video games too. Actually, I was playing a video game today.
What? Oh my goodness, we have so much in common. That's so exciting. Chat, do you like video games?
Press 1 if you like video games. Press 1 if you like video games. Press 2 if you like ice cream. Press 3 if you like video games and ice cream.
Ooh, I like this poll. All right, let's see what we get in chat. Remember, 1 if you like video games, 2 if you like ice cream, 3 if you are a fan of both.
Okay, that's quite a rock right there.
I'm seeing some 1s in chat already.
Wow. So you don't like ice cream? Oh, I'm hurt.
Okay, now we've got a flood of 3, so they're making up for it. They're making up for it.
Yay! That's it. That's the chat I was expecting.
Fantastic. Yeah, sometimes Sonic Forces does have those spots where there's just not a ton to talk about. It's a little bit, QT or boost and win, that sort of thing. But it's also got parts where just there's so much going on at any given time. Network Terminal, we're getting into.
For example, this stage is
Network Terminal.
This stage is like, actually a lot of stuff is going to happen. We're gonna do a boost jump here. We're gonna barely land on this rail. We're gonna do a boost, but not going to spend all of our boost meter. And because we're gonna do another rail jump there. Oh no. Okay, that's fine because this one.
Yeah, I don't think Vale does that strat. There is another jump
Yeah,
there that you could do, but it's pretty hard.
Yep, it's very thin and it's like instantly. Well, now we are on the second part of the stage. We're gonna just get our boost here. We're gonna slide here. Okay.
Yeah, there's some sludge waves coming down from the ceiling. Very nice. And they are going to come in cycles, so Vale's going to have to avoid them here.
That's
Well timed
over
boost.
there.
Ooh, very nice.
Oh, that air boost is very tight. Like you have
Very
to
hard.
boost instantly at the moment of your second jump. And this was Network Terminal.
Beautiful.
That was clean.
Oh, very clean. That was a really good network terminal. Rail jumping is also much harder than it looks. Making sure you're going in the right direction, getting enough speed. So that was really impressive.
Yeah, the collision of the rails is very thin. Like you don't have any spare room to, like you don't have like, oh, I have some room to failure, but no, it's actually you only have to land on the rail.
Yep, it's pretty tight. And that's why that earlier skip that we had at the very beginning of the run was pretty hard as well. The rails are a little unforgiving. You have to make sure that you are really on them to be able to get locked in.
I mean, we're doing a lot of stuff that is not game intended, so it's normal that we are punished for that.
It's kind of true. But hey, I mean, we've got amazing runners who can just do it. All right, Death Egg, it's also back. Wow. We are so back to Death Egg. But this one's pretty tight and doesn't really have any sort of beginner strats. You just kind of have to learn the route. So let's see that precise movement.
Yeah, and learn how to go fast. So yeah, while this stage happens, I remember this game has blood. So yeah, during this game, we've been freeing the world from Eggman because Eggman actually conquered the world. And right now, what Classic Sonic is doing here is shutting down the Death Egg that is giving energy to the Phantom Ruby and all of that. Tons of jump here. Avoid the onion rings there.
Goodness, there's so much happening.
Yeah. And we are going to take these onion rings.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do to speed that up. You just gotta go for it. This one's really long. It's kind of like egregious, in my opinion.
Just like Sonic 3
Why did it
and
need to happen like this? Whee! Okay.
And we're gonna finish like that. That's the goal. We finish it. The Death Egg is destroyed again for a fifth time? Sixth time? I don't know.
I don't know either. While we're unlocking some cool fashion for our avatar, very cool, right? Y'all can unlock some cool fashion by buying the t-shirt, the SpeeDons official t-shirt. It's incredible. It's got a bunch of characters from a bunch of the runs that you're going to see, and part of the proceeds of every purchase will go straight to Menacing Dumont. So definitely go grab your awesome t-shirt, match with the avatar. Yeah, go do it.
Yeah, because if you think you are cool, probably it's because you are cool. Like you are watching the stream, you are supporting character. That's very cool. But you can be cooler if you get the t-shirt.
That's right. You need to be way past cool.
Okay, Metropolitan Highway, it has like, believe it or not, like the stage is really easy to understand, but it's very hard to execute. For example, right now we're gonna do a tiny boost jump to skip a trigger, so we can keep boosting here. We're not supposed to be there, and that saves a couple of seconds. Right now there is another jump we have to do to get into a tiny shortcut there. And for the 2D sections, like we have some platforms, and we're gonna take advantage of the air boost and homing attack, like that. And yeah, more air boost. Yeah, the air boost, as I said before, it works as some sort of triple jump, so we're gonna get a little bit of high thanks to the air boost. Like, for example, we're gonna just skip this. And okay, that was fine. Okay, right now, there is a jump here. Oh, that was clean. Okay, that jump over there skips an entire cutscene of Sonic going around the tower and going back again to get into the goal, but we just did it.
Yeah, very important to get that there, and very well done. Super clean.
Okay, now we have to prepare your jam emotes because Vanguard is coming.
That's a good point. I think the music in this game is pretty satisfying.
Yeah. Okay, so the start is nothing too much, so like we're supposed to be trapped into a completely endless dimension of nothingness, the null space. We just have to how can I say? We just have to get a cutscene, a double boost cutscene, so we can show the world what we can do. You are next to me and I'm next to you.
Exactly. Sometimes you just gotta.
Yeah. Like that, we
Friendship can
just
get us
escape.
out of hell dimensions. But yeah, this is the one level where we're going to opt to use the Burst Wisp on, because of an alternate strat that Vale's going to do here. Go ahead, Nacho.
Yeah. First of all, the jumps are very tight. And second of all, the strategy is going to be here. We're going to just get a little bit of boost meter. We're going to take the Burst Wisp and then go neutral and keep pressing boost right after. Okay, didn't happen. It's fine. Taking the boost, the Burst Wisp there just make you take this entire shortcut, and right now we're just at the final part of the stage, that is climbing this tower.
Yeah, and the Burst Wisp does help us get rid of enemies when we need to. Like there, and there we go. Beautiful. Wow, we are getting so close to the end of the run already.
We truly showed the world what we can do, because you were next to me, I was next to you.
Yeah, we're all next to each other. We can do a lot for the world all together.
Yeah. Remember, you are next to me and I'm next to you because we're donating. We're doing this for a good cause.
Absolutely. It's incredible what SpeeDons has already managed to raise in such a short time, and we still have several more days of the marathon. So I'm really excited to see how far we're going to be able to go.
Okay, a little oopsie there because we're going to swap back to the ring. There it is.
Happens.
Okay, sorry, I can't stop thinking about a funny thing commentary. I'm not going to say because, mostly because I don't want to promote myself. Because it happened in one of my marathon runs that I also showcased this game, but this is not about me, this is about Bale that is cracking this game. Like, oh.
Well, that's okay, I mean...
Commentators comes again,
what
okay.
happened during your run?
Okay, I'm going. No, I'm going back. I just choked, Bale. I'm so sorry, Bale. Take it from here. Goodbye forever, guys.
That's okay. Well, I know Vale's gonna crush this once they get into the rhythm here, because this is a tough one. You got to make sure to drill at the precise exact times that we're gonna need to drill at. And yeah, you can see that the drill also sometimes lets us go up walls, which is funny. It's a nice little perk. The level kind of wants you to use the rocket wisp to go up, but
Okay, and there it is. We climbed the Imperial Tower. The song talk about the sun, and that is the time of reckoning.
Yep, so it looks like we're gonna have to come together with all of our forces to defeat the enemies. Yeah. It's the name of the game.
Yeah, this is the top quality comment you asked for.
You came here for this.
Okay, Mortal Canyon is kind of sick to see. Actually, there isn't so much that happens. It's a very short level, but actually it's kind of entertaining to see. I'm gonna say it's entertaining to play for the speedrun. Like, it also boosts the win, but there's some nice strats like this one.
Boost on through, and then you have to make sure to navigate to get back to the playable area here. That skips a big rail section and a cutscene.
The entire rail section is a cutscene because it's very done. We just like push here, navigate here, and prepare ourselves for a big jump around here, air boost, and we're gonna aim for the top pass. That is the end of the stage.
It's amazing how much you can break levels, especially the modern Sonic levels. Just decimated in this game. Beautiful.
Yeah. Okay, if you thought that Infinite 1 was enough, and you didn't expect coming up the Infinite 2 Electric Boogaloo, now expect yourself, because the next stage is a boss fight against Infinite 3 and Knuckles. Except that Knuckles is not there.
Again? Oh, it's almost like his name is Infinite or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more like he's the main villain of this game.
Yeah, Yeah, we just have to see him over and over and over.
Okay, actually this is the last fight against Infinite. It's kind of pretty much the same as the Metal Sonic fight, except we have the Infinite normal gimmick that are these Phantom Ruby cubes. Never explained this mechanic, but right now, but hey, better late than never, right? So when you get into the cubes, and harder version of the stage is going to appear, it will have more hazards and more enemies. And you can't hit Infinite there, so it's like losing time, and actually you are going to have a harder time trying to avoid the traps.
Yeah, for sure. So Vale's actually going to be waiting for specific moments to boost, because otherwise you're not going to be able to approach Infinite as fast. So when those cubes appear is really when it's time to go fast.
Yeah, this is the first phase. Because right now, during the second phase, please reach the second phase now. Okay, there it is, second phase. The avatar joined us, so we don't have to boost anymore. We have to drill. We're gonna charge our Ouroboros card against Infinite. But actually, no, that's after that. I just missed all of things. Yeah, we're gonna try to dodge those Infinite cubes because it's getting harder like every time.
Yep, drill, baby. Drill, baby, drill.
Reverse card there, and just one more hit to go. We have to. One thing you can do to minimize some time save is like boosting. So because homing attack with Sonic is way faster than grappling hook with the avatar.
All right, it's time for the double boost. Let's charge it up. Hey. Oh, I love what happens to Infinite here. Love. Poor little fox. Well, actually, Jackal.
Okay, and that's the end of Infinite. We're gonna not see Infinite anymore. Actually, according to Sonic Encyclopedia, Infinite just died on this battle. He was absorbed by the real Phantom Ruby.
I actually didn't know that. That's pretty dark.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't appear in future games.
Might not have anything to do with the popularity of Sonic.
Vous savez, dans les Sonic, on va aller vite.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, his team is a banger.
A lot of parts of it honestly are. And I mean, this speedrun is really, really cool in particular. I think this is a great way to enjoy this game.
Yeah, maybe casually it can't be a great experience for most. I actually had fun, but it's because I'm very easy to please. But speedrunning is just a whole new level of fun. Like, you have more involvement with the game, you have stupidly good tricks. Except for this part, this is the weakest stage on the speedrun.
We literally are talking about this while the auto-scroller is starting.
Yeah, I know that should be rough with this game, but this is an auto-scroller in a Sonic game.
I mean, I think this game has a lot of merit. I think there's a lot of really cool parts about it. It's just, it tried to do some different stuff. I don't think all of it succeeded. For example, an auto-scroll. That's kind of the story of Sonic games, though. Trying something new, seeing if it works. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't,
Sometimes you get a Sonic Forces that has some cool concepts but didn't work very well, or sometimes you have Sonic Frontiers and it's time to face your fears while you fight against a Titan so big as a tiny hedgehog.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very cool.
I'm very curious to see what the future direction of everything is, and I mean, with Shadow gens lately also, they're really doing some interesting stuff.
Okay, right now we're going to finish this level. We're just going to take the speed shoes and do a spin dash jump to get a tiny shortcut, and after this jump we're just going to end the stage. Right there. There it is. As the last classic Sonic stage of the run,
classic Sonic,
we already passed Yeah. Yeah, it's the last classic Sonic stage, but not the last classic Sonic appearance of Dixie.
Il suffit de s'amuser un peu trop à tourner et...
And for the next stage, it's going to be the actual last normal stage of the game, the last reach the wild type of stage. It's going to be the final judgment. That's a name. But yeah, lore-wise, we have to destroy all the prototypes of the Phantom Ruby. We're just gameplay-wise, we have to dodge these saws because they're insta-kill.
Yep, and this is the second to last stage. This is the last one where it's kind of a little bit run and jumpy mostly. The next one's going to be our final boss. So if you've enjoyed this run, thank you so much for being here. Stick around and make sure you see the villains get clobbered. And Vale, who is going incredibly fast, by the way.
Yeah, and right now for this last section, we're just gonna still abusing drill because if you drill, you just can't destroy these cubes with the Phantom Rubies in like 3 hits or 2.
Drill is incredible. They really just put their all into that one.
Yeah, and right now we're gonna show the world what we can do one last time with a final double boost.
Next to you, yeah. Fantastic. Speaking of getting things done, by the way, I'm seeing the total creep up on Fight the DLC boss for Elden Ring. So make sure when you donate to donate towards that because we're getting closer, 93% done now.
Yeah. Remember to donate because if you think you are cool, you are cooler if you donate. If you are even cooler if you get the T-shirt. So yeah, if you are cool, it's because you are. But you can be even cooler.
I love all of our cool friends in chat who are supporting the runs, sometimes donating, sometimes getting shirts. It's pretty awesome. All right, Robot Death Egg. Here's our boss.
And right now,
Sonic would never do his fake out.
yeah, this is the final. Yeah, of course not. Yeah, this is the final boss. And we start with Classic Sonic, just like the only boss that's Classic Sonic class. We have to jump and go throw some rocks back, because we had to first of all destroy the shield. And we're gonna destroy the shield by throwing rocks, because that makes sense. Okay, that's it. That's first phase of the Death Egg robot. Now, second phase, since it doesn't have the shield anymore, we're gonna use the avatar. So we can take a... Our speed with the avatar here is capped, so we're just gonna try to get 2 hits into the core to skip 1 phase. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, this is very hard because that's a bottomless pit. If you fall, you're screwed. You can't save. And this one, okay, there it is.
Well
that
done.
was so
you have
nice.
to make
That
sure
was
to aim
so
in exactly
clean.
the right place after you get your hits done and stomp to be able to get back on the platform. Because if you fall, yep, you're a goner.
Plusieurs phases et à chaque phase, il va falloir attaquer le boss à un certain nombre de...
And right now, last phase, we destroyed the exterior part of the robot. Right now, we're gonna fight against the real part of the robot, the head robot, phase 3. And it reminds me of some game with Sonic and a lot of colors.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, this is another of the Sonic Colors style boss fights. This is the last of their appearance. Here, instead of waiting for the boss to attack us, we actually have to catch the boss.
Oh yeah, we're doing the Stunlock strat. So
That's nice.
count 6, everybody. Basically, we're going to hit it 6 times, and we're going to do that a certain number of times to make sure that we stay on cycle and are able to hit maximum. So the first time, we're doing 6 times 4 times. And then the next one is going to be 6 times 6 times. And then the last one's going to be 6 times just 1.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, actually, this is doing this is not very that fast compared to just doing the intended way of reaching and completing all your hits.
Yeah, you just gotta do it for style.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so to do this, like on the 6th hit, you cancel with a stomp and then homing attack back again. After a certain number of time, we have this triple attack scene that does a bunch of damage.
I'm hearing the audience getting revved up. We are getting close to the end here. This has been a fantastic run. Don't go anywhere though, because I'm pretty sure we're going to see Shadow after this. I love Shadow.
Oh, I love Shadow.
We got Shadow fans
He's
in
such
chat?
a cool dude. Okay, time is coming up right now because we did double boost all the time. What if we add another one and do a triple
Is this
boost?
Sonic Heroes? I think this is Sonic Heroes. It's
Not yet.
Yay! Woo! Wow, 58-37. That's really, really good. Even with all the menuing mistakes in one of the late levels, that's a really solid marathon time.
Let me check if this. Let me check if this is a PB.
Oh, is it?
Let me check because I know about PB a little bit.
Yes, yes, it is. Veil's PB was 59:01. This is a PB. Wow, huge PB on the stage. That's incredible. Oh my goodness.
Ouais, même sur Null Space.
I think that's
this is
right.
a PB. Let's go.
Was where it was supposed to be there. That was a PB. Huge. And a new minute barrier for Veil too. Wow. All right. Wow. I can't believe it. That was incredible.
En effet.
Alors là, ce qui va...
Si on dit pas de bêtises, il y a une petite initiative qui est passée et qui débloque un petit machin bonus.
Yeah, I must say that was so amazing. Like a PB in a marathon, not a live marathon, like in the stage.
Right,
I can't imagine how.
Well, that was amazing.
Wow,
Thank you all so
that's
much for being here. And definitely stick around for the next runs. I've been Satan herself.
En attendant, et puis dès que vous êtes OP, vous me faites signe.
I think we might have Shadow coming up, but I can't quite tell.
200 balles, grand bravo aux bénévoles.
We are certainly hearing some credits.
Yeah, there was.
On a Canne à sucre qui donne 25 € et qui nous dit il commence à se faire tard. Est-ce que ça commence
Yeah, if anyone.
Yeah, we might have to be waiting through the credits to see Shadow.
Yeah.
So,
It's more likely we have Shadow right now.
Oh, we got Steam. Yeah, I think we are. I think we've got Shadow. Sorry about the slight miscommunication. I think we are doing the Shadow DLC levels probably.
Oh, we have Shadow.
Let's see.
On a Fléau qui a donné 50 balles pour la vachement.
They'd fake out just like the final boss of Sonic games.
Okay, Hell DLC.
C'est bon pour nous.
Eh ben ça va. Allez, c'est parti.
Yeah. Okay, but we have Shadow, 3 stages, quick run, but we have the quick dude. Like just since the Shadow DLC is very fast, very quick. Must give a tiny introduction that this is some sort of prequel events of the Sonic Forces story. So like the origin of Infinite and what happened to Shadow in between. We have 3 stages. And we're gonna start from the last one because you don't have to get new game. You don't have to start from a new game.
We're setting
Actually, you can
difficulty
just
back to normal, and then we're gonna go episode Shadow.
Qu'on n'a pas du tout vu dans les...
Okay, since like... Yeah, there it is. Okay, starting from the last stage, with Rarity, this is the hardest stage of the run. Like in terms of movement, we have Shadow. It's basically a Sonic Wars game, but Shadow has its own gimmick on the stages. That is the chain homing attack against a lot of enemies. And right now, as you can see, these stages are basically just
Yeah, it's a lot
normal
like
stages
modern
of the
Sonic
game,
gameplay, but
you had
as
some
Doctor was saying, there's one little gimmick with the nice damage
items
boost
over
there to get
here.
that right. Shadow doesn't care about Phantom Rubies. You know, damage is whatever. What doesn't kill you makes you faster. Just a quick slip off the platform. But we're back into it. Pretty quick checkpoint, at least. Oh, that's a tough strat.
Okay, right now. Ooh, okay, fell into the void. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Okay, now we're trying to get into a homing attack into an enemy very, very far away. Okay, there it is. This is going to be around the end of the stage. We're just gonna take the ramp and do an stomp, and there it is.
I want to say that Vale's been
the
practicing really, really hard.
of the
That last
last
we were talking
stage,
about
but we have another 2 more to go.
really, really active runner. Very cool stuff.
Qui ne peut pas se donner la pagaille comme ça? J'aurais dû y penser avant d'envoyer Omega sur une opération comme celle-ci.
Exprès pour avoir du physique, parce que là, en fait, la physique de Shadow est différente de celle du jeu. Et en fait, ça permet vraiment de pouvoir trouver des zones, en fait.
Look, it's Shadow Gens.
Yeah, we have the enemy territory. Yeah, actually, the shadow levels have proper
Yeah, if you
names,
were
like
wondering,
full
if you
names
were playing
instead
Shadow
of,
Gens and
you
you were a
know,
little bit
names of
confused
songs.
about
They
where
just
the
have
levels there,
names
yes,
of
technically
things
Shadow
happening.
does play through Sunset. So, you know what? They earned that there. We
So
are
we're
going to talk
gonna
about
just
Sonic
do an airbus here and fly past through all the stuff.
Shadow is definitely there.
Yeah.
Beautiful. All right, and this is the last level coming up, right?
Du niveau toboggan aquatique.
Premier niveau sur lequel on avait eu le drill.
Mais il est quand même un peu plus différent. Celui-ci, la fin est un peu plus classique.
Why not?
Yep.
I love when Eggman says Shadow.
Deleting the water, we're gonna jump here and there because that's what cool dudes do.
Back to water slides.
This stage, this level features an skip. It's a funny.
Yeah, taking a quick death there. If you know you aren't going to make it, stomping is the fastest way to make sure that you can reset. So, good practice. Nice. There we go. We got the jump.
On dirait que cet endroit est important. Pas étonnant que Sheraton n'ait rien donné pour ce qu'il a.
Doing that chain homing attack. And there we go. What is that? Thank you all so much for donating to those Shadow DLC levels, by the way. I always love seeing my boy Shadow.
Et non. La Sonic est intimement.
We do love Shadow the Hedgehog. That is very true. And I think that's going to be it. I think that is finally all we've got to show you all from Sonic Forces today. What an incredible showing from Vale. An actual